Imagine waking up to a massive, terrifying monster breaking your city apart. People are literally flying through the air as explosions flip the entire street upside down. Our main guy, Yitian, can only stand there completely frozen in terror. Suddenly, a strange energy surge starts crawling up his arm, burning like crazy. His eyes turn completely red as the intense power hits his system. The red light beams block out everything else, trapping him in pure agony. He screams out as a blinding flash of energy blows the entire vision apart. But right as things fade to black, he begins to drift back into consciousness. And he suddenly jolts awake in bed, sweating and breathing hard. He realizes it was just a crazy hallucination caused by his talent awakening process. Looking out the window, the city is perfectly fine. No monsters in sight. Just then, someone slams open his bedroom door and bursts inside. It is his little sister, Yi Yu, eagerly asking if he finally awakened a cool talent. Yi Tian tests his status stone, but it glows with the worst possible result. A weak tier talent means his life is basically over before it even starts. His sister runs back in, asking for the final score with total excitement. Not wanting to crush her spirit, he lies and says it went perfectly. He promises her he will definitely become a powerful martial warrior anyway. She totally buys it and cheers, calling him the best big brother ever. She runs off to get food, leaving him alone to face his actual status. He pulls up his status window, and yep, it confirms a low-tier cultivation talent. But wait, his eyes catch something else floating on the screen. He stares in shock as the interface glitch reveals a hidden system power. His sister suddenly grabs his hand to drag him out to the kitchen. She complains that the celebration dinner she made is going to get cold. The moment they touch, a massive surge of golden light sparks between them. His screen updates her stats, showing her rare frost talent is completely copyable. The system asks if he wants to steal it, and his hope returns. She puts more food on his plate, completely oblivious to what just happened. He hits no because he refuses to take his little sister's future away. Instead, he decides to go outside and test the limits of this power. He triggers a pulse scan to see how far his copying radar goes. Turns out the effective range is small, maxing out at just 3 meters. The random citizens nearby only have trash skills, giving him a new plan. He walks right up to the gates of the Linhai Base 5th Academy. This elite school should be packed with high-tier targets worth copying. Yi Tian smirks, ready to sneak in and cheat his way to the top. 10 days later, we are at the Academy Stadium learning what it takes to become a warrior. The martial arts teacher gets straight to the point and introduces the basic body training technique. He says the benchmark for success is literally creating a mini air vortex right in front of your chest. The training is brutal, and after several students pass out, the teacher dismisses them as his worst class ever. Yi Tian feels completely stuck since he couldn't create any wind at all with his low talent level. Suddenly, Zhang Bao runs over bragging about a signature he got from the Academy's genius, Chen Dong. To Zhang Bao, this piece of paper is basically future rent money once Chen Dong gets stronger. Yi Tian just stares blankly, realizing how crazy the hype around this guy really is. Right on cue, a massive crowd starts forming because Senior Chen Dong is walking their way. Fangirls immediately swarm him, begging for autographs while Chen Dong acts all smooth and casual. Zhang Bao even dives right back into the crowd to try and score a second signature. But Yi Tian isn't interested in a piece of paper. He eyes his target with a massive smirk. He steps up and checks Chen Dong's status panel, confirming the guy has a mid-tier cultivation talent. Since Chen Dong wants to stop signing papers, the crowd happily settles for handshakes instead. Chen Dong politely tells everyone to work hard while shaking hands down the line. Yi Tian patiently waits his turn, and the second their hands touch, his system triggers a notification. Just like that, the hidden skill transfer completes successfully in the middle of a casual handshake. Chen Dong walks away completely oblivious, leaving a very satisfied Yi Tian behind. Yi Tian locks eyes with his screen, ready to see what this upgrade can actually do. The system asks if he wants to fuse the mid-tier cultivation talent into his own body. He hesitates for a second, wondering if a sudden fusion might have some bad side effects. But he ultimately decides he doesn't care and hits the fuse button anyway. That was a mistake. The moment it starts, a sharp pain hits his chest and makes him scream. He drops straight to the floor, completely caught off guard by how agonizing the process is. His bones are practically cracking, as his entire physical talent gets forcefully rewritten from scratch. He ends up crawling into a dark cave, just to catch his breath and recover in peace. When he checks his stats again, his status officially updates to mid-tier cultivation talent. Then he notices a new restriction. His copying skill has a strict 30-day cooldown timer. Even with the wait, he knows this power is completely broken since he can just keep stacking talents. He immediately sits down to try the body training technique again, and a massive air vortex forms instantly. With this kind of progress, he realizes he can shoot past a normal warrior and aim for elite status. He leaves the cave with a confident smile, ready to conquer this new world. Later that evening, the city seems totally quiet under a bright full moon. But high above the buildings, a massive blue wolf monster is lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Yi Tian is just walking home through the streets acting like a normal protective dad. His daughter asks what they are having for dinner, so he promises to cook up some sauerkraut fish. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow crashes down right near the department store behind them. The giant wolf monster stalks forward, completely trapping a family right in the middle of the street. The beast lunges forward with a loud roar, ready to tear everything apart. But Yi Tian turns around with glowing pink eyes, ready to test his new powers on a real target. Back in the city streets, things go bad instantly as a monster breaks the peace. Before the target can react, a massive shadow comes crashing down from above. It is a dangerous silver moon wolf, and it is ready to tear everything apart. But Captain Galewolf drops into the street, apologizing for showing up a bit late. He moves to protect the civilians, telling them to shield their eyes from the fight. The captain clashes directly with the beast, testing its raw power midair. The wolf is strong, but Galewolf is already setting up his next tactic. He smirks and reminds the beast that he did not come alone today. The silver moon wolf snarls, realizing it is surrounded by a whole squad. It lunges forward in a panic, trying to force its way out. The captain strikes back immediately, timing his defense to trap the monster. They trade blows in the dark, but the wolf is getting desperate. Suddenly, the beast roars as its body turns red, activating its blood burst mode. The team warns everyone to stay back before the monster tries to run. Galewolf focuses entirely on holding the line, keeping the wolf pinned. That is when Team Archer takes her stance, having waited for this exact opening. She releases a heavy arrow, sending it flying straight toward the target. The projectile lands perfectly, piercing right through the wolf's defenses. The beast crashes down, completely wounded and bleeding out on the pavement. Galewolf praises his sniper's top-notch skills for finishing the job so cleanly. Suddenly, a system status window pops up, revealing the monster's hidden talents. Captain Galewolf and his squad think they finally finished off the fast speed-type monster. But the beast is incredibly tenacious, forcing the squad to back off immediately. Yi Tian spots the opening, realizing this is his absolute perfect opportunity. He lunges forward as the wounded wolf makes one final, desperate strike. With perfect timing, his talent copying ability successfully triggers on the creature. He unleashes a swift, decisive finishing blow right through the monster's defenses. A system confirmation pops up, letting him know the extraction worked cleanly. Galewolf checks on him, completely shocked to find the threat is already dead. Yi Tian just smirks, fully aware of the massive prize he just stole. He looks down at his hands, watching the monster's energy actively collect. Galewolf bids him farewell, hoping to see him join the squad later. With the area clear, Yi Tian slips away to process what just happened. He decides to wash the blood off his face first to avoid suspicion. He knows his little sister, Yu, would get worried seeing him like this. He quietly returns home, stepping back into their peaceful, ordinary apartment kitchen. The house is dead silent as he checks the rooms. He finds Yu fast asleep, completely safe from the chaos outside. Seeing her reminds him of the brutal reality of this world. Today was the first time he faced a real monster firsthand. It was 100 times more terrifying than any academy story. If he wants to protect his sister, he must become a warrior fast. He wonders if fusing a monster's talent into a human body is possible. The system pulls up the status window for the stolen Silvermoon Wolf talent. It warns him that monster fusion is life-threatening and intensely painful. But he doesn't care about the risk if it means getting stronger. With absolute resolve, Yi Tian initiates the dangerous process no matter what. Fusing a monster talent isn't a walk in the park, and the backlash hits Yi Tian immediately. He ends up collapsing on a secluded roof, completely isolated as the process begins. It literally feels like his bones are breaking apart one by one. He starts questioning if the copy failed, barely holding onto consciousness through the pain. After knocking out cold in his room, he finally wakes up the next morning. But the second his feet hit the floor, his entire body feels impossibly light. He tests a high kick, and the status window confirms the copy was a success. To really push his limits, he heads out to the forest to test his new sprint. He clears massive gaps instantly, moving faster than he ever thought possible. His agility is on another level now, easily matching a full martial warrior. Stealing the Silvermoon Wolf's swiftness gave him exactly what he needed. While he's catching his breath, his classmate Zhang Bao spots him from a distance. Zhang Bao runs over, assuming Yi Tian must have broken through to the apprentice stage. He then leans in close and asks if Yi Tian wants to get stronger even faster. He drops a wild secret, claiming his own fast progress is from drinking monster blood. He explains the Academy's new exam zone has a massive supply of monster blood as the prize. The area is cleared of major threats, making it the perfect chance to farm resources. Zhang Bao wants to squad up, but Yi Tian turns him down to keep his system hidden. Teaming up is too risky, so Yi Tian decides to take the monster blood alone. An instructor questions a student who showed up to sign up without an official exam invitation. He slaps down a deadly agreement, telling them they must be completely eager to die. If they want to take this exam, they have to sign a life responsibility waiver. He tells anyone afraid of dying to just get out and stop wasting his time. Without hesitation, Yi Tian signs his name on the dotted line. The instructor mocks them, asking if they think this test was made for poor brats. He gives a sinister smile, warning them that they will deeply regret this decision. Back home, Yu wakes up alone in her room the next morning. She rubs her eyes, noticing that her brother is already gone. She walks out to find a table full of food he cooked for her. Beside the breakfast is a note saying he will be back in 3 days. She holds the note, quietly worrying if he is putting himself in serious danger. Meanwhile, the exam location turns out to be a massive, ruined post-apocalyptic city. Students from all 5 major academies have gathered at the designated camp. An elite student mocks the 5th academy, calling them absolute garbage. His bodyguard notes that hunting other humans is fully allowed during this test. The arrogant young genius is identified as Mo Sheabe from the prestigious 1st Academy. Suddenly, a challenger storms into the camp with his sword completely unsheathed. Yi Tian stands ready with his blade, calling out Mo Sheabe directly. Mo Sheabe just smirks, asking if he wants to lose to him again. But Yi Tian responds with a fierce, deadly glare of absolute confidence. Yi Tian notices a genius swordsman from the 2nd Academy named Li Yunxing, who previously lost to Mo Sheabe. Mosheabe spots them talking and immediately starts trash-talking, calling everyone an ignorant peasant. Lee Youngsing stands his ground, but he gets completely thrown off when a random kid starts cheering him on. The insult doesn't sit well with the crowd, and a massive argument breaks out between the rival schools. Mosheabe turns his attention to the loud kid, asking for his name since he has so much guts. Yi Tian confidently steps up and introduces himself as a student from the underdog 5th Academy. He secretly activates his system window to scan Lee Youngsing's hidden stats and abilities. Seeing that Lee Youngsing has a decent mid-tier sword talent, Yi Tian flashes a confident smirk. He wishes Lee Youngsing luck and offers a friendly handshake before they enter the exam area. The moment their hands meet, the system triggers and successfully copies the mid-tier sword talent. Right after, the official announcement sounds, and the elite First Academy groups rush through the main gates. Lee Youngsing heads off to find his team, complaining about how unfair the gate order is. With the talent secured in his inventory, Yi Tian has everything he needs to make his move. He slides away into the dense woods to find a quiet place to activate the system fusion. Once he finds a hidden spot among the trees, he unloads his gear and prepares for the upgrade. The system asks if he wants to fuse the sword talent, and he immediately selects yes. The severe body reconstruction pain hits instantly, but he's already gone through this twice before. He grits his teeth and pushes through the strain because he knows he has to become stronger. As the fusion completes, he leaps forward to test his newly enhanced physical capabilities. With one swift strike, a massive tree splits in half, confirming his status window just got a major buff. Now his cultivation, speed, and sword talents are all boosted and ready for real combat. The loudspeakers broadcast that the first 4 academies have officially deployed into the dangerous zone. Finally, it's time for the 5th Academy to step up, and Yi Tian marches in with his group. Deep in the testing zone, the ruins are completely silent, but that won't last long. Right on cue, a giant green serpent beast lunges out to ambush Yi Tian. But Yi Tian is way too fast, dropping the creature in a split second. He grabs his prize, bagging another point, and realizing these starting monsters are total lightweights. According to the rules, he needs a massive kill count to snatch that top spot. Meanwhile, another student nearby hears something terrifying and instantly panics. It turns out to be Zhang Bao, who is running for his absolute life. Just as a beast closes in, a perfectly aimed arrow cuts through the air. Zhang Bao stops dead in his tracks, completely stunned by the sudden rescue. Yi Tian casually smirks and asks if he can just take all the points. Zhang Bao recognizes him, but screams at him to run from the fanged wolves. Instead of backing down, Yi Tian unleashes a surge of brilliant power. His eyes lock onto the pack with total, lethal focus. With one clean swing, he completely shreds through the entire wolf pack. Zhang Bao stands there totally frozen, unable to process what he just saw. He can only stare in disbelief at how insanely powerful Yi Tian actually is. After taking down the wolf, Yi Tian immediately goes for the loot. He grabs a monster fang, and the other student happily lets him keep it. The guy is completely traumatized and just wants to quit the dangerous exam entirely. But before leaving, he warns Yi Tian about a massive threat ahead. Apparently, a terrifying pseudo-beast is roaming around the wild zone. Rumor says students from the First Academy are currently hunting a giant snake. When Yi Tian hears it's worth 500 points, he instantly locks in. 500 points means guaranteed first place, so he bursts into action. With total focus, he speeds toward the southeast to steal the kill. He moves like lightning, tearing through the ruined city streets. He arrives at the coordination point and notices First Academy uniforms everywhere. A massive explosion rocks the area as the battle heats up. Yi Tian takes a vantage point to scout out the battlefield chaos. There it is, the legendary 10-meter pseudo-beast fighting the elite squad. The squad leader screams at his team to advance and finish it. Mosheabe charges forward, completely convinced the points belong to him. The monster roars in exhaustion, creating the perfect window for a sneak attack. Yi Tian leaps right into the action, ready to handle the remaining threats solo. He targets a massive horned beast, dropping down from above with his blade drawn. With a confident smirk, Yi Tian swings his sword down to deliver a decisive strike. He lands a direct hit on the creature, confidently declaring that he got them. The monster reels from the impact, but it immediately retaliates and sends him flying. Rival student Moshe watches from the smoke, thinking the 500 points are his. But the massive beast triggers an explosion of purple energy and refuses to go down. Yi Tian watches from a distance, realizing he arrived too late as the monster flees. He charges across the ruined city blocks to stay hot on its trail. Meanwhile, Moshe celebrates early, completely convinced he secured first place in the exam. A massive purple aura erupts in the distance, cutting his victory speech short. Rival students suddenly realize this isn't a fake beast, it's a real monster. They quickly realize a real monster is worth a whopping 1,000 exam points. Yi Tian spots the massive score potential and knows he can't let anyone steal this. He drops into a low stance and prepares his speed talent for maximum power. His eyes glow red with intense focus as he unlocks his hidden strength. He unleashes his full aura, blasting forward like a streak of lightning. The surge of speed creates a massive shockwave that tears through the ruined street. He sticks a perfect landing, leaving the elite academy squads far behind him. Yi Tian investigates the ground and tracks the glowing purple trail left behind. He recognizes the viper mucus and zeroes in on where the target is hiding. With a sharp grin, he knows those 1,000 points are officially his for the taking. Yi Tian follows the foul stench, knowing the target is close. He spots the glowing eyes of his prey hiding in the dark. High above, a mysterious liquid drips slowly from the ceiling. Suddenly, the monster lunges forward with its jaws wide open. Yi Tian immediately grips his sword handle, ready for a fight. He leaps into action, aiming straight for the beast's head. But this creature isn't going down without a vicious fight. The monster moves incredibly fast, catching him off guard. It retaliates with an aggressive strike, tearing through the air. Yi Tian uses his lightning speed to narrowly dodge the swipe. The beast roars in frustration as its attack completely misses. Landing firmly on the ground, he prepares his lethal move. He tightens his grip on the blade, focusing his energy. With a sudden burst of speed, he clashes with the creature again. He drives his sword deep into the monster's core. With a final shout, he unleashes his full power to finish it. He takes a breath, glad he caught it while it was weak. Then he notices the strange liquid dripping onto the floor. Realizing it must be rare, he pulls out an empty bottle. He catches the glowing drops, deciding to inspect it later. Looking down at the carcass, he realizes there is more loot here. He quickly harvests the eyeballs and valuable heart blood as proof. With his pack full, it is time to move out. He secures the rare treasure with a satisfied smirk. He leaves the useless remains behind in the dust. He slips away just as voices echo down the corridor. Moments later, Mosheabe's group arrives only to find a hollow carcass. Mosheabe completely loses his mind when he sees the empty eyes. Furious that his 1,000-point prize was stolen, he vows absolute revenge. Mosheabe is hunting for the thief who stole his points, but Yi Tian is already long gone. A massive lightning bolt strikes, lighting up the sky while Yi Tian retreats to a safe spot. Yi Tian breaks away into the shadows, planning to lay low for the rest of the exam. He knows turning in his monster loot in 3 days will expose his massive score anyway. He finds a covert spot to focus completely on cultivating his strength. To speed things up, he decides to drink the monster's blood directly from the vial. It tastes absolutely disgusting, but he reminds himself it is all to protect his sister. The energy surges through him instantly as his cultivation begins to shift. Meanwhile, back at the academy, his sister wonders if her brother is doing all right. The swirling green aura channels directly through his hands during the training. His eyes glow bright red as the massive surge of power locks in. His cultivation speed multiplies by 4 times, so he prepares to use every minute left. 3 days later, the exam ends and students gather to calculate their points. Lee Youngsing steps up first and scores an impressive 195 points. The crowd goes wild, but a familiar smug voice quickly cuts through the cheers. Mo Sheabe laughs in disbelief, mocking anyone who thinks that score is enough to challenge him. He dumps his bag of harvested beast materials right onto the counter. The assessor stares in absolute shock at the massive pile of loot. Mo Sheabe officially clocks in at a dominant 427 points. A rival student confronts him for stealing points from others, but Mo Sheabe doesn't care. His lackeys immediately congratulate him, claiming first place is already his for sure. The teachers watch from the desk, confident that everyone left inside is probably dead. But just as they prepare to close the gates, a sudden movement catches their eye. A lone silhouette walks through the rubble at the very last possible second. Yi Tian smirks from the shadows, ready to flip the entire ranking upside down. Yi Tian stands calm as the exam results finally go live on the big screen. He secures first place with an absolute blowout score of 1,163 points. The rewards are massive, including a stack of cash and 3 bottles of monster blood. The crowd can't believe a total underdog just completely humiliated the elite schools. The top academy students are absolutely furious that a 5th academy kid stole their glory. Rival factions immediately order a full background check to find out who this kid is. Even the local teachers worry he just painted a massive target on his back. With the ceremony officially over, the top 3 participants stand on the podium. Mo Sheabe approaches him, completely unhinged and accusing him of stealing his points. Yi Tian just smirks right back, totally unfazed by the threat. Mo Sheabe glares at him, his ego completely bruised by the disrespect. The tension spikes as a bystander reminds Mo Sheabe that point stealing is legal. Mo Sheabe laughs it off, claiming skill is the only metric that matters here. He challenges Yi Tian directly, daring him to prove who is actually stronger. Mo Sheabe lets his dark energy flare up, trying to intimidate the newcomer. Yi Tian just unleashes his own aura, matching him beat for beat without flinching. Instead of fighting right there, Yi Tian heads straight home to see his family. The moment he walks through the door, his little sister Yi Yu tackles him. She demands to know where he went and why he took so long. He drops a massive bag of prize money right in front of her. Yi Yu screams in shock, joking that he finally has enough to get married. He cracks up and tells her the money is actually for her tuition. Then he pulls out a mysterious book of treasures he picked up earlier. He flips through the pages to identify the strange potion he found. The text reveals it is a rare item called the Terracore Elixir. He realizes the giant viper he fought became a monster by using this stuff. Since it can permanently upgrade cultivation talents, he immediately hands it to his sister. He smiles confidently, telling her he doesn't need it because he has other plans. Yi Yu stares at the glowing bottle, completely stunned by her brother's crazy gift. Yi Tian hands over a glowing potion, but Yi Yu is completely skeptical about drinking it. She suggests selling it instead, but Yi Tian explains the dangerous attention it would bring. He gives her a mischievous smirk, planning to force her to drink it anyway. Without wasting any more time, he grabs the flask tightly by the neck. He holds her down, determined to make sure she gets every single drop. He commands her to open up as he tilts the rare liquid into her mouth. Yi Yu screams for help, jokingly complaining that her own brother is trying to kill her. Instead of choking, she stops struggling and notes it feels warm and surprisingly comfortable. Yi Tian checks her stats, but her cultivation tier hasn't shifted yet. Feeling exhausted from the potion's intake, she tells him she needs a quick nap. As the hours tick by, Yi sits patiently and watches over her. Suddenly, a bright wave of green spiritual energy begins swirling around the sleeping girl. Yi watches in absolute astonishment as her system panel flashes with new text. Her status window updates instantly, signaling that her inner power has finally awakened. Seeing her cultivation talent jump by 2 whole tiers leaves him incredibly proud. He confidently declares that his sister is bound to become a top-ranking martial warrior. Now he switches focus to his own preparation, pulling out a chalice of beast blood. He stares down at the fluid, ready to face whatever threat Mosheabe brings next. He quickly downs the dark red fluid, bracing himself for the terrible taste. He gags immediately, coughing up a bit of blood from the harsh liquid. He quickly grabs a handful of peanuts from a plate to mask the bitterness. He shoves them into his mouth, determined to power through the training sequence. Sitting cross-legged, he activates his body-refining technique to absorb the monster core's energy. Purple lightning aura bursts forth as his cultivation speed accelerates by 8-fold. He channels the violent power, feeling his physical boundaries stretch and grow. Looking at his empty vessels, he sighs knowing he only has a few drops left. 10 days later, Yi moves his training out to the academy woods. His heavy-set companion comes running through the trees, screaming frantically for him. Yi stands up calmly, asking what could possibly be causing such a panic. The friend yells that Mosheabe has entered seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. Yi simply sits back down, entirely unbothered by the sudden update. He confidently tells his friend to let the rival try whatever he wants. His companion despairs on the ground, lamenting that they are completely doomed. Yi checks his internal state, knowing he is still slightly short of the next realm. He closes his eyes, focusing entirely on refining the remaining essence. Even without a breakthrough, he knows his unique speed talents can bridge the gap. Meanwhile, the scene shifts across town to the sprawling, heavily guarded Mo estate. Deep within the mansion, a massive, reinforced steel vault door stands locked. Suddenly, deep fractures tear across the metal as immense physical pressure builds from within. The heavy barrier completely shatters outward, exploding into a cloud of smoke and debris. The waiting guards shield their faces, coughing through the rising dust storm. Mosheabe emerges from the wreckage, surrounded by a terrifying aura of crimson energy. Meanwhile, back at the massive Mo estate, things are getting pretty tense. Mosheabe finally returns from his long training, looking completely different. The Mo family head walks out to greet him, fully expecting good news. He looks incredibly proud of his son's sudden growth. He gives Mosheabe a solid pat on the shoulder, congratulating his success. Mosheabe promises he will never bring any dishonor to their name. His father smiles, telling him the grand ancestor has a reward waiting. Mosheabe drops to his knees, thanking him for the support. The father heads off to check on the massive celebration feast. As soon as his father leaves, Mosheabe's expression turns completely dark. He demands to know if his target has been dealt with yet. His subordinate smirks, saying the kid is just a hobo with zero backing. Hearing that, Mosheabe doesn't hesitate and immediately calls for his head. The lackey panics, warning that killing someone inside the base causes major trouble. But Mosheabe just glares, planning to use an untraceable shadow assassin. He shatters his glass, explaining how elites keep power by crushing poor prodigies. The lackey sweats, finally realizing the Academy's true dark purpose. Mosheabe smiles, declaring that the strong always prey on the weak. Cut to the woods, where an assassin is already moving through the trees. He drops down like lightning, leaving heavy destruction in his wake. Meanwhile, Lee Kun is just walking alone, completely unaware. He stops for a second, noticing that it looks about to rain. He decides to head home as the downpour begins. Suddenly, a strange feeling makes him look up toward the sky. he senses something dangerous hiding right above him. Suddenly, a glowing status window pops up, revealing a hidden attacker. A massive dark strike tears straight through the rainy air. The shadow assassin lunges forward, aiming directly for his throat. Lee Kun barely leaps back in time, dodging the lethal blade. The killer lands smoothly, coldly announcing he is here to take his life. An assassin suddenly jumps out of the rain, demanding to know who Yi Tian is. He doesn't waste any time and declares he's here to take his life right now. Yi Tian keeps his cool, wondering why Mo Sheabe would resort to a cheap undercover ambush like this. The assassin lunges forward again, with a glowing green blade cutting through the storm. But then he vanishes completely, making Yi Tian realize this guy has a rare invisibility talent. A green aura bursts through the air as the killer strikes blindly from the shadows. They trade lightning-fast blows in the middle of the dark, rainy alleyway. The assassin panics, shocked that a mere martial apprentice can actually keep up with his speed. He flashes a twisted smile, thinking his shadow talent still gives him the ultimate advantage. An explosion rings out, but the killer uses his trick to turn invisible yet again. Yi Tian locks his eyes onto the empty space, relying on his pure tracking instincts. He calls the trick completely useless and unleashes a perfect counterstrike. The heavy blow connects instantly, leaving the assassin bloodied and screaming in pain. The killer crashes hard onto the concrete, unable to believe someone saw right through him. Clutching his neck, he shivers in the rain as his defeat becomes absolute. Yi Tian walks up slowly and turns the tables, demanding to know who sent him. He stares down with a terrifyingly calm expression that says he isn't playing around. The desperate assassin reaches for his dropped blade, trying to muster one final act of defiance. He barks out a final threat, swearing he'll only talk when Yi Tian is dead. Yi Tian's eyes glow a sharp crimson color, signaling the end of the line for him. He executes his own shadow blade technique, splitting the rainy sky wide open. The motion creates a huge vacuum of energy that completely overwhelms the target. The decisive strike lands perfectly, shutting down any remaining hope for the cloaked killer. Completely broken and coughing up blood, the assassin finally gives up and admits he was bested. With his final breath, he confesses that Mo Sheabe was indeed the mastermind behind the hit. The alley goes dead quiet as the killer collapses limply onto the wet pavement. Yi Tian stands tall over the body, his sword still dripping from the intense duel. He doesn't look bothered by the name, already planning his next move against the Mo family. Instead of leaving, he kneels down to harvest the ultimate reward from his fallen opponent. A strange green energy surges into his palm as he initiates his special extraction power. A green system window confirms the process is done, and the shadow talent is officially copied. Yi Tian stands up, feeling the brand new stealth energy flowing smoothly through his veins. The heavy rain continues to pour down, washing away the evidence of the brutal ambush. His status window updates instantly, showing he now permanently possesses a novice-tier shadow talent. With Mo Sheabe's assassin taken care of, Yi Tian smirks, knowing he just got a free upgrade. After a brutal high-speed exchange, the shadow assassin lies completely defeated in the mud. Standing over the body in the heavy pouring rain, Yi Tian decides to take everything. He looks down, cold and unbothered, refusing to let the world push him around. He kneels down to claim the spoils from the fallen hitman. With the threat taken care of, he finally walks away like a proper warrior. The scene cuts away as the storm keeps washing over the city streets. Back at his apartment building, the rain shows absolutely no signs of stopping. Yi Tian washes off the grime of the battle under a hot shower. After a quick cleanup, he feels refreshed and ready to inspect his loot. He sits down comfortably on his couch to check out the haul. Laid out on the coffee table is everything the assassin owned. The twin daggers are pristine primordial weapons, unscathed despite the intense combat. He counts through a small fortune of gold and silver cards. He happily packs away the 3.5 million bounty. Among the items, he discovers a bronze-rank blade skill manual called Shadow Blade. This technique will let him unleash the true potential of his blade talent. He intends to learn the skill and test it out immediately. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him right out of nowhere. If Mosheabe targeted him, his sister Yiyu might be next. Panic sets in as he desperately hopes she stays safe. He bursts out of his home and sprints toward her middle school. He arrives at the school gates, breathing heavily in the rain. He scans the crowd of students leaving the main gates. He rationalizes that even villains shouldn't casually target normal schools. But he knows Mosheabe rarely plays by any honorable rules. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly behind him from the sidewalk. He turns around instantly, tense and ready for another ambush. A cheerful girl runs up waving her hand through the downpour. Yi Tian blinks in shock as his sister appears completely fine. He demands to know why she stayed out so incredibly late. Yiyu explains she was simply on classroom cleaning duty today. She wonders why her brother ran out barefoot without an umbrella. She opens her umbrella over him, completely oblivious to the danger. Meanwhile, an expensive black sedan idles nearby across the street. Inside, an elegant figure watches with absolute rage that Yi Tian is alive. After that terrifying scare in the rain, Yi Tian walks his sister home under her umbrella while sharing some popsicles. They walk back past the local aquarium shops, the city completely drenched from the heavy downpour. Yi Tian smiles on the outside, but his internal alarm bells are screaming. They get inside, and Yiyu immediately offers to cook her signature boiled meat slices for dinner. But out on the street, that mysterious black car is still watching their apartment building intently. Yi Tian senses the danger, instantly recognizing that they are still being followed. The next morning, the teacher calls on students to solve questions on the board. Yiyu stands up to answer, completely focused on her regular school routine. Meanwhile, the sky stays heavily overcast across the city skyline. Yi Tian is keeping watch from the school roof, keeping his guard up. Suddenly, he spots a suspicious black car idling down below and takes off after it. The luxury sedan pulls away from the school parking lot, totally oblivious to the shadow tailing them. Yi Tian watches them drive off, furious that these people are targeting his sister. He leaps across the roofs, determined to track this vehicle to its final destination. The car speeds through the city streets, heading toward a secluded industrial zone. Yi Tian tracks them all the way to an active, muddy construction site. The vehicle parks right inside the half-finished concrete structure. Yi Tian sneaks inside, scouting out the perimeter to see who is calling the shots. Inside, a massive bodyguard brutally attacks a poor guy who owes their boss money. The poor debtor begs for mercy, crying that he genuinely has zero cash to give them right now. He promises on his life he will pay them back the very second he gets any funds. But the loan sharks don't care about excuses, and the beatdown continues in the shadows. Sitting coolly on some steel bars is none other than Mosheabe, enjoying the show. The man begs Mosheabe directly, weeping about having elderly parents and young kids to feed. Just then, another lackey runs into the building to deliver an urgent update. Mosheabe cuts him off to demand an immediate status report on his elite assassin. Up on the steel beams, Yi Tian listens in, realizing his suspicions were completely right. This confirms everything. Mosheabe was absolutely the one who ordered the hit on him. The lackey nervously admits that the shadow assassin has gone completely radio silent. Mosheabe's face darkens, assuming the assassin scammed him and ran off with the cash. To make matters worse, a guard checks the beaten debtor and realizes they accidentally killed him. Mosheabe doesn't care about a corpse and shifts focus to kidnapping Yi Tian's sister instead. The scarred lackey says he was planning to outsource the sister's kidnapping to a thug friend. He tells his young master not to worry, promising he will personally handle the job now. The concrete room falls silent for a brief, Incredibly tense moment. Out of nowhere, Mosheabe snaps, drawing his weapon and slashing his own loyal subordinate. He coldly tells his bleeding lackey that this is the price for sheer incompetence. But before Mosheabe can finish him, Yi Tian decides he has heard enough. Yi Tian dives straight down from the rafters with a glowing, green aura of pure rage. He unleashes a massive energy strike, catching the arrogant young master completely off guard. We start off exactly where we left off, right at the grim murder scene. The guards find Mosheabe's body, completely terrified that the young master is dead. They quickly recognize the attacker used the legendary shadow talent, and they suspect Li Kun. But Yi Tian is the one standing there, completely cornering his target. The guard runs away in absolute terror as the fight wraps up. The cornered target screams that he can't be killed, trying to bluff his way out. Yi Tian doesn't care about the yelling and strikes down his opponent instantly. The man drops dead on the spot as Yi Tian secures a total victory. He calmly wipes the blood off his blade, acting completely unbothered. Before leaving, he pulls out a token from the body to make a statement. He drops the emblem on the floor, framing a completely different group. Yi Tian warns that he is no helpless lamb before walking away into the night. An hour later, an entire fleet of luxury cars pulls up to the site. Mosheabe's father arrives and demands to know exactly who killed his son. The subordinates carefully present the planted evidence found right next to the corpse. The father fumes, completely convinced a rival group hired a professional assassin. Everyone is panicking because Mosheabe was a massive prodigy in the martial ranks. Suddenly, the highly respected Grand Elder Mo arrives at the scene. The grieving father falls to his knees, begging the elder for absolute vengeance. Grand Elder Mo tells him to stand up and explain the whole situation. The father explains that his son had just achieved the incredible martial warrior realm. Losing him completely destroys the family's immediate plan to dominate the entire region. He hands over the planted evidence, hoping the elder can identify the culprit. The Grand Elder looks closely at the bloody piece of cloth. He holds it up against the moonlight to reveal the hidden mark clearly. The bloodstains perfectly highlight a very specific guild logo. He reads the mark aloud, fully believing the Iron Fang Guild is responsible. Rumors are spreading that the rival Iron Fang base completely outclasses the Linhai base. Hearing this, Yi Tian secretly celebrates that his handiwork hasn't pointed back to him. Everyone thinks he just got incredibly lucky, that his main enemy was suddenly eliminated. But his attempt to frame a rogue assassin accidentally threw the blame onto an entire rival faction. The next morning, Yi Tian wakes up early with a clear goal in mind. He gets dressed, knowing he needs to grow stronger before this base war erupts. As he tries to slip out quietly, someone catches him in the hallway. His sister Yi Yu is already awake and notices him sneaking out. He tells her he is heading straight to the dangerous wild zone to train. She is instantly worried because he always goes out to risk his life alone. Yi Tian just smiles and tells her to stay safe at home. The house feels quiet, but the pressure to protect his family is pushing him forward. Yi Yu can only watch, hoping her brother makes it back in one piece. After a quick reassuring hug, he officially hits the road. Soon, Yi Tian arrives at the desolate, monster-infested outer edges of the wasteland. He cracks his knuckles, determined to finally break through to the martial warrior realm. Right on cue, a massive creature spots him from across the desert sands. The beast charges, ready to trample the human intruder. Yi Tian checks his system window, analyzing the monster's rare defensive abilities. The beast stands its ground, completely unfazed by a lone human. Without hesitating, Yi Tian leaps into the air to initiate the fight. He brings his sword down with a lightning-infused strike. But a glowing shield pops up, completely absorbing his high-speed attack. The armored ox roars in fury, letting loose a powerful shockwave. Instead of panicking, Yi Tian smirks because that defense talent is exactly what he wants. The monster flares up its energy, realizing this human is actually dangerous. Yi Tian draws his twin blades, ready to take that talent by force. Yi Tian faces down an armored ox, a monster sporting a low-tier defense talent. Instead of backing away, he decides that useful shield skill is going to be his. He charges across the desert wasteland at high speed to kick off the fight. Lightning energy ripples around him as he builds up momentum for his first strike. The massive beast looms ahead, perfectly ready to take his incoming assault head-on. Leaping high into the air, Yi Tian aims straight for the creature's glowing red eyes. He slashes hard, but a sturdy golden hexagonal barrier pops up to block him. The defense shield completely absorbs the high-speed impact without showing a single crack. Yi Tian sticks a rough landing, instantly feeling the pressure of how tough this defense is. He grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing he can't easily break through using raw power. The armored ox swings back with a heavy claw, retaliating with incredible force. A massive collision shakes the desert floor as the beast retaliates. Yi Tian holds his ground, putting everything he has into resisting the counterattack. The shockwave forces him back, sending him flying across the sand. A massive burst of energy erupts right where the clash took place. He crashes hard into some nearby rocks, catching his breath amid the swirling dust. To make matters worse, his system shows his talent copying skill has a 16-day cooldown. That means he has to kill the monster the old-fashioned way to claim his prize. He prepares his next move, knowing a direct frontal assault is completely useless. Relying on strategy over muscle, he decides it is time to switch tactics. He activates his shadow talent, safely blending into the background to hide his presence. The beast looks around confused, unable to detect where the attacks are coming from. While scouting from the shadows, Yi Tian notices a major gap in the barrier. The shield is incredibly thin near the back, making the beast's but its Achilles heel. He springs forward, unleashing his signature shadow blade technique from behind. He chains the movement into a lethal shadow kill strike, targeting the weak zone. The twin blades hit the unshielded target with full force, piercing right through. The massive armored ox crashes heavily into the sand, completely defeated. Yi Tian flashes a confident smirk, glad his tactical gamble paid off perfectly. Yi Tian realizes the beast's blade-piercing weakness only applies after it's dead, so he begins harvesting. He reminds himself that even the greatest talent means absolutely nothing if you end up dead. He loots the valuable ox skin, eyes, and horns, packing them away tightly. With the heavy materials secure, he searches for a quiet place to start cultivating. He lays out the fresh monster blood, along with his special cultivation peanuts. He pours the monster blood to prepare for his big breakthrough attempt. He downs the resources, aiming straight for the martial warrior realm. The intense power surge hits his system immediately as the refinement begins. He exhales deeply, feeling his body successfully adapt to the sudden energy rush. A massive surge of lightning energy erupts, confirming his breakthrough. The lingering power echoes loudly through the deserted mountain canyons. Nearby observers spot the wild energy flare from a distance and point it out. They can't believe anyone would achieve a breakthrough in such a barren place. Yue Ling watches carefully, her interest piqued by the mysterious energy display. Yi Tian successfully cements his brand new status in the martial warrior realm. Since 20 days have passed, his system copy cooldown period is finally over. He reaches out toward the massive skeletal remains of the armored ox beast. He activates his system talent, attempting to copy the creature's high-tier defense. But a system error pops up, stating the target's status is incomplete. He's completely stunned to find out his system has a strict limitation like this. He sighs, wishing he hadn't chopped the beast into so many pieces earlier. Yue Ling and her assistant approach the massive carcass to investigate. She analyzes the bones, realizing the beast has been dead for a long time. Since he just broke through, she deduces he couldn't have killed it as an apprentice. Meanwhile, Yi Tian leaves his old shoes behind and heads toward the water. After spending 20 days in the wild mountains, he desperately needs a wash. The girls look over right as he strips down, leaving them totally scandalized. He dives right into the water, completely oblivious to his audience. The girls quickly turn around and leave the area to avoid further embarrassment. Later, Yi Tian arrives at the bustling marketplace inside the Linhai base. He spots a massive building sporting the official Martial Pavilion sign. He decides to head inside first to check out what they have. Right at the entrance, he walks straight past the two familiar girls. The assistant immediately recognizes him as the bold scavenger from the mountains. Yi Tian walks past them calmly, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Yue Ling turns around slowly, staring directly at his back with deep suspicion. Yi Tian senses her intense gaze and looks back with a sharp, guarded glare. Yi Tian walks straight into the trade hub, looking to finally cash in on his wilderness haul. But as he enters, he spots a familiar-looking girl standing nearby. He freezes, completely losing his cool because she looks exactly like his sister, Yi Yu. He stares down the mysterious girl, trying to figure out what is going on here. His system window pops open, revealing her actual name is Yue Ling, a top-tier genius. The blonde assistant notices him staring and immediately yells at him for being rude. Yue Ling quickly stops her assistant and whispers some strict orders to de-escalate things. The assistant immediately shifts gears, bowing deeply to apologize for her sudden outburst. With the tension diffused, Yue Ling turns and walks away to tend to other business. To make up for the rudeness, the assistant welcomes him and offers a special deal. She leads him inside the Martial Pavilion shop to appraise his wilderness materials. The shop is packed with high-grade weapons, armor, and rare cultivation supplies. The staff lay out the tea, treating him like an honored guest now. She pulls out his harvested beast materials to calculate their total market value. Since they promised to double the price as an apology, his 20,000 appraisal becomes 40,000. Yi Tian instantly locks in the deal, thrilled by how easy the cash came. The assistant hands over the funds, making him a very wealthy newcomer. On top of the extra cash, she offers him a massive 50% discount on everything. Yi Tian smirks, realizing this is the perfect chance to stock up on gear. He looks over the price list, targeting the most expensive manuals and elixirs. He grabs a profound training manual, monster blood, and a restorative elixir. The assistant packs all his newly purchased treasures securely into a large suitcase. He pays for the items, using the cash he took from that shadow assassin earlier. She hands him his remaining change with utmost respect. Yi Tian grabs his heavy new suitcase, ready to head out and cultivate. He leaves the shop counter, wondering why they treated a poor scavenger so well. Before he can reach the exit, the assistant calls out and stops him. She gestures toward the stairs, explaining that the pavilion manager wants a private meeting. Yi Tian agrees and lets her lead the way up. Upstairs, the elegant manager sits calmly, waiting for him with a cup of tea. The assistant escorts him into the office, closing the door behind them. Up close, Yi Tian is hit with a wave of shock all over again. The manager introduces herself as Yue Ling from the Mohai base. Yi Tian steps forward to shake her hand, extending a polite greeting as Yi Tian. The moment their hands touch, his system triggers and instantly copies her high-tier cultivation talent. With a massive talent upgrade secured, Yi Tian flashes a satisfied smirk. Yue Ling welcomes Yi Tian as a valued guest, but he doesn't buy the flattery. She pours tea calmly, explaining that his common background is exactly what makes him valuable. Her smooth demeanor keeps him completely on edge as she plays her hand. Yi Tian contrasts her calm attitude with his cheerful, energetic sister, Yi Yu. Yue Ling takes a sip of tea and decides to be entirely straightforward with him. She slides an ornate red cross token forward to present her real offer. She officially invites him to join their powerful organization, the Martial Pavilion. Her blonde assistant chimes in right on cue, urging him to agree immediately. They both stare him down, waiting to see if he will take the bait. Yi Tian breaks into a nervous sweat, finding it incredibly difficult to say no. He raises his teacup, trying to stall and mask his growing suspicion. He questions why a massive faction like the Mohai base would need a novice. He tests her, pointing out that he is still just a low-level martial warrior. Yue Ling turns back with a knowing smile, completely unfazed by his doubt. Her grand perspective catches him off guard, making her seem far older than she looks. While she calls it a great opportunity, Yi Tian fears being bound to anyone. If anyone discovers his special talent copying ability, he knows he will end up dead. So he decides it is much safer to remain completely independent for now. Yue Ling leans in close, genuinely curious about why he is hesitating so much. Up close, her intense gaze makes it even harder to decline her invitation. She pleads with him to tell her what is holding him back. Yi Tian avoids a direct answer, keeping his secrets locked away safely. He remembers the peaceful days he fought for and won't throw them away. He admits he doesn't want to serve the arrogant elites of the factions. Instead of getting angry, Yue Ling smiles and offers a clever compromise. She generously tells him to just observe them first without making any promises. Later, Yi Tian walks through the massive gates of the base, deep in thought. Watching ordinary kids play, he remembers that martial warriors exist to protect people. Standing on a rainy rooftop, he concludes his current standing is not high enough. He looks out over the vast city skyline, burning with new motivation. Suddenly, his system interface flashes a prompt to fuse his newly copied talent. With complete resolve, he triggers the fusion to reach a brand new level. After spending 20 days out in the dangerous wild zone, Yi Tian finally arrives back at his apartment. He opens the door and announces his return, eager to see his little sister, Yi Yu. Yi Yu looks up from cleaning the kitchen counter, absolutely thrilled to see her brother home. She immediately drops her rag and runs over to wrap him in a massive hug. Pulling back, she notices he feels way tougher and stronger than when he left. Yi Tian casually drops the bombshell news that he is officially a certified martial warrior now. The news hits her like a truck, and her jaw drops in complete disbelief. She starts celebrating instantly, ecstatic that their family finally has a real martial warrior. Yi Tian promises he will find compatible items to help upgrade her cultivation talent too. But right now, Yi Yu is more focused on his messy hair and pulls out some scissors. She scolds him for looking like a beggar, saying a martial warrior needs to look sharp. Yi Tian smiles and sits down, trusting her to give him her usual reliable trim. As the scissors clip away, the familiar sound pushes his mind back into a painful memory. He remembers how she always cut his hair ever since their parents tragically passed away. Back then they were totally broke, terrified, and just trying to survive the cruel streets. A young Yi Yu used to cry, begging him to go to a real hospital instead. But they had no money, so he just had to endure the street beatings. He would just patch his wounds at home and keep a brave face for her. She used to wish he had the magical healing powers of the legendary immortal jellyfish. She remembered the old fairy tales. He read her about beasts that healed instantly. Young Yi Tian would laugh it off as a kid's story to make her feel better. He promised that once his own talent awakened, he would protect her from everything. Suddenly snapping back to the present, Yi Tian jumps out of his chair mid-haircut. He realizes that fairy tale might actually be real and grabs his old treasure book. He flips through the pages frantically, searching for any actual record of the creature. He finds it, confirming the immortal jellyfish is a water-type beast located at the Lake of Death. If he can track it down, his system can copy that elite healing talent permanently. Yi Yu crosses her arms, entirely skeptical about a creature from a bedtime story. Yi Tian just smirks, knowing his system makes the impossible completely real. She tells him to sit back down, but he heads to his room to practice body training instead. He reviews the steps to fortify his skin, muscles, and bones to advance further. He sits cross-legged, preparing to use his upgraded absorption rate to push his limits. To accelerate the process, he unbottles a valuable supply of mid-tier beast blood. He drinks it down, and a powerful aura of spiritual energy erupts around him. His cultivation speed triples instantly, making the expensive beast blood totally worth it. He decides to train at home until his 30-day copying cooldown ends, then head for the lake. Yi Tian heads back to the market to prepare for his next big journey. He steps into a local shop to look for a reliable map. The shop girl instantly greets him with a massive smile. But her jaw completely drops the second she recognizes his face. She realizes this stylish guy is actually the notorious junk collector. She asks if he came to find the young miss, but he declines. He keeps a total poker face while she admires his new look. She quickly recovers her composure and offers to guide him. He gets straight to business and asks for a map of the Lake of Death. She pulls out an ancient scroll from the back room. It costs 100,000, but he pays it without hesitating. She watches him leave, worried he won't survive that dangerous place. Yi Tian uses his spatial skills to teleport right to the lake. He lands smoothly on the rocky shore, surrounded by spatial energy. The entire landscape is completely barren and screaming with danger. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and the air turns heavy. He senses massive energy moving rapidly beneath the surface. A massive water vortex suddenly erupts right in front of him. He realizes powerful beasts are invading the area. He instantly activates his shadow talent to go completely invisible. He leaps up to a high cliff to observe the chaos safely. From above, he spots a full-blown battle happening down below. Two martial artists are desperately trying to escape the water hazard. He's shocked to see the manager, Yue Ling, running for her life. Her attendant tries to shield her from the incoming waves. The old man panics as their escape route gets completely blocked. A top-tier aquatic beast breaches the water right behind them. They struggle to keep their footing on the icy, turbulent shore. Even Yi Tian gets stressed seeing such a powerful predator. The old attendant stays behind to stall, getting blown away instantly. Yue Ling is left entirely on her own in the chaos. She runs across the rocky ground, tightly clutching a golden chest. Suddenly, a whole pack of monsters crawls out to surround her. Her guardian is too far away to help her now. A giant crocodile beast closes in for the kill. Yi Tian sighs, drops his stealth, and dives in with lightning speed. Yue Ling dashes forward, trying desperately to outrun the giant water beast right behind her. But the creature lunges from the waves, opening its massive fanged maw to strike. She barely stays ahead of it, clutching a golden box tightly as she runs. Seeing the danger, Elder Ben screams for her to watch out. With no choice left, Yue Ling flips back to prepare a powerful secret technique. She completely concentrates, channeling every bit of her spiritual energy for the final strike. The crocodile monster snaps its jaws, completely unbothered by her aura. Suddenly, a pink aura flares around her, pushing her power past its limits. She unleashes a massive slash that splits the monster wide open. Watching safely from a nearby cliff, Yi Tian can barely believe how strong she is. Her crazy spiritual energy cuts right through the entire battlefield. She keeps slicing down every beast that dares to approach her. Her power is comparable to a great warrior right now, completely dominating the field. The shockwaves from her explosive hidden technique tear the whole shore apart. Yi Tian admits he is way too weak to meddle in a fight like this. Meanwhile, more aquatic predators swarm out from the stormy water. Elder Ben steps in to block a fatal hit, screaming in pure agony. He urges her to run, knowing her hidden technique will not last much longer. He shouts that the box is way more important than his own life. Yue Ling bites her lip, forced to leave her loyal protector behind. Yi Tian looks down, stunned to hear 10 people already died for this treasure. Just then, her time completely runs out, and her spiritual energy fades away. Exhausted and entirely spent, Yue Ling plummets straight toward the rocky ground. The golden item box slips from her grip and tumbles away. It hits the mud with a heavy thud right next to her. Yi Tian immediately drops his stealth and moves in to investigate the treasure. Yue Ling weakly mutters for him not to touch it before losing consciousness. He ignores her mumbling, scoops her up along with the box, and retreats. As they move, her hood falls back to reveal her pale face. A massive explosion rocks the shoreline behind them as they escape. He sets her down safely inside a quiet, hidden cave nearby. Staring closely at her face, he realizes she looks exactly like his sister. He leans closer to check her features, completely caught off guard. But seeing her unique beauty mark, he confirms this woman is definitely Yue Ling. Yi Tian waits out by the shore, wondering how much longer she will be knocked out. He squats down next to her just as she begins to stir and groan. Yue Ling sits up, rubbing her eyes in confusion as she recognizes his face. She asks if he saved her, but he acts casual and says he just passed by. She thanks him for the shirt, and he just tells her she is welcome. Watching him put on his coat, she is impressed he survived the lake of death alone. She immediately decides she needs to recruit this kind of talent into the martial pavilion. To show off her power, she makes a glowing crystal appear right out of thin air. The bright light startles Yi Tian, and she laughs at how easily he got frightened. She explains it is a light stone, which basically works like a portable lamp. She lets the crystal rise above them to clear up the darkness in the cave. When he asks how she pulled it from thin air, she pulls out a healing potion. She says they can talk more after she drinks, leaving Yi Tian to his own thoughts. He suspects she has a space talent, but remembers that was not on her profile. While she meditates to heal, Yi Tian watches from a distance and waits. Once she finishes healing, she stands up and tells him to get up too. She asks if he wants to know where she is keeping all these items. She reaches out her hand, telling him to watch her next move carefully. She points out that this large bronze chest is way bigger than her little pouch. But with a quick flash of light, the entire chest gets sucked right inside it. Yi Tian acts surprised, realizing it is not a spatial talent but a space-type treasure. She promises to teach him how to use one if he joins her martial pavilion. Instead of answering, Yi Tian just yawns and says he is too tired and going to sleep. She clenches her fist in frustration, swearing she will successfully recruit him one day. She leaves while he rests, but Yi Tian is actually tracking her every move. He notes her presence disturbed the Lake of Death, meaning it won't calm down soon. Once the coast is entirely clear, he finally sits up and opens his eyes. He stretches his arms, looking around the empty cave to confirm she really left. Imported Panel 55. Scene analysis and narration are still pending. That is when he spots a red box sitting on the rocks nearby. He walks over to the red chest, wondering what she left behind for him. The container looks expensive, decorated with gold accents and a large red gem. He kneels down and pops the lid open to check out the contents inside. Inside is a training manual, 10 bottles of monster blood, and $10 million gold cards. He smiles, realizing she left all of this reward specifically as a thank you. These resources are exactly what he needs to reach the elite martial warrior realm. With these items secured, he decides it is time for a major change of plans. He pops open one of the high-tier monster blood bottles to consume it immediately. He drinks down the liquid, ready to absorb the massive surge of energy. He plans to hunt immortal jellyfishes in the lake right after his breakthrough. He sits down cross-legged as the energy begins to swirl and crackle around him. His eyes glow with sudden power as a massive aura breaks through his physical limits. A massive shockwave of smoke and dust erupts violently across the entire cave floor. Surrounded by blue lightning, he confirms he successfully stepped into the elite martial warrior realm. Yi Tian spots 11 newly made graves near the lake and guesses Yue Ling made them. He notes she is pretty kind-hearted for leaving graves for her team before departing. He remembers her team used a special umbrella to dive and wonders if it still works. To his surprise, opening the umbrella creates a perfect waterproof bubble around him. This item is perfect since it allows him to dive into the lake without any issues. He plunges right into the dark water, eager to test out his new gear. The umbrella even increases his movement speed as he descends deeper into the lake. Suddenly, something moves in the shadows, triggering his system talent detection. A status window pops up, revealing a nearby monster called a tiger claw fish. He hides in the shadows as a pair of glowing red eyes closely approaches him. A mid-tier beast swims right past his bubble, completely missing his position. That was incredibly close, but his shadow stealth kept him from being discovered. He continues descending further until he finally reaches the deepest part of the lake. He spots a strange light ahead and wonders if the immortal jellyfishes are actually here. He swims closer to investigate the glowing anomaly resting on the lake bed. He zeroes in on a target and pulls up its stats to confirm his find. The status window confirms it is an immortal jellyfish possessing a coveted apex healing talent. The creature senses him and lashes out with its massive tentacles. Yi Tian swings his lightning-infused sword and cleanly slices the monster in half. The beast lets out a painful roar as energy crackles through the water. But the jellyfish instantly pieces itself back together thanks to its ridiculous apex healing. Yi Tian extends his hand to quickly activate his talent copying ability before it recovers. A massive flash of light erupts underwater as the copying process finishes. He gasps for air inside his protective bubble as the energy surge settles down. The system confirms his success, and he officially acquires the apex tier healing talent. Suddenly, a strange crackling sound echoes from right above his head. The jellyfish's corrosive attack lands, completely tearing holes through his umbrella. With the umbrella broken, his bubble pops, and a massive swarm of jellyfishes surrounds him. Since he already got the healing talent, he decides to book it and escape the swarm. Yi Tian is still dealing with those persistent monsters under the pouring rain. He needs to clear them out fast before things get completely out of hand. Giant tentacles erupt from the water, forcing him to leap high into the air. He activates his speed and strength talents, barely escaping the monster's grasp. He safely lands inside a quiet cave, completely exhausted but finally free. A system message pops up, asking if he wants to fuse the Copycat healing talent. The fusion process is incredibly painful, but Yi Tian just grins through it. To test it, he purposefully uses fatal jellyfish venom on himself. The healing talent activates instantly, neutralizing the deadly poison. In seconds, the wound vanishes completely without leaving a single trace. He is amazed by the power, but realizes he still lacks an attack talent. With his support skills maxed out, it is time to head back home. He returns to the base, looking for an aggressive beast to copy next. He flips through a beast catalog, but most options look pretty mediocre. Meanwhile, his sister Yi Yu cuts his hair while complaining about his long absence. He spots a listing for the mighty ant, a low-tier combat beast. Its extreme physical power is exactly the kind of offensive talent he needs. He heads straight to the Martial Pavilion to find a complete ant specimen. The manager, Yue Ling, recognizes him and asks what he wants today. He asks for a mighty ant body, catching her completely off guard. Since people usually use them for health wine, she assumes he is sickly. Yi Tian can only offer a defensive smile at her awkward misunderstanding. She explains they are out of stock, but offers an alternative lead instead. A new commercial trade route is being built right through an ant nest. The Iron Fang base and Linhai base are teaming up to clear it. Yi Tian listens closely, suspecting there is a hidden agenda between the families. Yue Ling searches through her inventory to find something useful for him. She hands over a rare participation token originally meant for their young miss. The token carries the Lin family emblem, granting him access to the mission. With the authorization secured, Yi Tian prepares to venture out once more. He arrives at the bustling recruitment plaza, packed with eager martial artists. The Lin family has gathered hundreds of powerful warriors for the massive operation. Lin Mingjai takes the stage, welcoming everyone to the beast removal mission. The crowd cheers, and Yi Tian is ready to claim his next talent. The Lin family kicks off a massive recruitment campaign, admitting that clearing monsters is highly dangerous. Lin Ming addresses the crowd, explaining that collaborating with a mid-sized base will bring incredible benefits. The massive audience goes absolutely wild, chanting praises and thanking the powerful Lin family. Hidden among the massive crowd, a disguised Yi Tian spots a very familiar face on stage. He recognizes the elite warrior as Captain Galewolf, wondering if the captain still remembers him. Yi Tian smirks, keeping a low profile while the announcement continues to hype the crowd. To clear any lingering doubts about the danger, Lin Ming steps up to make a promise. He raises a fist, swearing that anything acquired during the operation belongs entirely to the hunters. He adds insane bonuses, offering millions of coins and mid-tier monster blood to everyone who signs up. The excited warriors immediately rush over to line up for the mandatory strength assessment. An aerial view shows the massive plaza where applicants must touch a special rock to test their power. The staff instructs each fighter to place a hand on the rock to check their exact realm. The assessment stone flashes brightly, revealing a random applicant as a mid-tier martial apprentice. Yi Tian waits patiently in the long line, watching the other heavy-hitting warriors go before him. He recalls Miss Yue Ling's warning that working for powerful families is nothing but trouble. He spots the ruthless Mo family head close by, reminding him to stay on his guard. If anyone discovers he is actually an elite warrior, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Since the assessment stone bases its detection entirely on outputted energy, Yi Tian forms a clever plan. When his turn finally comes, he reaches out his hand toward the massive, glowing rock. He deliberately suppresses his massive energy currents, meticulously controlling the flow of his power. Sweat beads on his forehead as he tries to aim for a late-stage martial warrior reading. His hand slaps against the cold surface, triggering a loud crackle of lightning energy. The assessment rock lights up instantly, displaying the text for a late-stage martial warrior. The nearby evaluator blinks in total disbelief, completely stunned by the unexpected result. Yi Tian secretly panics, realizing that even a fraction of his power is drawing too much attention. The elite hunters nearby look at his young face, immediately assuming he is a rare prodigy. Before anyone can crowd him, Yi Tian decides to walk directly toward Captain Galewolf's squad. Captain Galewolf turns around, squinting as he tries to recognize the mysterious hooded youth. He suddenly remembers the brave apprentice who saved a little girl from a silver moon wolf. The captain is utterly flabbergasted that the rookie managed to jump so many ranks within a single year. Playing along with his luck excuse, Yi Tian casually asks to join their team for this hunt. The captain happily accepts, thrilled to add another heavy hitter to their dangerous mission. The team archer looks back with a confident smile, glad to have the extra backup. Shortly after, the squad leaves the safety of the base and arrives at the designated ruins. The captain warns them to prioritize safety above all else, despite the map listing only weak monsters. Suddenly, a pack of massive, purple-furred wolves rushes out of the dark shadows. The squad gasps as the incredibly fast creatures rapidly close the distance. The ferocious pack completely surrounds the group right in the middle of a cracked crosswalk. Two massive wolves growl, showing off sharp fangs as the squad prepares for combat. Captain Galewolf takes the front, ordering Yi Tian to guard the back while others support. A massive broadsword slices through the air, signaling the start of the chaotic battle. Yi Tian flashes a confident smirk, drawing his sword to easily handle the incoming threat. The ferocious wolf pack completely surrounds the squad right in the middle of a cracked crosswalk. Two massive wolves growl, showing off their sharp fangs as the fight kicks off. Captain Galewolf takes the lead, yelling for Yi Tian to cover their backs. Yi Tian gives a confident smirk, completely unbothered by the incoming threat. He draws his blade instantly, ready to show them what he can do. The monster lunges forward fast, but Yi Tian is already tracking its movement. With insane speed, he leaps high into the air to dodge the strike. He positions himself perfectly above the beast, completely catching it off guard. He dives straight down like a meteor, aiming directly for the wolf's head. The monster lets out a panicked roar, but it is way too late. With one fluid motion, Yi Tian slices through the creature effortlessly. The sheer force of his impact leaves the street cracked and smoking. He lands smoothly among the bodies, casually checking his work. Captain Galewolf walks over clapping, thoroughly impressed by the kid's skill. But the captain immediately brags that he still got 3 kills to stay ahead. The team archer rolls her eyes, telling the captain to stop being so cocky. The captain instantly deflates, whining about getting embarrassed in front of the newcomer. Turning serious, they wonder why the wolves attacked out in the open instead of the valley. Yi Tian points out that this isn't wolf territory, meaning stronger beasts are nearby. The squad gets nervous, but the captain tells everyone not to panic just yet. He reminds them their team has high-level warriors, so they can handle it. He even pulls out a special family walkie-talkie to call for backup if things go sideways. Reassured, the group moves out, heading deeper into the dangerous ruins. Suddenly, Yi Tian stops the group, sensing sudden movement right above them. A massive creature leaps down from the ceiling, completely blocking their path. Yi Tian's status window blinks open, identifying the beast as a fire-breathing lizard. He instantly warns the team about its dangerous fire talent. The lizard immediately unleashes a massive torrent of flames at the group. The warriors dodge the blast, quickly shifting into their combat formations. The team tell the newcomers to stay back and leave this beast to them. The captain stands back confidently, watching his squad take charge. Yi Tian watches silently, wondering if the squad can actually handle it alone. Sure enough, the squad coordinates perfectly and takes down the massive beast safely. The vanguard laughs, giving all the credit to the archer's perfect distraction. They start bragging that these low-tier monsters are way too easy for them. They confidently declare they could easily take on a few more at once. Right on cue, another massive blast of fire erupts right in their faces. The squad gasps as more identical lizards emerge from the smoke. It turns out they just stumbled right into an entire nest of them. The radio blares with a desperate distress call, shouting that the team in Zone C is in deep trouble. They're completely surrounded on the streets, with huge red monsters closing in fast from all sides. Captain Galewolf desperately screams into the communicator, begging for backup, but nobody is answering. The radio goes completely dead, leaving the squad completely abandoned by the corrupt Lin family. Realizing help isn't coming, Captain Galewolf orders his squad to run while he holds the monsters off alone. His squad refuses to leave a brother behind, but he snaps and tells them to obey orders. The bald squad member hesitates, clearly torn between staying with his captain or saving his own skin. The tension is heavy as everyone knows staying here means certain death. Suddenly, a cowardly teammate panics, calls everyone idiots and sprints away to save himself. The squad member tells Yi Tian to take the others and run, since he's too talented to die here. Yi Tian just smirks, entirely calm despite the absolute chaos unfolding around them. Instead of turning back, Yi Tian takes a deep breath and prepares to move forward. He charges straight toward the danger, ready to unleash his true hidden power. Captain Galewolf senses a massive wave of energy and gasps, recognizing the aura of an elite martial warrior. The archer and the squad look on in complete disbelief as the newcomer's real strength explodes. Yi Tian leaps high into the air, finally letting go of his self-restraint. A massive swirling vortex of energy bursts from his body, lighting up the entire sky. His eyes glow with a fierce red light as he locks eyes with the massive target below. Hovering above the beast's giant maw, he prepares to strike with overwhelming force. He reasons that hiding his strength would be a jerk move when Captain Galewolf is sacrificing himself. To him, leaving them behind would make him no better than the people who abandoned them. There's no time to worry about the consequences or the risks of exposing his rank right now. He trusts that Captain Galewolf is a good man who won't sell out his secret. With that final thought, he focuses everything into a single decisive attack. He dives down like a shooting star, splitting the smoke with incredible momentum. Lightning crackles violently around his blade as he aims right for the center of the monster horde. He lands directly between two massive beasts, lightning pulsing off his blade as energy surges. The absolute pressure of his presence freezes the monsters in their tracks. He swings his giant sword with an explosive shout, unleashing a blinding slash. The force of the impact completely blows back the surrounding dust and rubble. The shockwave tears right through the monsters, clearing the entire street in seconds. Captain Galewolf stands frozen, completely stunned by the sheer power of the display. Meanwhile, the runner who abandoned them gets cornered by another monster and screams for help. He trips and falls flat on his back, staring up at a giant fanged maw closing in. The squad member points it out, telling the captain that the runner is about to get eaten. Captain Galewolf coldly tells them to ignore him, since that's the price for being a coward. Yi Tian calmly sheathes his massive sword, acting like cutting down high-tier monsters was nothing. He looks back at the squad and asks if they're coming along or stopping here. The choice is simple, and the heavy atmosphere lifts instantly. The team stands tall behind him, completely inspired by their powerful new vanguard. They proudly declare that the Galewolf team sticks together, no matter what happens next. Yi Tian just smiles, pleased to see he picked the right comrades to fight alongside. After patch-up, the team thanks Yi Tian for pulling them out of that mess. But Yi Tian wants to break off and head deeper into the zone alone. The captain warns him it is dangerous, but Yi Tian insists on going solo. They try to argue, but he sweeps past them without waiting. The squad realizes they will only slow him down if they follow. With his real power, he does not need any backup anyway. Yi Tian intends to find a true challenge before more trouble shows up. He walks right into monster territory to test his healing talent. The place is completely trashed and reeks of beasts. Suddenly, he catches a scent and looks up. Something massive is moving through the ruins. A giant shadow looms over the broken buildings. The ground shakes as the threat reveals itself. The King of Lizards lunges down with an explosive strike. Yi Tian barely dodges the initial impact. The concrete shatters instantly under the beast's weight. A massive claw swipes down to crush him. Yi Tian rolls clear as the debris flies everywhere. The huge red lizard rumbles, ready to torch the place. Instead of backing off, Yi Tian smirks at his new test subject. This is exactly the kind of target he wanted. The lizard blasts a massive wave of fire straight at him. Yi Tian gets blown back by the fierce heat. The blast tears through the ruined street. From far away, his team sees the massive explosion shake the sky. The fire completely consumes the combat zone. The lizard keeps pouring on the flames to finish him. Yi Tian takes the hit plainly to test his limits. His healing talent kicks in immediately, fixing the burns. He stands right back up, completely unfazed by the fire. His eyes lock onto the beast with competitive focus. He leaps into the air to launch a counterattack. Lightning crackles around his blade as he swings. The strike cuts clean through the beast's defenses. The lizard thrashes in pain from the sudden shock. The team worries since the fire has been burning for an hour. But the lizard finally collapses with a blade buried deep. Yi Tian sits on the monster's back, catching his breath. He smiles, knowing his extreme trial worked out perfectly. Yi Tian sits on the dead beast, feeling completely drained from using his healing talent. Since it's a mid-tier monster, he decides to cut it open right away. He directly drinks its blood, using the energy to quickly recover his lost stamina. Meanwhile, the constant sound of fighting nearby finally comes to a dead stop. Over in the rubble, a scarred squad member spots someone walking out of the dust. He immediately shouts to his captain that someone is actually coming out alive. It turns out to be Yi Tian, and Captain Galewolf is relieved to see him. The team archer worries because his clothes are burned, so she offers him an extra pair. The captain asks what to do with the massive pile of beast loot they found. Yi Tian says they should just take it all, since he has bigger plans anyway. Captain Galewolf is confused and asks where exactly he thinks he's going alone. Yi Tian casually tells them he's heading straight for the dangerous Mighty Ant area. The captain freezes in absolute shock, knowing how suicidal that mission sounds. He warns Yi Tian that even a great warrior can get swarmed to death there. But Yi Tian ignores the warning and arrives to find the big elite forces already gathered. He watches closely as a massive organized army stands ready in the ruins. Among the crowd, he spots the influential Mo family waiting with their troops. Right next to them, the powerful Lin family stands in strict formation. Then he notices a sharp, armored old man leading the defense perimeter. Suddenly, that sharp old man senses a presence and demands to know who is spying. The old man glares into the distance, instantly tracking Yi Tian's exact hiding spot. He orders his guards to capture the intruder immediately. Yi Tian doesn't resist, letting them grab him so he can get inside their camp. The old leader notices something shocking and realizes this kid has elite-level strength. He directly interrogates Yi Tian about why an elite warrior is lurking out here. Yi Tian fakes a polite smile and claims he just came from Linhai base to help. The old man orders the guards to release him, wanting to know his background. He asks the surrounding family heads if anyone actually knows this young genius. Both families shake their heads, completely baffled by where this hidden expert came from. Seeing a perfect chance, Lin Mingjai speaks up and claims Yi Tian is with them. The Lin family head is thrilled, thinking he just stole a top talent for free. Up on a ledge, a blonde assistant scoffs at the Lin family's bold claim. Yue Ling smiles knowingly, stating that Yi Tian can only belong to the Martial Pavilion. The squad finally approaches the barren wasteland where the target is located. A massive group of warriors moves together, completely surrounding the perimeter. The vanguard marches straight ahead, bracing themselves for whatever is waiting. Yi Tian smiles secretly, knowing his new status makes stealth impossible, but he feels ready anyway. They all halt at the edge, staring down at the jagged rocks ahead. Energy crackles instantly, as a scout confirms the tactical deployment is fully set. With every single position covered, the entire operation is officially greenlit. Naichi narrows his gaze, locking onto the bizarre dirt pillars in the distance. Right there lies the massive, multi-layered nesting grounds of the mighty ants. The central spire towers over the valley, completely quiet before the storm. Yi Tian watches silently from the ranks as the commanders signal a general retreat. The frontline troops quickly fall back, wondering what massive spell is coming next. Naichi steps up, clapping his hands together to ignite the array. A giant, glowing magic circle instantly expands across the entire sky. He channels his full authority, channeling the massive spell downward. He unleashes Flame Shower, completely engulfing the entire nesting zone in fire. Watching the sheer destruction, Yi Tian immediately decides he needs to learn that skill. Up on the ridge, Yue Ling notes how insanely expensive that single attack was. But she admits if it subdues the entire sector, it's worth it. The pillars completely shatter, raining debris all over the scorched earth. As the smoke clears, the scouts panic because there are absolutely no bodies left behind. The vanguard cautiously steps onto the smoking battlefield to investigate. Yi Tian searches the craters, annoyed that he can't copy any talents without remains. Yue Ling chuckles, realizing the old man didn't clear the nest, he just provoked it. Suddenly, a pitch-black abyss opens right beneath their feet, blinding the soldiers. Nai Chi gasps in utter disbelief as something massive stirs inside. A giant mighty ant lunges violently out of the darkness. It slashes its spiked leg, instantly sending a frontline warrior flying. The massive insect sweeps through the ranks, completely ignoring their defenses. It lets out a terrifying screech, signaling that the real battle has begun. The veteran captains freeze, completely stunned by the monster's survival. Instead of panicking, Yi Tian locks eyes with his new target and smirks. The commanders instantly snap out of it and order everyone to prepare for battle. Lin Mingjai draws his weapon, rallying the entire Linhai base vanguard to charge. The soldiers roar in unison, rushing forward into the fray. Yi Tian dashes ahead of everyone, delivering a lightning-fast strike on the creature. He takes down the first defender effortlessly and looks for the next source of power. He immediately reaches out his hand toward the freshly defeated beast's corpse. A surge of pure energy transfers directly into his palms. The system confirms he has successfully copied the high-tier strength talent. The copied power flows through his veins, upgrading his stats instantly. With his new power unlocked, Yi Tian prepares to slaughter the remaining swarm. Yi Tian copies a high-tier strength talent, but with monsters everywhere, fusing it right now is suicide. A massive creature roars in the distance, proving this zone is getting chaotic fast. He decides to get moving and find a much safer place to complete the upgrade. With lightning speed, Yi Tian charges straight into the encroaching monster swarm. He locks his gaze onto the immediate threats blocking his escape path. The ants attack, but he is already ahead of their movements. Drawing his shadow blade, he prepares to carve a way out. He slashes through the front line, cutting down any insectoid that gets too close. Suddenly, glowing red optics lock onto the battlefield from the dark shadows. A massive wave of monsters swarms the area, catching the other hunters off guard. The terrifying pressure from the new threat instantly hits the entire squad. Elder Qing realizes a high-tier monster is leading the charge, and panic sets in. The team completely loses formation as terror spreads through the ranks. They identify it as a high-tier mighty ant and scream for everyone to quickly retreat. The self-proclaimed big shots run away first, totally abandoning their own men. The remaining squad members scramble to follow orders and run for their lives. The massive insectoid horde sweeps across the wasteland, crushing everything in its path. Meanwhile, Yue Ling watches the utter cowardice of the elite families with pure disgust. Her team worries about Yi Tian, but she knows he can take care of himself. The fleeing hunters curse Elder Qing for being the fastest coward to run away. Yi Tian continues sprinting away from the main group to isolate his position. Behind him, the slower warriors are brutally picked off one by one. A massive monster maw snaps down on another terrified straggler. The creature roars in triumph as it tears through the panicked vanguard. The surrounding air grows incredibly heavy, suffocating the remaining fighters. Men fall to their knees, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming spiritual pressure. The dark mist acts as a suppressor, making escape almost impossible for regular hunters. Yi Tian grits his teeth, realizing he needs to break out of this boundary immediately. He unleashes his speed talent, darting through the hazardous energy currents. Leaping clear of the danger zone, he successfully separates himself from the team. He catches his breath, knowing he can finally complete his upgrade in total secret. Walking through the ruins, he spots a cleanly picked monster skeleton on the ground. Captain Galewolf's squad certainly did a professional job cleaning this area out earlier. As the sun sets over the ruined cityscape, the area falls completely silent. Yi Tian looks back one last time to ensure no one followed him. He sits down among the rubble and gets ready to initiate the copy process. The system prompt appears, asking if he wants to fuse the high-tier strength talent. He mentally commands the system to fuse it, and his eyes glow with raw power. A massive aura manifests around him as the new talent integrates into his body. Realizing absolute power is the only thing that matters, he casually heads for home. With his strength successfully upgraded, Yi Tian is ready for whatever comes next. Back home after a crazy battle, Yi Tian finally gets a moment to relax. His new strength talent grants a tenfold boost, making early-stage great martial warriors look easy. He takes a deep breath, completely focused on absorbing this power spike. But his sister, Yi Yu, immediately breaks the silence by yelling at him for slouching. She gets annoyed, claiming he is just pretending to be some grand master. Since he keeps ignoring her, she decides it is time for drastic measures. She storms back into the kitchen, threatening to kick his butt if he doesn't move. Moments later, she serves up a massive feast she cooked specifically to reward his hard work. Yi Tian digs in happily, promising to polish off every single plate. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door completely ruins their dinner peace. Yi Tian opens it up and finds Captain Galewolf standing outside. The captain greets him with a massive grin and a huge backpack. He invites the captain inside to see what is going on. Galewolf unzips the bag, revealing a massive pile of valuable monster cores. Yi Tian feels a bit awkward accepting so much, but the captain insists everyone gets their share. Since food is already served, Yi Tian invites him to join them for dinner. Galewolf happily takes a huge bite, thrilled to finally have a homemade meal. But the captain quickly notices the food is actually incredibly salty. Brushing off the cooking skills, Yi Tian asks how the beast culling operation went. The captain immediately drops the friendly act, confirming they took a severe hit. They lost 50 elite warriors and 3 great martial warriors before a grandmaster cleared the ants. Yi Tian wonders if saving the trade route was truly worth such a heavy price. The news leaves him deeply suspicious of the Iron Fang base's real motives. After finishing up, Galewolf heads out, promising they will see each other around. Right after, an arrogant man named Mo Yuan shows up demanding Yi Tian come with him. He claims the Mo family head expects him for dinner immediately. Yi Tian flatly refuses, which completely shocks the butler. The butler instantly snaps, telling him to know his place and obey. Mo Yuan tries to launch a sneak attack to force him to comply. But Yi Tian counters instantly, completely breaking the butler's arm with 0 effort. The butler flees, leaving Yi Tian to quietly admire his terrifying new strength. Even though he just made a major enemy, Yi Tian remains completely unfazed. We open at the massive mansion of the Mo family, where things are getting tense. Inside, the old Mo family head is looking incredibly rough after his recent battles. Suddenly, his beaten-up butler rushes into the room, crying out to his patriarch. He begs the old man for revenge, completely pathetic after getting handled by Yi Tian. The old patriarch is confused, since he only sent him to extend an invitation. The butler lies through his teeth, claiming he was perfectly polite until Yi Tian snapped. He exaggerates everything, whining about how Yi Tian violently ripped up the handwritten invite. Hearing this, Kang Sheng stands by, watching the old patriarch absolutely lose his temper. The old man yells about the disrespect, but immediately starts coughing up blood. He forces himself to calm down and tells the crying butler to get lost. Kang Sheng steps up and hands his father some heavily needed medication to stabilize him. The old patriarch drinks it down, completely frustrated by his failing health. He admits his core is permanently damaged from fighting those high-tier ant monsters. Kang Sheng tries to stay positive, but they both know the family is in deep trouble. Once the old man dies, the Mo family will have no top-tier warrior left. They suspect the rival Lin family is also moving secretly to recruit Yi Tian. So the old man decides that if they can't invite him, they'll just kidnap him. To do that, he pulls out a special glowing red bottle. This elixir completely wipes a person's free will, making them easy to control. He tosses the mind-wiping potion right over to Kang Sheng to execute the plan. Kang Sheng catches it, stunned by his father's ruthless and desperate backup strategy. The plan is to brainwash Yi Tian and claim he's just an illegitimate Mo child. The patriarch orders him to get to work immediately without wasting another second. Kang Sheng vows to take 10 great elders along to ensure they lock it down. He's completely confident that their elite force can easily subdue a simple newcomer. Later that night, several dark silhouettes fly over the city towards their target. The elite squad of black-cloaked assassins drops down from the dark sky silently. One of the killers breaks into the apartment and reports his status over the comms. The leader reminds the squad to snatch Yi Tian's little sister first as leverage. The outdoor ambush team confirms they are completely stationed and ready to strike. The lead assassin creeps through the dark living room, completely undetected. He sneaks a peek into the bedroom and spots someone sleeping under the covers. He alerts his team that the target is located and prepares to strike. He lunges forward in the shadows, expecting a totally clean and easy capture. But before he can even react, a powerful hand breaks through the darkness. The assassin gasps in terror as lightning arcs instantly lock around his throat. He's completely pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to move a muscle. Yi Tian looks down with a cold smirk, revealing he's been waiting for them. The Mo family drops a radio call trying to track down Yi Tian, completely oblivious to what's coming. Because Yi Tian is already standing right over their squad leader, completely unfazed by the ambush. He answers their comms himself, letting the main office know their guy is officially done. Before the operator can even process the drop, Yi Tian crushes the radio with total indifference. Up on the roof, the remaining Mo family assassins realize their communications just went dark. They start looking around frantically, wondering who could possibly be messing with them in this base. They try to secure the perimeter, but they're already completely outmatched and out of time. In a literal flash, Yi Tian drops another squad member before anyone can even blink. The guy doesn't even get a chance to scream before he hits the deck. That's 2 down, and the panic is officially starting to set in for the survivors. The assassins realize they are dealing with a professional shadow assassin and call to scatter. But Yi Tian activates his speed talent, turning into a blur of pure lightning across the rooftop. They can't even track his movement, as he completely controls the momentum of the fight. He slices right through their ranks, leaving absolutely zero room for a counterattack. One guy thinks he spots an opening, but it's just a trap. Yi Tian is already gone before the strike can even land. He drops down from above with his shadow blade active, completely blindsiding the group. The speed differential is just ridiculous at this point. They never stood a chance. Another frantic radio call comes in from the main office, demanding an immediate status report. Meanwhile, Yi Tian casually leaps off the building to handle the street-level targets. He sticks a perfect 3-point landing right on the asphalt below. The remaining lookouts on the street recognize him instantly and start losing their minds. They try to coordinate a final defense, but the pressure is completely overwhelming. Yi Tian ready his lightning-infused hilt to clear out the remaining opposition. An assassin tries to block him by activating a strength talent, but it's entirely useless. Yi Tian handles both of their incoming attacks simultaneously without giving an inch. He deflects their power easily and sends them flying back into the pavement. Mo En is left sitting on the ground, completely shocked that an elite warrior has this much power. Yi Tian walks up casually and asks if he's Mo Xiaobei's father. Mo En immediately drops his pride and tries to negotiate, offering cash if Yi Tian spares him. Yi Tian just looks down coldly and delivers a flat apology before wrapping things up, leaving Mo En to realize exactly how badly his family messed up right before the lights go out. Night falls over the city, and things are about to get ugly for the Mo family. Yi Tian stands over his defeated enemy, swearing he never lets revenge sit overnight. He drags the body away, furious at anyone who dared to threaten his sister. With lightning crackling around him, he makes a promise to take down the entire family. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder is getting restless waiting for his top fighters to return. Mo Kangsheng tries to reassure him, claiming nothing is impossible for their elders. Suddenly, a glowing blade shatters the peace, catching them completely off guard. The weapon lands right in front of them as lightning surges through the room. The Grand Elder jumps back, demanding to know who dares to ambush them. The energy-infused blade stands firm, sending a clear warning to everyone inside. Yi Tian casually steps up, mocking them for forgetting the guy they tried to kill. He sits on the railing with total confidence, looking down at his targets. Mo Kangsheng immediately panics, recognizing the intruder and wondering where his elders are. Yi Tian just gives a dark smirk, telling him he will meet them very soon. The Grand Elder can only watch in absolute horror as the truth hits home. Before anyone can react, a lethal strike flashes across the dark room. Mo Kangsheng takes a fatal hit, his face freezing in pure shock and pain. He collapses instantly, spitting blood as his life slips away. The Grand Elder catches his dying son, crying out in absolute despair. He looks up with pure rage, cursing the kid who ruined everything. Yi Tian just smiles, recognizing the secret art they used to escape the ants before. The old man snaps completely, screaming that he wants the kid dead. An alarm goes off through the mansion, warning that an assassin has entered. Energy waves explode outward as the old man prepares to unleash his full power. Debris flies everywhere from the massive shockwave, tearing the floor apart. Yi Tian avoids the blast easily, leaping through the flying rocks and smoke. He keeps his momentum moving forward, totally unfazed by the sudden counterattack. The furious father swears that even scattering the boy's ashes won't lessen his hatred. Dozens of armed guards rush into the hall, desperate to protect their patriarch. Yi Tian finds himself surrounded, but he thinks the Mo family is full of idiots. He mocks them for only getting alert after their family head is already dead. The old man orders his forces to kill the intruder on the spot. The guards try to overwhelm him, but Yi Tian unleashes a glowing shadow technique. He tears through their defenses effortlessly, leaving them completely powerless against his speed. The remaining guards look on, unable to understand how a kid is doing this. They realize too late that this opponent possesses the combat ability of a great warrior. Yi Tian challenges the patriarch directly, wanting to see how long his secret art lasts. The old man raises his lightning sword, calling him an arrogant brat as they clash. Watching from a safe distance, Li Kun notes the old man's impressive combat ability. But Lin Mingjai remains calm, deciding to just wait and see how it unfolds. Yi Tian leaps into the fray, completely unfazed by the old man's sudden burst of power. The old man swings a massive strike, screaming in rage as he pushes his secret art. Their weapons clash with a loud clang, but Yi Tian blocks it easily. The old man is stunned by his incredible speed, realizing his full attack was completely stopped. Gritting his teeth, the patriarch tries to maintain his aggressive edge despite the shock. He slashes again, only to realize this kid easily dodged his blade a second time. Yi Tian glides back effortlessly, keeping his distance with absolute composure. Panicking, the old man decides he needs to buy time and contact the Lin family. He forms a hand seal, desperately trying to maximize what remains of his secret art. Yi Tian just smirks, taunting him to keep going if that is all he has. In a desperate bid, the old man activates a hidden lightning device. A massive smoke bomb explodes across the battlefield, completely obscuring the area. Yi Tian coughs through the thick cloud, surprised by the cheap trick. He instantly lunges forward through the haze, realizing the old man is trying to escape. The patriarch sprints away, cursing under his breath as he hears footsteps right behind him. He looks back in pure terror, realizing Yi Tian is completely tracking him through the smoke. Yi Tian calls out mockingly, asking the old man where he thinks he is going. Realizing he cannot outrun high-tier speed talent, the patriarch panics as his secret art fades. Out of options, the old man spins around to face his relentless pursuer. Yi Tian closes the gap instantly, ready to play along with whatever comes next. The old man falls to his knees, his physical strength completely giving out. He looks up, panting heavily, as the reality of his defeat sets in. He groans in agony, coughing up blood as his body breaks down completely. Staring at the ground, he laments that this is the absolute end of the Mo family. Yi Tian raises his weapon coldly, telling him to go reunite with his kin in hell. The old man suddenly screams for mercy, begging for his life. He frantically offers to hand over the family's most valuable hidden treasure. Yi Tian pauses, finding this cliché begging scene way too familiar to be trustworthy. He scoffs and tells the old man to show him what he has. The patriarch reaches into his cloak, pretending to pull out a rare artifact. He begs Yi Tian to accept it, masking his malicious intent with a pathetic look. Suddenly, the old man flashes a sinister grin, revealing his true deceptive nature. Yi Tian's eyes widen slightly as he detects a sudden hidden movement. The old man fires a barrage of hidden daggers straight at him. Yi Tian deflects them instantly, landing gracefully as the daggers scatter. He calls the old man despicable for using such predictable, underhanded methods. The patriarch laughs hysterically, screaming that the blades carry a highly lethal poison. He confidently declares that Yi Tian is already dead by his hands. Suddenly, a green aura erupts around Yi Tian, instantly activating his high-tier healing talent. The old man gasps in pure horror, utterly broken by how many talents this kid possesses. Back at the safe house roof, Captain Galewolf is looking after Yi Yu. He complains that looking after someone else's sister feels like a full-time babysitting job. Just then, he hears footsteps approaching and calls out to see who it is. Yi Tian steps into view, finally returning from his brutal mission. Galewolf asks if he managed to finish things off with their enemies. Yi Tian calmly responds that from today onward, the Mo family is completely gone. Galewolf calls him harsh, but asks if the remaining assassins tracked them here. Yi Tian is relieved to hear that his sister is safe and resting downstairs. Galewolf asks what the plan is now that the Mo family threat is dealt with. Yi Tian says he wants his sister, Yi Yu, to start cultivating immediately. Galewolf laughs and tells him a quick method for normal people doesn't exist. He explains that prominent families only get strong by investing huge amounts of money into resources. Yi Tian tells him to go check on his sister while he figures things out. He walks down into the bedroom to see how she is doing. Yi Yu slowly wakes up from her sleep, rubbing her eyes. The moment she sees her brother, she stands up in pure relief. She leaps forward and hugs him tightly, crying that she was terrified he wouldn't return. Yi Tian smiles and promises her that he will always stay by her side. Meanwhile, word of the Mo family's total destruction spreads like wildfire through the base. People outside the main estate wonder just how strong this mysterious killer could be. Suddenly, members of the powerful Lin family arrive at the ruined scene. Young Master Lin Mingjai and the great warrior Lin Zi step forward to investigate. The blonde assistant reports to her hooded leader, Yue Ling, about their arrival. Yue Ling watches silently from the shadows, intrigued by the chaos. The Lin family leads the inspection of the dead patriarch's body. Lin Mingjai is shocked that someone of that level met such a swift end. He notices a strange red pearl dropped on the cracked ground nearby. Lin Zi recognizes it as the Mo family's hidden weapon, the sinister iron pearl. He points out that the weapon was bypassed, meaning the killer is a peak warrior. Lin Mingjai suspects a rival base might have done this as a display of power. He worries that the upcoming merge of bases will fracture their leadership entirely. With the old power faction losing ground, the Lin family's position is compromised. Instead of panicking, Lin Mingjai decides to take advantage of the situation. He tells Elder Z to carry out a secret plan immediately. Z nods, planning to invite prominent families to secure the Mo family assets. Back at the house, Yi Tian dumps a massive hoard of stolen elixirs onto the floor. Galewolf's eyes widen in absolute shock at the massive pile of treasures. He tells Yi Tian that these elixirs are worth more than his entire mansion. Yi Yu freaks out and demands that he return them before they get caught. Instead of listening, Yi Tian casually pops one right into her mouth. A strange aura erupts around her as she realizes how amazing it feels. Yi Tian smirks, knowing his plan to fast-track her strength is working perfectly. Yi Tian decides to head into the thousand-leaf forest to find a way to get stronger fast. But his sister Yi Yu isn't thrilled about him, leaving right after getting back. He assures her he'll be fine and reminds her to focus on her body training technique. Yi Yu reluctantly agrees and says she'll be waiting for him at home. Before leaving, Yi Tian officially leaves his sister in Captain Zhang Feng's care. The captain gladly accepts, claiming his brother's sister is practically his own family now. Just as things settle down, an elite convoy suddenly rolls through the city streets. People quickly realize that forces from the Iron Fang base are arriving in town. The sheer scale of their arrival immediately puts everyone on high alert. Leading the charge is a noisy guy on a motorbike screaming about their arrival. It turns out this massive, high-profile parade belongs to the powerful Sun family. The biker speeds past our group, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Yi Tian locks eyes with him, immediately using his talent assessment skill. A system status window pops up to break down the rider's innate stats. The guy is Sun Feng, boasting high-tier cultivation and mid-tier sword talents. The onlookers start coughing and complain that these elites are taking things too far. Yi Tian watches them leave, getting a bad feeling about this sudden arrival. Shaking off the distraction, he tells the group he's finally hitting the road. He sets off alone, determined to outpace the threats looming over the base. Yi Yu waves goodbye, hoping her brother stays safe out in the wilderness. He travels deep past the city limits, tracking far into the mountain regions. Eventually, he arrives at the outer border of the dark forest area. He takes a look around the woods and notes how barren everything looks. While scouting the area, a massive paw print in the mud catches his attention. He deduces it belongs to a black wolf panther, which could upgrade his speed. He follows the track deeper into the frozen, quiet woods to find it. Suddenly, a massive fluctuation of elemental force echoes from nearby trees. Realizing monsters are actively fighting, he rushes forward to check it out. He finds a giant white gorilla trading brutal blows against two fast beasts. He watches from the bushes, completely stunned by what he sees. They aren't normal wolves, but incredibly rare mutant golden dragon panthers instead. The high-tier gorilla slams the ground, entirely overpowering the panther couple. Despite their apex speed, the mid-tier panthers are struggling to survive the onslaught. Yi Tian wonders how he can safely copy that apex-tier speed talent right now. Suddenly, something small and furry starts licking his hand from below. He looks down in absolute shock, totally caught off guard. It's a tiny panther cub, looking up at him with massive eyes. The little cub suddenly releases a brilliant light of spirit toward him. Yi Tian hears a girl's voice in his head, offering a master-servant contract. He looks down at the creature, asking if it's the one talking. The cub confirms it, explaining she detected a benevolent speed aura from him. His system window reveals she has an apex innate ranking, making her a divine beast. She begs him to save her parents, so he names her little Jin and accepts. With the bond forged, his system confirms the apex-tier speed talent is successfully copied. He triggers the fusion process, letting the incredible power surge through his veins. Yi Tian faces off against the giant white gorilla beast looming in the misty forest. He summons his power, sparking bright lightning paths across his hand. With little Jin resting on his shoulder, Yi Tian draws his lightning-fused sword. His status window shows an upgraded apex-tier speed talent and high-tier strength. He leaps directly into the fray with a heavy stomp, shattering the ground beneath him. Yi Tian decides to target the gorilla beast's weakness first while airborne. He aims a swift piercing strike straight for the beast's eyes. The lightning slash cuts through the dark fog with extreme precision. He maneuvers smoothly through the air, dodging any counterattacks effortlessly. Yi Tian lands cleanly after executing his opening speed assault. The two golden dragon panthers stand guard, growling at the sudden human intrusion. Yi Tian quickly tells little Jin to explain that he isn't an enemy. He reaches out calmly, reassuring the parents that they can trust him. He offers a medicinal healing pill to prevent the mother's miscarriage, and she licks his hand. Little Jin happily translates that her dad wants a healing pill too. Meanwhile, the injured gorilla beast attempts to escape back into the forest. Yi Tian looks up, realizing the monster is trying to run away. The panthers roar loudly, showing they have no intention of letting it go. Yi Tian smirks sharply, deciding to see this battle through to the very end. He boasts that 3 apex-tier speed talents will easily crush a high-tier beast. With an intrigued smile, Yi Tian prepares for the collaborative hunt. He rushes forward alongside the panthers, ready to strike together. The gorilla beast turns back to defend itself against the incoming onslaught. Yi Tian is amazed by his new speed, barely keeping up with his own momentum. He activates his strength talent to reinforce his next sword strike. The gorilla beast swings wildly, trying to swat down the fast targets. The male dragon panther lunges forward, tearing into the gorilla's flank. The panther continues his fast assault, keeping the monster pinned down. Bright flashes of purple and white energy light up the dark battlefield. Yi Tian darts across the clearing, looking for a fatal opening. Little Jin joins her mother, running forward to assist in the fight. Yi Tian delivers another heavy shockwave, attack directly to the monster. He is surprised that the gorilla's sturdy body is still holding up. The gorilla screams in absolute fury as the combined pressure mounts. A massive lightning-infused slash rains down from above to finish it. The giant gorilla beast crashes heavily into the crater, completely defeated. Little Jin happily leaps back into Yi Tian's arms after the victory. Yi Tian smiles, confirming to his small companion that they won. He notes how strange it feels to fight side by side with wild beasts. Suddenly, the female dragon panther collapses to the ground, trembling fiercely. Yi Tian looks on with deep concern as the mother panther struggles. He realizes the mother panther's severe injuries are threatening her life. Little Jin says his mom's innards are hurt, but luckily, Yi Tian has healing medicine on hand. He pops open the bottle, reassuring the mother panther that this stuff will fix her right up. He pours the glowing potion down her throat, and she drinks it up immediately. Little Jin purrs happily and thanks his new master, saying his mom is already feeling way better. Yi Tian smiles, glad the potion worked, but rustling in the bushes cuts the moment short. Little Jin warns him that the black wolf panthers are back, aiming to become the forest's new rulers. Yi Tian isn't about to let these scavengers take over, giving them a cold, confident glare. He directly tells the pack that he absolutely cannot agree to their little power play. With an explosion of purple lightning energy, Yi Tian drops down directly right on top of them. The sudden display of overwhelming power instantly terrifies the pack leader, shattering their confidence. Seeing their boss instantly crushed into the dirt, the rest of the pack immediately retreats. With the local threats completely cleared out, Yi Tian scoops up Little Jin for a grand declaration. He proudly tells the retreating pack that from now on, this little guy is their new ruler. The mother panther tries to follow him, but Yi Tian tells her to rest since she's still recovering. Little Jin chips in, explaining that his mom wants to lead him to a special thank you gift. They walk deep into the woods, and Yi Tian asks if they're finally getting close to the spot. They arrive at a dark cave entrance, and little Jin points out the treasure waiting just ahead. Yi Tian spots a glowing blue flower, immediately realizing it's a highly valuable spiritual herb. The cub mentions the fruit needs 30 days to ripen, so Yi Tian decides to wait it out. He looks closely at the bud, highly curious to find out what kind of effects it has. While they wait, the mother panther suddenly goes into labor, and Yi Tian plays midwife, urging her to push. A tiny newborn cub lets out a loud cry, safely making its way into the world. Yi Tian laughs happily, celebrating that yet another future forest ruler has just been born. Right on cue, a sweet fragrance fills the air as the flower transforms and ripens into a bright red fruit. With a quick pluck, Yi Tian carefully picks the ripe red berry from its stem. Little Jin excitedly tells his master to eat it quickly before the potent energy fades away. Yi Tian chuckles at how impatient the little cub is, then tosses the rare fruit right into his mouth. But the moment he swallows it, a sudden spike of extreme pain drops him straight to the cavern floor. Little Jin panics and cries out as his master writhes on the ground from the intense internal strain. After a grueling awakening process, the pain finally subsides, leaving Yi Tian clutching his throbbing head. As the mental fog clears, he realizes his mind feels completely different, unlocking a rare mental ability. He's completely blown away, because a high-level mental attribute is usually reserved only for great martial warriors. Somehow, even though he's just an elite martial warrior, he can already fully control this incredible new power. He tests it out, finding his system's talent detection range has instantly expanded to 50 meters. He reaches his hand forward, ready to see what else this upgraded mental ability can actually do. An absolute game-changer notification pops up, confirming he can now copy creature talents completely through the air. His status window scans the adult panther, revealing an apex-tier speed talent and a mid-tier endurance talent. The system prompts him to fuse the endurance talent, but Yi Tian decides to pass on it. He knows endurance isn't that useful right now, preferring to prioritize leveling up his cultivation talent instead. He stands up and tells the panther family it's time for him to finally head back home. He explicitly thanks the mother panther, letting her know this incredible gift was a massive help. But as he turns to leave, little Jin refuses to stay behind, leaping straight onto his shoulder. Yi Tian leaps through the city, rushing back as fast as he can. He reminds his eager companion that the outside world is incredibly dangerous. But nothing prepares him for the absolute destruction waiting ahead. He arrives at the 5th Academy, completely stunned by the ruins. Suddenly, he spots multiple defeated fighters scattered on the ground. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes a familiar face. It is Zhang Bao, lying heavily wounded amidst the debris. Yi Tian sprints forward without wasting a single second. He checks on Zhang Bao, demanding to know what happened here. Zhang Bao looks up weakly, relieved to see Yi Tian is still alive. An energy potion crackles into existence to help heal him. Yi Tian gives him high-tier monster blood to quickly restore his energy. He asks if warriors from the Iron Fang base did this. Zhang Bao confirms refugees flooded their base after monsters destroyed Iron Fang. Now robbers run rampant, and the Lin family are mere figureheads. Meanwhile, back at the training hall, practice is in full swing. A student trains hard, pushing through the intense physical exhaustion. Captain Galewolf watches closely as the grueling practice session ends. The martial artist catches their breath after a tough round. Yi Yu takes off her training gear, frustrated by another loss. Captain Galewolf reassures her that she has incredible natural talent. She smiles happily, thankful for his excellent guidance and mentorship. Suddenly, she pauses as she hears someone approaching the entrance. Yi Tian leans against the doorway, watching them with a smile. Yi Yu screams in excitement and tackles her big brother safely. She immediately notices little Jin, asking what the kitty's name is. Captain Galewolf walks over to greet his returned ally. He is proud to report that Yi Yu is now a martial apprentice. Yi Tian offers a warm thank you for keeping her safe. They step outside to discuss the incoming Iron Fang threat. Captain Galewolf reveals a girl named Zio Yu left a token. Yi Tian recognizes it instantly as a powerful martial pavilion token. It keeps the invaders away, but a bigger problem remains. An elite fighter keeps coming by to challenge Yi Tian. The challenger's name is Sun Feng, an undefeated elite warrior. He is known as one of the 4 great geniuses. Captain Galewolf warns him that Sun Feng is incredibly dangerous. Instead of backing down, Yi Tian just grins, finding it interesting. Sun Feng rides into town on his motorcycle, ready to hunt down his next target. He spots his target right away and pulls up with a smug grin. Yi Tian turns around, completely unfazed by the sudden confrontation. Sun Feng mocks him for finally showing his face after all this time. He demands a duel tomorrow morning at Manhua Plaza, wagering a bronze-rank blade skill. Sun Feng smirks, asking if Yi Tian actually has the guts to show up. Yi Tian checks out his opponent's stats, seeing high-tier cultivation and mid-tier sword talents. Without hesitation, Yi Tian grins and gladly accepts the challenge. As Sun Feng rides away, the system confirms his high-tier cultivation talent is copied. Captain Galewolf warns him that Sun Feng is an elite warrior who shouldn't be underestimated. But Yi Tian isn't worried at all, already planning his next upgrade. Back home, Yi Tian checks his status window, loaded with apex and high-tier talents. He decides to stack his newly copied talent to break through his limits. The fusion works seamlessly, upgrading his cultivation talent straight to apex tier. Looking out from his balcony, he's actually excited for the fight now. The next morning, Manhua Plaza is packed with people waiting for the spectacle. Sun Feng waits arrogantly by the Lin family monument, completely relaxed. The crowd whispers, wondering why an elite genius is challenging a random kid. Onlookers note that Sun Feng always destroys a family's monument during his duels. Yue Ling and her assistant watch from the crowd, curious to see how Yi Tian survives. The massive turnout proves Sun Feng got exactly the rowdy crowd he wanted. Yi Tian's companions worry about the danger, but he tells them to relax. He pats his sister's head and promises he will be right back. Yi Tian leaps forward, cutting right through the crowded plaza. He lands smoothly on the stage, drawing shocked gasps from the spectators. The crowd goes wild, realizing the challenger has finally arrived. Yi Tian walks up calmly, casually thanking Sun Feng for waiting. Sun Feng sneers, claiming he thought the kid would be too scared to show. He tosses out the bronze-rank skill booklet, telling Yi Tian to take it if he wins. The skill book floats with lightning energy as the wager is set. Yi Tian catches the book easily, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Sun Feng gets furious at the kid's arrogant attitude. He immediately draws his sword, ready to end this quickly. The blade gleams as Sun Feng unleashes his aura. Yi Tian stands his ground, locked on his target as the battle begins. Sun Feng starts the match by immediately rushing in, trying to catch his opponent off guard. But Yi Tian smoothly evades the strike, leaving Sun Feng completely shocked by his speed. Sun Feng gets flustered, calling him a rat and demanding that he stop dodging. Frustrated, Sun Feng puts his full weight into a heavy sword thrust. Instead of backing away, Yi Tian closes the distance and readies a solid counterpunch. He lands a direct hit, catching Sun Feng right in the chest. The impact sends Sun Feng flying back into the stone courtyard, stunning the crowd. Yi Tian smiles, asking if he still looks like a rat now. Sun Feng snaps back, declaring that he is done holding back his true power. He unleashes his signature wind slash technique, sending massive energy blades across the area. Yi Tian tracks the incoming attack closely, completely unfazed by the display. He effortlessly maneuvers through the energy waves, avoiding any direct contact. The stray energy cuts right through the Lin family's sacred stone monument instead. Lin Mingjai watches in absolute horror as his family's pride shatters into pieces. Sun Feng can barely believe his eyes when he sees his ultimate attack miss entirely. Yi Tian casually tells him that dragging out the fight was entirely worth the wait. He reveals he only let the fight continue to see the sword technique firsthand. Sun Feng completely loses his mind at the disrespect and charges forward blindly. Yi Tian effortlessly parries the blade, completely shattering Sun Feng's weapon. Before Sun Feng can even process it, Yi Tian grabs him directly by the face. He slams him straight into the stone floor, completely finishing the match. The onlookers stand in absolute silence, completely stunned by the sudden conclusion. Nobody expected an elite challenger to get taken down so effortlessly. Sun Feng lies unconscious in the middle of a massive crater. Yi Tian dusts off his hands, casually complaining that the match was boring. The crowd immediately erupts into cheers, thoroughly impressed by his overwhelming strength. Yue Ling watches from the sidelines, completely convinced he belongs in her pavilion. Meanwhile, Yi Tian walks over to the rubble and lifts a heavy stone slab. Hidden beneath the debris is the dropped skill book for the wind slash technique. He takes the book with a smug smile, satisfied with his new prize. His companion runs up to him, completely amazed by his sudden growth. The kid immediately begs Yi Tian to teach him how to become that strong. They head back together, leaving the ruined courtyard completely behind them. Lin Mingjai is left furious, realizing his family monument fell for a losing fight. He immediately orders his guard to keep a close eye on Yi Tian's sister instead. Because he knows the Sun family will absolutely not let this humiliation slide. Yi Tian realizes Sun Feng's wind slash multiplies attack power sixfold, making it incredibly dangerous. He heads back inside, analyzing why Sun Feng's slashes packed such a heavy punch. But checking his system window reveals a massive drawback. There is a 30-day cooldown. He is stuck waiting a full month before he can copy Sun Feng's high-tier sword talent. Still, unlocking the full potential of his combined skills will let him combat a grandmaster. To him, that kind of overwhelming, multi-rank advantage is what true power means. Meanwhile, out in the courtyard, a young girl relentlessly practices her strikes against a target. Exhausted from training, she takes a quick break to chug some water. She suddenly turns around, asking Zhang Feng why he keeps staring at her. Zhang Feng looks back silently, knowing the vengeful Sun family poses a major threat. He snaps out of his thoughts and tells Yi Yu to come over for a second. He places a protective necklace around her neck and tells her never to take it off. Yi Yu admires the pretty design, completely unaware of the danger surrounding her. She happily thanks her captain, promising to treat the charm like a personal amulet. Later, an archer from the scout team rushes through the city streets with urgent news. She meets with Zhang Feng to report everything she discovered about the Sun family's movements. Turns out, the Suns are busy scouting local shops to set up a new business front. Zhang Feng ponders this, realizing they want a firm base before launching any retaliatory attacks. Down a quiet alleyway, a suspicious street cleaner handles the local garbage bins. The man looks up grimly, hiding his face beneath a low cap. Yi Tian casually steps outside his house, walking right past the hidden spy. He notices the garbage collector following him past the nearby storefronts. Yi Tian narrows his eyes, instantly picking up on a strange sensation. He realizes the spy is actively using a mental ability to investigate him. Only elite martial warriors possess mental abilities, confirming the Lin family sent a powerful guardian. Yi Tian blends into the crowded cobblestone streets, keeping tabs on his stalker. He recalls reports that the Crazy Sun family practices extreme intermarriage, to preserve pure sword talent. Soon, he arrives right outside the grand castle, housing the new Sun family shop. To celebrate their grand opening, a prominent young master welcomes guests with huge discounts. A wealthy merchant laughs heartily, congratulating the Sun family on their expansion. The young master smugly ushers the local elite inside to secure their business alliances. Watching from the shadows, Yi Tian pulls up his hood with a sharp, piercing glare. His system scan confirms Sun Feng only possesses high-tier cultivation and mid-tier sword talents. Yi Tian clenches his fist as crackling purple lightning surges across his hand. With an intense smirk, he silently wishes his bitter enemies an incredibly early death. The aura around him flares up violently as he prepares to unleash his power. His status window updates, showing his newly upgraded Apex tier stats completely ready for battle. Yi Tian visits the cemetery to pay his respects before leaving Linhai base behind. He brings a fresh bouquet of flowers to place at the gravesite. Standing before his parents, he lets them know he is taking Yi Yu somewhere better. He wanted them to see how much he has grown before they depart. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoes through the quiet cemetery grounds. An unwelcome visitor appears, intentionally interrupting his peaceful moment. The stranger glares down at him with an intense expression. He draws a weapon crackling with dangerous electrical energy. The attacker lunges forward, mocking Yi Tian for merely defeating Sun Feng. He reveals himself as Qi Meng, an ally of the Sun family. Yi Tian meets his gaze calmly, completely unfazed by the sudden ambush. Qi Meng swings his weapon with lethal intent, forcing a clash. Yi Tian easily parries, telling his opponent that he talks way too much. The force of their exchange creates a massive shockwave across the path. Qi Meng claims he only let Yi Tian live this long to avoid rumors. Energy flares wildly as the two martial artists test each other's strength. The intense pressure from their battle begins tearing up the surrounding area. During the chaos, the bouquet of flowers is tossed into the air. Qi Meng boasts that a cemetery is the perfect place for Yi Tian to die. He demands that Yi Tian kneel and beg for mercy right now. Instead of backing down, Yi Tian carefully catches the falling bouquet. Qi Meng goes too far, threatening to target his younger sister next. The villain smirks, fully convinced he has the absolute upper hand. Yi Tian clenches his fist tightly as anger finally takes over. Stomping his foot down, purple lightning surges violently around his boots. He tells the arrogant master that he just signed his own death warrant. Qi Meng is stunned as Yi Tian unleashes an Apex tier speed talent. Before the attacker can even react, Yi Tian completely vanishes from sight. A massive strike lands instantly, completely shattering the enemy's defense. The explosive force blows back the trees, burying the area in smoke. Qi Meng crashes heavily into the hillside, completely broken and defeated. He gasps in absolute terror, realizing Yi Tian is actually a grandmaster. Yi Tian stands over his fallen foe, ending the threat permanently. He loots a manual for a blade skill called Twilight Blade from the body. He also takes Qi Meng's weapon, which is a massive upgrade. Looking up at the crescent moon, he realizes how late it has gotten. He needs to hurry home for dinner before Yi Yu starts nagging him. Elder Lin Zi arrives at the massive base gates, casually cleaning the streets while undercover. He takes a closer look, completely focused on sizing up his surroundings without drawing attention. Satisfied with his sweep, he prepares to move toward his next location. As he walks off into the city, he keeps his target firmly in mind. Suddenly, a voice calls out to stop him right in his tracks. An old acquaintance greets him warmly and invites him inside for a quick drink. They walk straight into Captain Galewolf's home, where a massive feast is already set up. The host immediately shouts out to welcome his highly respected guest. Yi Tian greets the legendary elder respectfully, offering him a seat at the table. Yi Yu is totally startled by the sudden guest, holding little Jin tightly. Lin Zi humbly introduces himself as just an ordinary member of the Lin family. The captain practically chokes, recognizing him instantly as a legendary master from the stories. Lin Zi simply smiles, waving off the massive praise with a gentle laugh. Yi Yu quickly rushes off to the kitchen to prepare some fresh tea. The captain is genuinely amazed to see his stern master act so incredibly polite. She carefully serves the tea, keeping the mood nice and respectful. Lin Zi takes a sip and gets straight to business, knowing they have serious matters to discuss. Yi Tian asks the elder to personally deliver his sister to Yue Ling at the Martial Pavilion. Lin Zi pauses mid-sip, completely caught off guard by the request. He looks closely, checking to see if his young host is actually serious. Then his eyes lock onto the Martial Pavilion token hanging right around her neck. Realizing the heavy connections, he immediately promises to take perfect care of her safety. He is so impressed he decides to offer a massive opportunity to the captain too. He officially takes Zhang Feng as his disciple, telling him to bow to his new master. Lin Zi is thrilled, having easily secured a powerful new tie with Yi Tian's family. Once they leave, Yi Yu immediately turns on her brother and demands an explanation. Yi Tian smiles casually, pretending he just has a few small errands to run. She gets right in his face, completely seeing through his obvious lie. He reassures her that everything will be fine, especially with their pet guarding her. She lets out a deep sigh, knowing there is absolutely no stopping him now. She gives in completely, gently telling him to just stay safe out there. Yi Tian gives her a bright, confident smile before heading out the door. Night falls over the Grand Sun Group headquarters, casting a very tense shadow. The security guards complain about another boring shift, convinced nobody would ever dare trespass. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure walks straight toward the main entrance. The guard aggressively barks at him to scram, but the intruder doesn't even flinch. With a sudden flash, the guards are instantly sent flying backward. The defensive line collapses completely in a matter of seconds. Yi Tian casually strolls right over the unconscious guards into the building. Underneath his dark hood, a chilling, menacing grin completely takes over his face. Inside, a panicked worker sprints down the hallway to find the big boss. He bursts in screaming that a terrifying monster just broke through security. Deep in the shadows, an elite fighter calmly sits with a bottle of alcohol. He flashes a wicked smile, thrilled that someone finally showed up to die. The ambush triggers immediately, and the guards try to corner him in the hallway. They all charge at once, confident that numbers will win the day. Yi Tian doesn't even blink, dropping the first wave with a massive kick. Footsteps echo everywhere as more reinforcements flood the narrow corridors. The Mo family head looks out at the courtyard, absolutely furious about his fallen men. He demands to know who this kid is, completely losing his temper. Our boy confidently drops his real name right to his face. The boss just laughs it off and commands the elders to finish him. Multiple elite fighters drop down from the sky, locking Yi Tian in an ambush. Yi Tian spots a weapon heading straight for his blind spot. It is a lightning-infused sword, and it is coming in hot. One elder unleashes a control spell to lock down Yi Tian's movements. Yi Tian recognizes the restraint talent, but the trap binds him anyway. The impact slams him hard into the stone pavement. Suddenly, 5 top-tier figures surround him while he is down. They are genuinely insulted that they wasted days waiting for just a kid. One of them smiles, thinking this will be an easy payout. Even a masked fighter steps up, treating the kid like a minor annoyance. A female fighter mocks his bad luck, calling the trap a massive bummer. She adds that dying in her inescapable net is actually an honor. The Mo family head thanks the elders and eyes Yi Tian's gear. He tells his group they can split the kid's treasures as a gift. But wait, Yi Tian is already breaking the sword bindings behind his back. Before anyone can react, Yi Tian snaps the trap and grabs the boss. The boss panics, demanding to know what happened to Elder Qinghe. Yi Tian just gives him a chilling smile and tells him to guess. Terrified, the boss orders his remaining lackeys to check the shop immediately. The panicked subordinates ask how they should handle the kid now. Yi Tian's eyes glow with crimson bloodthirst, completely flipping the pressure. Realizing he is outmatched, the boss gives a brutal order to destroy his tendons. They keep pressing forward, trying to rush through before anything catches up with them. But with a sharp snap, their movement is cut off completely. Before they can even process the sound, Yun Feng strikes hard from the shadows. One guy gets slammed into the ground instantly, leaving Mosheabe panicking. The rest of the squad scatters instantly as weapons fly through the air. Yun Feng is moving way too fast for them to track clearly. Mosheabe realizes he completely misjudged who he was dealing with. The atmosphere shifts instantly as pure bloodthirst fills the space. A massive crimson aura flares up, completely suffocating the room. Staring straight into that red glow, Mosheabe realizes he is in deep trouble. Lightning cracks across the floor as Yun Feng lunges straight for him. Mosheabe panics, shocked that his opponent is rushing him head-on. He tries to counter with his own skills, but his confidence is already shaking. The speed is overwhelming, and it is clear who holds the real advantage here. An explosive shockwave tears through the corridor, shattering the structure. Smoke blocks out the area, leaving them coughing and gasping for air. Mosheabe barks orders at his men to jump back in and help. But Yun Feng intercepts them before they can even take a step. He locks hands with the heaviest attacker, shutting down their momentum effortlessly. Another lightning blast erupts, sending forces flying back into the walls. Mosheabe's elder ally realizes Yun Feng's raw physical strength is insane. The elder forces his way through the electricity, trying to turn the tide. He rushes forward with a swift strike, attempting to catch him off guard. He aims a direct palm strike to lock down Yun Feng's movements. Instead of backing away, Yun Feng uses a lightning sweep to break the hold. The old man is sent skidding backward, completely losing his footing. He spits out a bitter curse, unable to believe he got overpowered. The clash leaves massive fissures running down the entire corridor floor. The elder claims he won't fall for the same trick twice, trying to recover. But Yun Feng just tells him to stop talking and look down. Before anyone notices, an active trap is already glowing under their feet. The remaining lackeys fall like dominoes, completely paralyzed by the hidden art. The old man's face twists in pure terror as his defense crumbles. Yun Feng steps up, letting them know it is his turn now. Realizing the sheer danger, the elder immediately tries to call a retreat. But escaping is impossible when Yun Feng is already tracking his movement. A massive energy blast finishes the job, leaving nothing but an explosion. A massive explosion rocks the city, and everyone is instantly on high alert. Yue Ling is told that Lin Zi from the Lin family wants an audience. She complains about that old man being here again and says to send him away. But her blonde assistant mentions he brought Yi Tian's younger sister this time. Yue Ling is completely caught off guard by that news. The scene shifts to a meeting table as tea is served. Lin Zi and the others sit down together to talk strategy. Yue Ling listens calmly, but things are about to get wild outside. An intense aerial battle erupts outside, with fighters dodging attacks at high speed. A massive energy blast goes off, destroying the immediate area. The attackers assume Elder Son, Ling's blast completely took care of the target. They celebrate thinking they successfully captured the intruder. They look closer at the heavily injured fighter on the ground. The enemy smugly laughs, thinking the fight is completely over. Lin Mingjai orders his subordinates to execute the target immediately. Suddenly, a sharp energy strike cuts through the air out of nowhere. Yao Yi leaps into action, bringing a massive lightning strike down. Someone triggers a healing talent to recover instantly. The masked fighter looks back in absolute shock. The attackers can't believe the target is still up. Yao Yi realizes the intruder somehow survived that direct blast. The old elder braces himself as the tables turn. The target moves like a flash, catching everyone off guard. A lightning-infused counterattack smashes directly into the ground. The impact creates a huge crater in the tiled courtyard. The target calls back their weapon for another strike. A relentless combo of lightning strikes tears through the defense line. The spear attack cuts straight through the remaining resistance. The defenders are thrown back across the courtyard pavement. Lin Mingjai panics as he sees elder son Ling fall. The elder collapses completely, paralyzed by the lightning damage. Lin Mingjai draws his own spear, charging forward in pure rage. He screams as he unleashes everything he has left. The attack slices past the modern city apartment buildings. A desperate cry goes out as the final clash hits. The overwhelming power of the lightning completely finishes the battle. Yi Tian spots young master son arriving on the scene, completely unaware of the trap. Before anyone can react, Yi Tian pins his opponent directly to the pavement. The Sun family screams at him to take his feet off their man. But Yi Tian just flexes his legendary strength talent to completely shut them down. The defeated fighter is left face down on the tiles, totally broken. He lies there wondering why on earth the strength gap is this wide. He starts asking himself if he is actually dealing with a literal monster. Yi Tian grabs him right by the head, refusing to let him give up. He tells him he's about to send him on his way for good. Yi Tian locks eyes with his target, his gaze flashing with absolute menace. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the nearby Sungshim department store building. Yi Tian narrows his eyes as the electrical energy surges all around them. A figure appears perched right at the top of a massive street sign pole. The crowd instantly panics, realizing they are looking at a legendary Grandmaster-level powerhouse. The old man calls Yi Tian a ruthless lad for trying to wipe them out. It is the infamous Grand Elder Yao Yi, and his single red eye is glowing. The survivors drop to their knees, begging the Grand Elder to handle this instantly. They scream for justice, demanding Yao Yi kill the guy who wrecked their family. Yao Yi regrets not finishing Yi Tian earlier with his previous slash attack. The Grandmaster unleashes a massive blast that tears right through the roof structure. Yi Tian barely leaps clear as the shockwave obliterates the upper ledger line. He grits his teeth against the sheer pressure of the old man's energy. Purple lightning storms down, threatening to level the entire apartment block complex. Yao Yi mocks him, telling him he is just a mere ant who needs to surrender. Yi Tian realizes a Grandmaster taking action could easily wipe out this whole city. He flashes a confident smirk despite the chaotic lightning storm spinning around him. An explosive burst of raw purple lightning erupts from the center of the pavement. The blast hits so hard, forces a screaming reaction from the nearby combatants. The massive force leaves the surrounding fighters completely unstable and reeling backward. They desperately scream at the Grand Elder to actually aim at the right target. Yi Tian dives straight back into the purple lightning aura, launching a counterattack. But his strike fails to pierce through Yao Yi's active primordial shield barrier. Yao Yi charges forward, fully expecting to crush the kid in front of him with a single fist. He glares down with absolute confidence, thinking this fight is already over. The old Grandmaster lets out a shout, letting his purple lightning surge to finish the job. But his strike hits the ground instead, causing a massive shockwave on the steps outside. Yi Tian catches his balance on the stone floor, completely unfazed by the sudden blast. He looks up with a smirk, entirely unbothered by the Grandmaster's grand entrance. Yi Tian admits to himself that he shouldn't underestimate the raw strength of a true Grandmaster. But instead of backing away, he decides it is finally time to go all out. He opens his status screen to check exactly what kind of opponent he is dealing with. The system window confirms Yao Yi only possesses a standard high-tier cultivation talent. Seeing this, Yi Tian realizes his opponent is just an ordinary grandmaster after all. Yao Yi instantly snaps, completely furious that a teenager is looking down on him. Yi Tian openly mocks his age, warning him that losing a limb at his time of life is risky. The onlookers can only stare in disbelief at how arrogant the kid is being right now. They cheer for Yao Yi, desperately wanting the grandmaster to turn him into actual ashes. Yao Yi grinds his teeth, promising that erasing him won't take more than a second. He unleashes another explosive aura, determined to obliterate the kid on the spot. The blast tears through the courtyard, completely obscuring the area in dark smoke and energy. Yao Yi is genuinely surprised when the kid manages to dodge the surprise attack with ease. Yi Tian thanks him for the compliment as his own dark aura begins to flare up. Before the old man can react, Yi Tian drives a massive kick straight into his face. He bluntly tells the grandmaster that his physical strength is severely lacking. The status window updates, showing that Yi Tian just activated a specialized strength talent. The sheer force of the physical blow sends the old grandmaster crashing through solid stone walls. Yao Yi slowly stands back up, finally realizing this kid is no ordinary cultivator. He narrows his eyes, trying to figure out what kind of hidden ability he just faced. He can feel a strange mental pressure pushing down on the entire battlefield. He realizes the kid is using a rare mental ability, usually reserved for peak masters. Yi Tian shifts his position instantly, moving so fast he appears as a blur. Yao Yi clenches his fist as his purple lightning energy crackles to life again. He intercepts the incoming strike, but the collision forces a rough scream out of him. Yi Tian locks his hand tightly around the grandmaster's wrist, trapping him in place. With his opponent stuck, Yi Tian calls forth his most destructive lightning technique yet. He summons the lightning cascade, intending to end this prolonged battle right here. A massive bolt of purple and crimson lightning completely engulfs the city skyline. The smoke clears, and it looks like the brutal clash is finally over. Zhang Feng starts celebrating like crazy, convinced that Yi Tian is completely dead. He laughs maniacally and praises the Grand Elder for doing the impossible. He runs over to check the body, totally thrilled by the win. But Yao Yi stands there coughing up blood, looking totally shocked. He looks down at his hand and cannot believe he actually got injured. The blow was serious enough to threaten his entire cultivation foundation. He tells Zhang Feng to clean up the mess while he leaves to heal. Zhang Feng is left freezing in place from the lingering grandmaster pressure. He spots blood dripping from the target on the ground. Yi Tian is barely conscious, lying shattered on the cracked floor. Zhang Feng steps on him, mocking him for acting cocky earlier. He promises to mash him up and feed him to the dogs. Suddenly, a chilling glare locks onto him from below. Yi Tian looks up with bloodshot eyes, telling him to repeat that. Zhang Feng feels a massive surge of power grip his leg. Lightning bolts instantly crackle out from Yi Tian's crushing grip. Zhang Feng screams for the Grand Elder to save him. But the Grand Elder is already gone, leaving him completely exposed. With a heavy slam, Zhang Feng is sent crashing face first. Yi Tian stands back up, completely unfazed by his prior wounds. He activates a healing talent, and the system prompts start flashing. Green energy crosses envelop him as his cells rapidly regenerate. His skin knits back together instantly, leaving no scars behind. Zhang Feng looks up in total horror, utterly bewildered. He panics, wondering how Yi Tian possesses the immortal jellyfish talent. Yi Tian just smiles, calling himself a normal guy with weak talents. Then he unleashes the Sun family's secret art, the Wind Slash. Dozens of high-speed glowing energy spheres fill the air. Zhang Feng realizes there are way too many to dodge. The barrage hits him dead-on, causing massive explosions. Desperate, Zhang Feng bulk up his muscles to drag Yi Tian down with him. He charges forward, throwing a massive glowing punch. But Yi Tian counters instantly, slamming him straight into the dirt. He tells Zhang Feng that this is payback for earlier. Zhang Feng grinds his teeth in pain, unable to move. Yi Tian pins his head down with his foot, stopping him cold. He coldly asks if he gave him permission to move. Terrified, Zhang Feng screams for a man named Old Man Li. A voice speaks from above, noting they are just guests here. Yi Tian turns his head, sensing a massive presence nearby. An old man stands on the rooftop, completely masking his aura. He introduces himself as Li Mu, a grandmaster from the Iron Fang base. Yi Tian lets out a dangerous smirk, asking if he wants to fight too. Yi Tian snaps at the old man, asking if he wants to fight next. Yao Yi realizes he is completely on his own now. The old grandmaster grits his teeth in pure humiliation. Desperate and cornered, his eye snaps open with wild rage. Yao Yi roars that he is taking everyone down with him. He ignites his life force into a massive flame skill. Li Mu quickly backs away, warning that the guy is gonna self-destruct. But Yi Tian just smirks, saying how he dies isn't his choice. With lightning speed, Yi Tian strikes down instantly. He unleashes a powerful shadow blade technique right through the fire. The massive slash cuts cleanly through Yao Yi's final attack. Yao Yi collapses, totally defeated before he can explode. The lingering energy shatters the remaining floor tiles. A massive crater marks where the final clash ended. Yi Tian stands victorious, heavily breathing as his energy settles. Suddenly, a warm surge of power flows through his body. A massive breakthrough wave ripples across the area. The dark clouds scatter, revealing a clear night sky. Li Mu watches in absolute shock from the sidelines. Yi Tian officially reaches the great martial warrior realm. Li Mu applauds, admitting the kid puts older masters to shame. Yi Tian tells him to stop playing around and say what he wants. Li Mu proposes an official alliance between their two bases. The old man waits quietly to see if he accepts. He smiles gently, trying to read the kid's face. He asks if Yi Tian wants to rule a whole base. Yi Tian sighs, saying he honestly hates troublesome things. With that, he vanishes instantly, leaving the old man behind. A small cloud of purple dust marks where he stood. Li Mu laughs, noting the kid has a boundless future. The focus shifts across the city to a pristine palace. Inside, the grand estate belongs to the powerful Lin family. A formal master calmly works on a bonsai tree. He clips a branch with slow, precise movements. The main hall is completely quiet and traditional. A pink petal falls softly into the green pot. Patriarch Lin Mingjai listens quietly while deep in thought. A sleek bonsai tree sits perfectly trimmed on the table. A stern man in a dark suit enters the hall. The subordinate reports they found the cause of last night's explosion. He states the Sun family building was entirely destroyed. Lin Mingjai finds it hard to believe since a grandmaster protected them. The report confirms Yi Tian single-handedly wiped out the family. The shock causes the patriarch to drop his golden shears. Lin Mingjai stares in utter disbelief at the terrifying news. The massive faction war at Iron Fang Base finally ends thanks to a single teenager named Yi Tian. Because of this, the Linhai base and the entire Lin family are finally safe. But Lin Mingjai receives word that Grandmaster Li from Iron Fang Base wants a meeting this morning. The problem is, the Grandmaster is already waiting inside their tea room. He is not giving them any time to think, so they have to go meet him immediately. Lin Mingjai orders every faction to protect Yi Tian and his family at all costs. He warns them to never offend Yi Tian under any circumstances. His subordinate completely understands the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, inside the quiet tea room, a grandmaster casually sips his tea. A chubby cat happily meows while resting nearby. The cat rubs against them, keeping the mood surprisingly light. Yu quietly sits there, wondering how her brother is doing after the battle. Lindsay complains that they have spent the whole night drinking tea waiting for the pavilion master. The attendant apologizes, saying she has no idea about the master's private affairs. Lindsay is told that he actually met the pavilion master a long time ago. He is completely shocked by this news and looks up in total disbelief. The attendant reveals that the mysterious pavilion master has finally arrived. An elegant woman steps through the entrance doors into the main hall. The pavilion master, Yue Ling, walks forward with absolute confidence. Her cold, sharp gaze immediately locks onto the guests. Yu looks up and freezes instantly when she sees the woman's face. Lindsay stares back and forth between the two of them, completely stunned. He blurts out asking why they look exactly alike. The physical resemblance between the two women is absolutely uncanny. Yu can barely process the fact that this stranger looks identical to her. Yue Ling keeps a calm, unbothered expression despite the shock in the room. Lindsay explains that Yi Tian sent his sister here for protection after last night. Yue Ling listens quietly, already knowing everything that happened at Linhai base. She clenches her fist as a strange thought suddenly crosses her mind. She wonders if Yi Tian saved her in the past only because of this resemblance. Remembering how he carried her back then makes her feel incredibly humiliated. She breaks the silence by confirming the girl's identity as Yi Yu. Then she smiles teasingly and tells Yi Yu to call her big sister. Outside, the sun begins to set over the grand city spires. Down in the crowded streets, merchants are busy loudly selling monster blood. Meanwhile, someone announces that they have finally arrived at the Martial Pavilion banner. Yue Ling is already waiting outside to personally greet her guest. She remarks that she wouldn't dare be neglectful to Linhai base's new big shot. She smiles confidently and looks straight at the main character, Lord Yi Tian. Yi Tian activates his special eye technique to check up on Yue Ling's stats. He sees her cultivation talent skyrocketed to apex tier, likely from that Lake of Death treasure. He stands there staring and smirking, completely amazed by how incredible she is. Yue Ling catches him instantly, getting completely flustered by his intense staring. Yi Tian snaps out of it, feeling totally startled that he got caught red-handed. She calls him out for being rude, but quickly drops it to ask him for a walk. He agrees, and they head out together while the sun is still up. As they walk, she mentions the Lin family wants to help him build his own faction. They stroll past the central tower, talking over the political landscape of the base. Yi Tian bluntly tells her he is not interested and plans to leave for the Demon Sea base. He looks back calmly, noticing her sudden silence after his big announcement. They walk through the busy courtyard, but her mind is clearly running a mile a minute. She stops dead in her tracks, completely throwing off the rhythm of their casual walk. He turns around with a smile, playfully asking why she stopped walking all of a sudden. She looks down with a solemn expression, deeply digesting his sudden plans to leave. Later that evening, Yi Tian gets ambushed by a massive hug from his little sister, Yi Yu. He tells her she needs to act more ladylike, flicking her forehead playfully. Yi Yu pouts and complains, saying she only did it because she missed him so much. He turns around to thank the local martial artists for taking good care of her. Meanwhile, Yue Ling walks back into her private office alongside her assistant. She decides to make a major move and immediately calls for Elder Yue Zhang. Inside the dimly lit office, the atmosphere turns incredibly serious. The old elder looks at her solemnly, asking if she is absolutely certain about this decision. She stands firm, confirming her choice and leaving the remaining pavilion duties to him. The next day, Lindsay tries one last time to convince Yi Tian to stay with the family. Yi Tian laughs it off, thanking them instead for sorting out a sweet new SUV for him. Lin Mingjai watches closely, genuinely admiring the young hero's massive aspirations. Yi Tian looks back toward the fortress gates, wondering if anyone else is coming. He lets out a small sigh, slightly disappointed by the quiet departure. The massive city gates loom behind them as the final preparations wrap up. He grabs his traveling backpack, deciding it is time to officially hit the road. He shouts a cheerful goodbye to the group, telling his sister to keep up her training. Just as he is about to step away, a sudden shout catches him off guard. Yue Ling comes sprinting through the forest path, fully packed and completely out of breath. Everyone watches in absolute shock as the pavilion master approaches the car. She doesn't waste a single second, immediately grabbing the door handle. She slams the door open and barks at him to hurry up and get in. Yi Tian stands there completely dumbfounded, smiling at how wild this situation just got. She tells him he can sit in the back with Yi Yu, taking over the front seat. Once they pull away, he asks why she suddenly decided to tag along. She clenches her fist, defensively yelling that it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Back at the gates, the leadership crew smiles, excited to see his future unfold. The white car speeds down the winding mountain highway, officially leaving Linhai Base behind. Yi Tian kicks back in his seat, completely ready for whatever crazy adventure comes next. And just like that, the journey to the dangerous Linhai Base truly begins. The white SUV speeds down the mountain highway, continuing the road trip toward Demon Sea Base. Inside, Yue Ling offers Yi Tian a slot for an upcoming secret realm trial. Yi Tian looks confused, as he has absolutely no idea what a secret realm even is. Yue Ling is completely shocked that a great martial warrior could be this clueless. Her assistant explains that secret realms are alternate dimensions left behind from a disaster a century ago. Warriors risk entering these dangerous dimensional rifts solely to search for rare and valuable treasures. Yi Tian listens intently as they break down the strict rules of these hidden worlds. They warn him that matching ranks matters, or the realm will obliterate any intruder instantly. Yue Ling reveals her family gave up a highly contested slot just to invite him along. Instead of being grateful, Yi Tian casually says he dislikes troubling people and refuses to go. He gives her a smug smile, clearly enjoying how much his rejection annoys her. By nightfall, the group pulls into an abandoned campsite to rest for the evening. Yi Tian steps away to wash up and clear his head after the long drive. Yue Ling follows him, begging him to reconsider missing such a vital growth opportunity. Yi Tian admits he wants to go, but refuses to leave his sister Yi Yu unprotected. Yue Ling bursts out laughing when she realizes he is just being an overprotective brother. She reassures him that her family pavilion has a powerful branch base right at their destination. She gives him a playful wink, promising to personally guarantee his sister's absolute safety. With his main concern solved, Yi Tian cracks an awkward smile and finally agrees to join. He secretly smirks, thrilled that he just saved a massive fortune in protection fees. The next morning, Yi Tian asks the group if they should rush or travel slowly. Yue Ling and her assistant instantly look over to hear what the others prefer. Yi Tian and Yue Ling give the exact same answer at the exact same time. The assistant teases them about their perfect, sudden teamwork, making them both blush furiously. Yi Yu chimes in, admitting she wants to take it slow and see the world. With the plan settled, they prepare to enjoy the remainder of their long trip. Suddenly, Yi Tian activates his system, shocking the girls as his hidden power surges forward. A glowing prompt confirms he has successfully copied a useful mid-tier stamina talent. Before they can even process it, he strikes again and successfully duplicates a defense talent. Later, the group boards a massive wooden ship to cross the final stretch of water. They stand at the ship's bow together, eagerly looking out toward the distant horizon. Yi Tian smiles, entirely ready to conquer whatever dangers await them in this new land. The massive fortress walls of Demon Sea Base finally loom ahead, signaling their true arrival. Our crew finally pulls up to the massive Demon Sea Base. They disembark from the ship, stepping onto a busy harbor dock. Yi Tian checks out the streets and notices this place is absolutely massive. Suddenly, an expensive-looking car pulls right up next to them. A fancy chauffeur steps out, welcoming them on behalf of the Marshall Pavilion. Yi Tian smiles, thinking the Marshall Pavilion is seriously loaded. Yue Ling bids him goodbye, heading out to get some rest first. Yi Tian tells her not to worry and handles things on his own. They watch the car pull away down the cobblestone road. Yi Tian decides it is finally time to get down to business. Before he can take a step, a loud rumbling echoes from above. A helicopter sweeps over the crowded, dense city buildings. The noise fills the sky, drawing everyone's attention instantly. People look up as the atmosphere completely changes. Someone in the crowd screams that a spatial rift has appeared. Everyone stops in their tracks, staring up in absolute shock. A glowing pink anomaly cracks open right in the blue sky. It looks tiny, making people wonder if anyone can even enter it. The only way to deal with it is breaking it by force. Yi Tian looks on, processing exactly what that means. Suddenly, a figure leaps high into the air toward the rift. The crowd immediately recognizes the powerhouse as King Yunhee. Everyone watches in awe as the king flies into midair. Yi Tian stares closely, tracking the legendary warrior's every movement. He realizes the rank above Grandmaster is indeed king rank. He watches intently to see how a king breaks a rift. Up in the sky, King Yunhee reaches into his pocket. He flashes a wild grin as lightning sparks on his finger. He unleashes a secret technique, throwing a massive energy blast. A giant pillar of golden light strikes the spatial rift directly. The golden energy collides with the anomaly, shattering space itself. The sky cracks like glass under the absolute power of the attack. With one single strike, the dangerous anomaly is totally gone. King Yunhee drops back down, landing perfectly on his feet. The entire street erupts into cheers for the incredible display. Yi Tian locks his eyes onto him, wondering about his talent. He activates his ability to inspect King Yunhee's true stats. The status window reveals a legendary transcendent tier cultivation talent. Yi Tian discovers a rank completely beyond the apex tier exists. He smirks, deciding he definitely won't be holding back here. The system confirms he successfully copied the transcendent tier cultivation talent. The crowd goes wild cheering for King Yunhee, completely blown away by his power. Yi Tian checks out the guy's special talent, wishing he could keep copying it right now. He pulls up his own status window to review his newly copied top-tier talents. Yue Ling hands over an interdimensional storage pouch and a handy GPS tracker watch. Yi Tian clips the tracker on, knowing they need to regroup as soon as they land. She warns him that if they get stuck, the portal won't reopen for 10 years. Yi Tian takes it in stride, totally unfazed by the insane 10-year penalty. Suddenly, a loud guy interrupts, calling Yi Tian a weakling who doesn't belong here. This massive brawler is Yue Ko, and he is definitely not hiding his absolute disgust. He looks down at Yi Tian, completely convinced this kid is just a total fraud. Yue Ling snaps back instantly, demanding that Yue Ko show her friend some respect. But Yue Ko refuses, claiming this nobody stole his close buddy's rightful spot. He aggressively shoves Yi Tian, mocking him for staying completely silent like a coward. Yi Tian just gives him a cold stare, clearly storing this disrespect for later. Yue Ling can only sigh in disbelief at how insanely brazen the guy is. Right on cue, the secret realm portal violently surges wide open for departure. The cultivators waste absolutely zero time and dive straight into the swirling purple vortex. The massive energy rift crackles as the final groups plunge directly into the unknown. A massive shockwave rings out as someone crashes heavily onto the other side. Turns out it is Yi Tian, holding his backside after a rough landing. He dusts himself off and stands up to take in his new surroundings. He finds himself looking at a massive temple under a blood-red moon. He looks down and notices a strange plant right under his boot. He kneels down to carefully pull the mysterious red plant from the floor. He gasps as he realizes it is a rare 100-year spirit ginseng. And looking ahead, the entire temple floor is absolutely covered in them. Yi Tian screams he's gonna be rich, throwing a pouch into his storage room bag. He vacuums up every valuable plant in sight with a giant grin. The floor gets cleared of rare spirit herbs in a matter of seconds. He brags his sister Yi Yu would faint if she saw this haul. Then he remembers some poor guy was attacked by monsters right at the entrance. He tells himself to stay alert because this secret realm isn't a joke. Suddenly, his tracker watch starts giving off a loud warning beep. He checks the screen and sees a distress signal flashing nearby. It turns out Yue Ling is in serious danger somewhere ahead. Inside the temple, Yue Ling is on her knees, barely holding her sword. She looks up completely exhausted and desperately calls out for Yi Tian. Meanwhile, lightning sparks around Yi Tian as he dashes to her location. He tears through the corridors like a storm, tracking her coordinates. He tells her to hold on as he follows the radar signal. His eyes glow red with intense focus while leaping over obstacles. He vaults across rooftops, closing the distance in record time. Sparks fly from his boots as he moves faster than ever. He drops down from the ceiling right where the trouble is. A pack of vicious green goblins is closing in on Yue Ling. One goblin leaps from the dark with its weapon raised high. It swings a spiked club straight down at her head. The monster's strike shatters the stone floor into tiny pieces. Yue Ling barely rolls out of the way, shaking from fatigue. More monsters surround her, sensing she can't fight back anymore. They screech in victory, thinking they've won the fight. She closes her eyes, bracing for the final impact. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white lightning cuts through the temple. Yi Tian lands an explosive punch that sends goblins flying backward. He stands right in front of her, breathing a sigh of relief. He tells her to stay put and leave the rest to him. Lightning crackles around his arm as he turns to the remaining pack. He draws his sword, filling the room with electric energy. The monsters screech in panic, realizing a powerhouse just arrived. They try to charge him together, but they're completely outmatched. Yi Tian's eyes narrow as he locks onto his targets. He delivers a thunderous right hook, smashing a goblin instantly. He cuts through the pack, sending the small monsters flying everywhere. His lightning strikes explode against the ancient temple walls. In seconds, the entire room falls completely quiet again. Yue Ling watches him, thinking her father's wish might actually happen now. Yi Tian sheathes his sword and stretches, totally unbothered. He asks how these weak little monsters managed to hurt her so badly. She looks up, explaining it wasn't the goblins that injured her. She pushes herself up from the floor, coughing from pain. She reveals she was ambushed by a high-tier beast, the demonic eye python. Yi Tian frowns, realizing the real danger of this secret realm is just beginning. Rain pours down over the courtyard, setting a serious mood for what's coming next. Yue Ling catches a healing potion falling straight out of the sky. She drinks it down fast to recover from her injuries. Yi Tian checks on her, asking what kind of secret realm they're dealing with. She explains that she knows this place better than anyone. The potion works quickly, and her stamina starts returning. Yi Tian asks if she is after the local vitality stone quarry. She sighs and shakes her head. That's not her target. She reveals she's actually hunting for a treasure her father left behind. Yi Tian listens closely, realizing this is a much bigger deal. 20 years ago, a beast guarded it, and her father couldn't take it. This time, she's determined to finish the job. The problem is, the guardian beast has a spatial teleportation skill. That makes it incredibly dangerous to approach. Even global powerhouses only have novice-tier spatial talents compared to this monster. Yi Tian smirks, completely intrigued by this rare ability. Yue Ling stretches out to see if her body is fully healed. Her joints pop right back into place perfectly. She's feeling good enough to move at full speed again. The legendary treasure is called the Divine Soul Flower. One stalk can raise a person's cultivation talent straight to the apex level. Yi Tian grins widely. This is exactly what he needs. She reminds him that his younger sister, Yi Yu, needs it too. He thinks about it, making his decision to team up. There used to be 10 stalks, but who knows how many are left now. She promises to share them equally if he fights the beast with everything. Yi Tian agrees with his signature confident smirk. They instantly take off, dashing through the stormy weather. Yi Tian's real plan is to copy that beast's spatial talent for himself. He asks if her father figured out a plan to defeat it. She tosses him a special item to help with the fight. It's a formation array plate her father commissioned. They keep moving through the trees while talking strategy. The plate activates a forbidden spatial array to completely suppress teleportation. She explains that every invincible power has a natural enemy. He wonders what the natural enemy of his own talent would be. The catch is, the plate only works for 3 seconds within 800 meters. Worse, she already used her forbidden art earlier to escape the python. Yi Tian tells her to leave it to him and smiles confidently. The moon shines dimly over the dark mountain ridges ahead. Suddenly, they make an abrupt stop in the woods. They've officially arrived at the beast's nesting boundaries. Yi Tian spots the mountain cave ahead, confirming they've reached the nesting grounds. He immediately wants to rush in, but Yue Ling tells him to be patient. Inside the dark cave, the giant calamity beast is sleeping quietly. Suddenly, a sharp static flare cuts through the dim cavern space. Yi Tian senses the immediate shift in pressure and stands alert. He realizes the target isn't just fast, it's actively scanning them. Yue Ling panics because the beast has high-tier spatial sensing skills. The massive bat wakes up, exhaling steam from its fanged maw. Its system window reveals apex bloodline traits and annoying teleportation talent. Yi Tian keeps his focus sharp despite the beast's intimidating stats. He tells her he'll stall it while she builds the array. Yue Ling leaps backward into position to start the incantation. The monster instantly blurs out of sight using spatial movement. Yi Tian narrowly dodges a lethal ambush, his jacket getting sliced. The beast teleports through the air like a localized storm. Yi Tian hits the dirt hard but quickly rolls away safely. He decides to use his healing talent to fix his cuts mid-fight. Meanwhile, Yue Ling concentrates her spiritual aura to craft the array. The glowing runic seal forms above her palms, nearly complete. The teleportation bat flies overhead, preparing another vicious descent. It swoops down with immense velocity, locking its targets down. Yi Tian tracks the incoming claw line with his red eyes. The beast strikes, cutting a massive rift into the rocky terrain. It lands heavily, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Yi Tian taunts the creature, saying his speed won't lose out. The bat grows furious and lets out an angry hiss. It charges straight at him, with unbelievable physical momentum. A massive claw swipes inches away from Yi Tian's face. He uses lightning acceleration to vault completely over the attack. The creature misses entirely, slamming hard into the stone wall. Yi Tian screams out, asking how much longer she needs. Yue Ling yells back that she only needs 3 seconds. He manages to bait the monster into one final lunge. The bat overextends, falling perfectly into their planned trap area. The trap zone locks down, pinning the beast's wings tightly. Yue Ling pushes her hand forward, finalizing the formation. She slams her palm onto the ground to activate it. A massive beam of blue energy shoots into the sky. The suppression field expands rapidly, covering the entire cavern floor. The runic circle locks onto the monster, shutting down its displacement. The main restriction kanji character glows brightly above its head. The helpless teleportation bat roars in absolute disbelief and pain. Yue Ling smiles with relief, celebrating their successful tactical capture. The battle reaches its absolute peak as a massive blast shakes the entire cavern area. The teleportation bat lets out a final roar as the trap closes in tightly. Yue Ling points out that the beast is using its gigantification talent to break free. With the formation array starting to crack, Yue Ling tells Yi Tian to strike now. Yi Tian leaps forward, unleashing a decisive green energy blade straight into the monster's mouth. The slash cuts clean through, completely halting the beast's giant transformation midair. He calls out his shadow blade technique to completely finish off the guardian monster. The massive bat crashes heavily into the cave floor, totally defeated. Yue Ling can barely believe her eyes, seeing the threat taken down so fast. She stands stunned, staring at the sheer power behind his single strike. Meanwhile, the runic array plate completely breaks apart after absorbing the impact. Yi Tian looks down at the shattered treasure, wishing it could be used again. Yue Ling immediately runs up, completely suspicious of his true power levels. She demands the truth, asking if he hid his real strength all along. Yi Tian quickly acts clueless, claiming the monster was just an easy target. He insists it was all thanks to her formation array keeping it pinned down. Yue Ling gives him a sharp look, warning him not to hide things from her. She drops the interrogation for now, turning her focus back to the harvest. She rushes deeper into the cave, hoping her father's treasure is still safe. She notes that after 20 years, this inheritance means everything to her family. Suddenly, a glowing blue light cuts through the darkness ahead of them. Yi Tian follows close behind, eager to see the legendary prize. She gasps in excitement as the legendary plants come into full view. The entire cluster of divine soul flowers sits completely untouched by the beast. She carefully counts them one by one, verifying the total amount left behind. She claps happily upon discovering exactly 8 healthy stalks in the soil. She immediately plucks them up, thrilled that the harvest went perfectly. She divides them evenly, making sure they both get a fair share. She hands over 4 stalks to Yi Tian, celebrating their massive profit. But as he takes them, Yi Tian suddenly catches a highly familiar scent. He stops in his tracks, staring intensely at a nearby solid rock wall. He smiles to himself, keeping the extra treasure bag ready. He sniffs the air again, matching the scent to his past hunting trips. He recalls this exact smell from when little Jin led him to elixir fruits. He announces there are definitely more valuable treasures hidden behind the stone wall. Yue Ling questions his greed, telling him to learn some moderation. Ignoring her warnings, he activates his strength talent to break the barrier. He smashes his fist directly into the rock face, fracturing the stone layout. The entire wall explodes outward into a massive cloud of dust and debris. Just as he predicted, an entirely new secret room opens up before them. Yue Ling coughs through the smoke, completely stunned by the sudden discovery. She stares into the opening, utterly speechless at what lies inside. Inside the hidden chamber sits a rare and legendary Musella lasiacarpa plant. The golden flower glows brightly, confirming it is an incredibly powerful item. Yue Ling instantly recognizes the legendary plant, confirming the successful find. Yi Tian breaks into a dark smirk, thrilled to secure another major prize. Yue Ling immediately spots the legendary plant and can't believe her eyes. She explains that while it's extremely rare, nobody actually wants this flower. Yi Tian listens closely, as she reveals it only mutates talents instead of leveling them up. Unlocking a random evolution is basically a massive gamble that almost always fails. For instance, someone's lightning speed talent literally just turned into static wings. Because of that unpredictability, only ultra-rich gamblers ever bother buying it. But to Yi Tian, a mutation tool is exactly what his copy talent needs. He breaks into a smirk, already plotting how to take it home. Before she can even finish talking, he tells her to hold that thought. He dives straight across the water and snatches the rare lotus flower. With a quick snap, the prize is officially in his hands. Yue Ling gasps in shock, completely caught off guard by his sudden move. He sticks a smooth landing, completely unbothered by her panic. She gets furious, accusing him of greedily plucking the entire treasure for himself. Yi Tian just laughs it off and summons his lightning energy to negotiate. He offers 3 highly valuable stalks in exchange for keeping the lotus. Yue Ling silently stares at him like he has completely lost his mind. She secretly celebrates, thinking she is totally ripping him off in this deal. She happily accepts the trade and lets him keep the flower for cheap. Now she has 7 total stalks secured, maximizing her secret mission rewards. With her massive profit locked in, she prepares for her next negotiation. Meanwhile, Yi Tian sits down right there to consume the rare plant. He channels the glowing lotus energy, forcing his innate gift to mutate. A massive shockwave erupts across the cave as the evolution completes. The blinding light fades, and Yi Tian opens his eyes to check the changes. His system screen pops up, announcing a second talent copying slot is unlocked. He breaks a sweat realizing he can now copy abilities twice a month. The absolute jackpot drop leaves him completely speechless for a second. He absolutely loves the results and gets up with a massive grin. To test his luck, he immediately activates his radar scouting skill. A massive purple energy pulse surges outward to map the environment. The scanning pulse tears across the water, shattering his old range limits. The radar easily hits a whopping 500 meters, leaving him ecstatic. Trading away those 3 stalks was easily the best deal of his life. But he isn't done yet, because there's one final target left inside. He opens his storage pouch, unleashing a spark of purple lightning. A massive shadow monster materializes right in front of him with a thud. His system asks if he wants to fuse a newly copied spatial talent. Yi Tian breaks into a menacing fanged smirk, ready to accept the fusion. The combination process is finally done, and the system confirms his new spatial talent is fully locked in. Yi Tian takes a deep breath, looking over his updated status sheet to check his brand new mid-tier talent. He can confidently say this is easily the strongest capability he has ever managed to acquire. Time to test things out. He extends his hand, summoning a strange blue energy spark to activate his sub-skills. A glowing spatial box appears right above his palm, confirming he just unlocked his own personal pocket inventory. 30 cubic meters might not sound massive to everyone, but it is perfect for keeping his rarest items safe. The pocket inventory seals away his gear, instantly with a crisp crackle of lightning aura. With his new space skills active, Yi Tian decides it is finally time to start a whole new harvest. Meanwhile, Yue Ling finishes up her training session nearby, completely unaware of the massive upgrade he just got. Yi Tian approaches her, silently noting just how much her focused expression reminds him of his younger sister. She opens her eyes calmly, sensing his presence immediately as she finishes packing up her things. He breaks the silence with a smirk, casually pointing out that she seems completely finished with her cultivation. She stands up smoothly, stretching out her back after keeping watch over the area for so long. Yi Tian tells her he got what he came for, so he plans to leave the secret realm immediately. Yue Ling is genuinely surprised, asking if he is really planning to head out of the realm already. She explains she wanted to train a bit longer, hoping to stumble across some extra treasures hidden nearby. Yi Tian scratches his head, warning her that this place is way too dangerous to explore completely alone. She just laughs it off and pokes him, completely confident that she is strong enough to handle herself. With a heavy sigh, she gives in and decides to accompany him back toward the safe exit point. But internally, she is already biting her nails trying to figure out a clever way to make him stay. He reassures her that the waypoint is just up ahead, and they should reach it easily before daybreak. The two of them immediately sprint through the dark forest, moving at incredibly high speeds across the dirt paths. Suddenly, loud explosions echo through the trees, making it obvious that people are fighting right ahead of them. Yue Ling bets they are fighting over treasure, but laments that they are too far away to see who it is. Yi Tian focuses his red eyes, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to test out his brand new sub-skill. He activates spatial perception, allowing his vision to zoom through the forest canopy like a high-tech tracking radar. His enhanced vision easily cuts through the dark brush, giving him a perfect view of two warriors clashing. He watches a giant sword slam against a massive battle axe, realizing the local beast is already dead. The guy with the massive sword screams at his rival, demanding that he give up on the treasure. The axe wielder just scoffs right back, yelling that the fight is far from over. Yi Tian recognizes the fighters instantly, calling out the names of Li Kang and Zhang Kai to Yue Ling. He keeps tracking the duel, trying to locate exactly where the hidden treasure is actually stashed away. The intense clash between the rival families ends in a mutual double knockout. Both fighters scream as they unleash their final, desperate strikes against each other. The dust settles, and it turns out they actually managed to kill each other. Yi Yu doesn't care about the danger, and immediately dives down to loot the bodies. Yi Tian just watches with a smirk, letting her take the lead. He challenges her to a bet on who can find the real treasure first. She takes the bait and speeds up to claim all the best drops. She lands right next to the high-tier monster's corpse, ready to harvest. She immediately grabs all the valuable items from their pocket inventories. She moves on to the next guy to make sure she didn't miss anything. A bit of energy sparks as she cleans out their gear completely. She happily celebrates her massive haul, thinking she won the lottery. She generously offers him the monster's giant body since it's hard to sell. She tells him to do whatever he wants with the worthless giant carcass. Yi Tian just grins, knowing she has no idea what's hidden inside. He warns her not to regret it while she proudly tests her new sword. Yi Tian steps up and uses his strength to pry the monster's mouth open. Deep inside the maw, a rare, glowing spiritual plant catches his eye. She looks back and instantly realizes she messed up big time. He casually acts lucky, showing off the rare plant right in front of her. She demands to take a closer look, completely losing her composure. It turns out to be the legendary flame talent spirit grass. He notes her absolute shock and realizes she knows exactly what this is. Yi Tian seizes the moment and proposes an item exchange on his terms. She explains that consuming it grants the incredibly rare flame talent. He acts casual, but he is secretly calculating his next big move. She explains that adding a new unique talent is a completely broken concept. Since he can copy any talent anyway, this rare grass is just trade bait. She admits her family's powerful ancestor is desperate for this exact power. This talent can boost an expert's combat strength a whopping tenfold. Yi Tian casually offers her the rare item since neither he nor his sister can use it. Yue Ling can hardly believe her ears, stunned that he would just give it away like that. He insists it makes more sense to hand it over instead of letting it sit around. She starts wondering if this selflessness is what truly sets him apart from the rest. To her, this generous gesture proves he is destined for greatness in the future. But secretly, Yi Tian is just plotting to hold a massive favor over her head. They arrive at the portal, marking the edge of the dangerous secret realm. He asks one last time if she wants to leave with him, but she decides to stay behind. Since she is staying, he prepares to leave her with extra resources for protection. With a quick crackle of energy, he pulls out another divine soul flower for her sister. She accepts the items, refusing to take his gifts without returning something later. He gives her a final warning that staying past a month makes the portal highly unstable. As he turns around to leave, he reminds her to stay alert. He explicitly warns her to avoid anyone from the powerful Yun family. Hearing about their monarch rank expert, he stores that valuable info for later. He looks back with a sharp, determined gaze as they part ways. Yue Ling smiles, shouting that she will be waiting for him to come out safely. He gives a confident wave, completely unbothered by the dangers ahead. She leaps into the swirling energy of the portal to return to the outside world. Watching him go, she realizes he will probably surpass her power level very soon. She promises herself to train harder so she isn't left admiring him from afar. With her resolve hardened, she completely vanishes into the exit gateway. The portal flashes violently as her transmission finalizes. Back inside, Yitian smirks, glad the deadweight is finally gone so he can unleash his real skills. He readies himself for a massive solo hunt, entering his absolute area of expertise. A massive crescent slash echoes out as he begins clearing the realm alone. Meanwhile, outside under a clear blue sky, the main gate suddenly starts rippling. Loud crackling lightning surrounds the frame, shocking the onlookers nearby. The crowd panics as someone is thrown out heavily after only 2 days inside. A couple of opportunistic thugs assume a quick exit means she has no good treasures. But they quickly realize she is heavily wounded, making her an incredibly easy target to rob. Yue Ling lies on the stone floor, covered in deep scratches and bleeding badly. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approach the scene, cutting through the murmuring crowd. An outraged elder Ben arrives, horrified to find the young miss in such terrible condition. Demanding answers about the secret realm, he immediately calls for an emergency retreat back to the clan. Mosheabe stands outside the portal, looking down on the crowd while everyone assumes Yue Ling found nothing. He lets out a creepy smile, waiting to rob whoever comes out next like a total opportunist. Meanwhile, Elder Ben completely loses his mind, seeing Yue Ling covered in bad scratches. But the moment they get away, Yue Ling starts casually chugging down a healing potion. Yeah, turns out she faked those injuries just to trick the scavengers waiting outside. With the coast clear, she pulls out her real prize, the rare flame talent spirit grass. This grass is legendary because it can literally give anyone a brand new power. Elder Ben's jaw drops as she quickly hides the grass back inside her spatial inventory. Now that she holds all the cards, she tells him she needs a big favor. Elder Ben is thrilled about her contribution to the Yue family and promises her a reward. He asks what she wants, totally unprepared for what she is about to say next. She looks him dead in the eye and demands an audience with the clan's ancestor. Elder Ben is shocked, reminding her that her low status doesn't allow meetings like that. He thinks she's being incredibly daring, but she is definitely not backing down. She threatens to completely destroy the spirit grass if she doesn't get her meeting. He tries to find any other compromise, but her mind is completely made up. With no choice left, Elder Ben sighs and agrees to make the arrangements. Later that night, the scene shifts to the massive and quiet Yue family estate. Yue Ling steps out of a bath, getting ready for the high-stakes meeting. She wraps herself in a towel, looking totally relaxed despite the crazy pressure. She walks over to the window, staring out at the quiet night sky. She wonders how Yi Tian is holding up back inside that dangerous secret realm. Outside, bats fly across the full moon as the focus shifts back to the portal. And speak of the devil, Yi Tian is just chilling on top of a giant monster corpse. He looks totally bored, holding his bloody dagger like it was just a light workout. He complains that there isn't a single creature here that can actually challenge him. Back at the estate, a servant arrives to escort Yue Ling to the meeting hall. She steps into her high heels, fully dressed and ready to face the music. She tells the guard she's coming, knowing this meeting changes everything. They arrive at the main hall, a massive traditional building where the high elders sit. Incense smoke drifts through the room, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. An old man sits at the front, praising her for finding the valuable grass. Yue Ling walks down the massive hall under the heavy gaze of the elders. The old man glares at her, his wrinkly eyes showing serious power. He asks what reward she wants, and she stands tall in her dark dress. She clenches her fist tightly, preparing to drop another absolute bombshell request. She boldly declares that she wants to meditate and comprehend the clan's sacred enlightenment stele. The ancestor completely loses his mind when Yue Ling asks to comprehend the sacred enlightenment stele. He snaps that even he doesn't have that right, but Yue Ling kneels down anyway. She offers 6 stalks of the divine soul flower to the clan's disciples instead. The old man just takes a slow sip of his tea without saying a word. He warns her that the steel's aura is fading, telling her to change her request. But Yue Ling holds her ground, completely uninterested in making any other deal. The ancestor glares right back at her, clearly running completely out of patience. Suddenly, a blast of energy hits her, sending her flying across the courtyard. She crashes hard onto the stone tiles from the sheer impact of the blast. Uncle Ben watches in absolute terror as the power dynamic shifts completely out of control. The ancestor scoffs, furious that she would even try to negotiate with him like this. He starts walking away, thinking the conversation is officially over. Yue Ling grits her teeth, determined to break past her limits and get stronger. The ancestor stops, shocked that she is actually attempting to push back against him. He turns around with a terrifying look that signals things are getting serious. Yue Ling breaks into a cold sweat as a massive pressure drops onto the area. The heavy aura forces her straight down, cracking the pavement right beneath her. She instantly recognizes this weight as the terrifying aura of a Monarch expert. The crushing weight pushes her down further, making it almost impossible to move. Uncle Ben drops to his knees, begging the ancestor to spare her life. But the ancestor coldly tells Ben to back off, because this doesn't involve him. Despite the brutal gravity, Yue Ling struggles to force herself back up. She screams out that she absolutely must comprehend the enlightenment stele. The old man stares in pure disbelief that she can even stand up right now. He unleashes another wave of energy, trying to break her resolve for good. Yue Ling takes the hit directly, groaning as the strain pushes her to the brink. Suddenly, the crushing pressure completely vanishes, and she collapses to the floor. The ancestor sighs, stating he won't break the rules before pulling out a special plaque. He tosses it right over, letting her have the access she risked everything for. The wooden token flies smoothly through the air straight toward her hand. Yue Ling catches it safely, finally catching her breath after securing a massive victory. We open at the Grand Pavilion during a quiet evening sunset. A servant delivers the 6 stalks of divine soul flower and flame talent spirit grass. The servant walks inside and gets told to leave them right on the desk. The subordinate asks why the ancestor changed his mind about letting Yue Ling go to the tablet. The old ancestor calmly pours water into his wooden basin. He waters his plants while admitting he actually likes her stubborn streak. As water splashes down, the green leaves catch the light and glimmer. The ancestor smiles, saying she reminds him of his younger self. Cut to a clear crescent moon hanging in the dark night sky. Meanwhile, back in the wild, Yi Tian is getting his hands dirty foraging. He zeroes in on another glowing plant hidden along the rocky path. With a quick tug, he plucks another rare spirit plant from the ground. He can't help but laugh, celebrating his massive streak of luck. Suddenly, a shadow darts past, catching him completely off guard. Something drops into the water nearby with a huge splash. Yi Tian reaches out through the surface to grab whatever fell. He stands near the shallow stream, tracking the movement. He pulls out a glowing red plant covered in magical sparks. He activates his pocket inventory skill to store away the loot safely. The glowing items float upward, vanishing into his spatial stash. Yi Tian takes a break, thinking about his massive profit so far. He smiles, adding up the bounty from the calamity beast he hunted. He looks down, realizing he smells terrible and needs a quick change. Outside under the moon, a mysterious creature watches from a high ridge. It has glowing red eyes and small fangs, sniffing the air. Yi Tian sits down on the ground to tie his fresh sneakers. He puts on a clean green hoodie, ready to rest for the night. His stomach growls loud, meaning it is finally time to eat. Suddenly, a massive wild boar monster charges right through the thicket. Yi Tian looks over, completely unfazed and locked onto his next meal. Smoke rises from his campsite into the starry night sky. He sets up a nice campfire and starts roasting giant meat slabs. He slices into the roast, and it looks absolutely perfect. He switches to his chibai form, happily tearing into the steak. Out of nowhere, tiny shapes launch from the dark shadows. A tiny purple creature flies right past his face, snatching the meat. The little thief speeds away into the dark forest background. He gets furious, screaming at the top of his lungs. The chase is on through the dark trees beneath the crescent moon. He dives through the bushes, tracking the fast little runner. He corners the creature, ready to take revenge for his stolen dinner. He stops when he sees a tiny purple mouse nibbling the steak. His system window pops up, revealing it is an apex tier treasure mouse. Yi Tian lunges forward from above, entirely focused on trapping the fast little thief below him. But the mouse is way too quick, slipping away effortlessly and leaving a massive crater behind. Yi Tian crashes hard into the dirt as the creature zigzags ahead completely unfazed. It starts bouncing across the landscape like a pinball, mocking his attempts to keep up. Frustrated, Yi Tian plants his foot firmly and decides it is time to stop playing nice. He triggers his spatial talent, instantly teleporting right in front of the running target. Before the mouse can even react, he snatches it cleanly right out of the air. The little creature starts screaming in a high-pitched girl's voice, calling him a total pervert. Holding it by the scruff, Yi Tian gives Little Purple a very simple choice: serve or get grilled. Terrified of becoming dinner, the mouse immediately bursts into tears and agrees to the deal. With the terms set, Yi Tian closes his eyes to initiate the official contract binding. A brilliant mystical light envelops Little Purple, sealing their new master and servant bond. Once released, the newly named Little Purple scurries around happily, ready to show her worth. Yi Tian smiles, knowing this apex tier treasure hunting talent will be insanely useful from now on. He remembers a tip about a valuable energy stone mine hidden nearby inside this secret realm. The powerful Yun family wants that mine, but with his new pet, Yi Tian likes his odds. He asks Little Purple if she can find it, and she proudly guarantees a perfect pinpoint. He orders her to lead the way, letting her hitch a ride right on his arm. Purple lightning crackles around his legs as he prepares to move out at full speed. He smirks, fully intending to steal the entire mine right out from under their noses. They sprint through the dark, rocky terrain, moving deeper into the mountain range. Yi Tian bounds down the steep cliffs, keeping his movements as quiet as possible. He lands smoothly on a flat ridge, checking his surroundings for any immediate threats. Suddenly, Little Purple warns him that she smells other humans nearby, meaning someone arrived first. Annoyed that his prize might be taken, Yi Tian pauses to assess the situation. He activates his spatial sensing talent, extending his awareness out to scout the canyon ahead. His scan reveals dozens of bodies, confirming a brutal battle just went down inside. Wanting a closer look, he teleports straight toward the source of the chaos. He drops down from the flash of light, executing a perfect stealth landing on the rocks. He rushes forward through the ravines, using the natural stone formations as cover. Peering over the edge, he sees that the violent clash is still actively playing out below. Down in the pit, an armored fighter unleashes a devastating earth elemental rockfall spell. A massive magical staff glows intensely, channeling heavy earth energy across the battlefield. Gigantic boulders rain down relentlessly, crushing the frontline combatants and shattering their ranks. Fighters are blasted backward by the heavy shockwaves, coughing up blood as they fall. Spotting an opening in the chaos, a muscular warrior surges forward to exploit a flaw. He conjures a massive earth spike, impaling his opponent clean through the torso. The impaled victim screams in agony, spitting a fountain of blood from the fatal strike. The defeated fighter collapses limply to the ground as the dust slowly begins to settle. A sinister, silver-haired figure watches from the shadows, clapping slowly at the bloody display. He mocks the fallen He family genius for managing to take out so many young soldiers. Yi Tian scans the battlefield, evaluating the surviving threats using his system window. The arrogant silver-haired leader steps out, eager to finish off the remaining survivors himself. He flashes a cruel, confident grin, completely unaware that he is being watched. The system identifies him as Yun Feng, a high-tier wind genius with apex cultivation talent. The opponent brags that the treasure item already belongs to the Yun family. He challenges Yun Feng to try and take it from him with a smug grin. To back up his talk, he casts a forbidden earth spell called King Kong Wall. A massive purple aura erupts as his defensive shield activates. Yun Feng doesn't care and counters immediately with a wind-shattering slice. His wind talent cuts right through the opponent's strongest earth shield. The opponent is completely shocked that his ultimate defense got shattered so easily. Realizing he is in trouble, he prepares another forbidden spell. He unleashes a massive rockfall spell to bury his enemy. A giant magic circle appears beneath Yun Feng as the ground shatters. Yun Feng keeps his cool and analyzes the incoming attack. The magic circle glows brighter as the high-tier spell fully activates. Massive boulders explode outward from the formation, destroying the area. The opponent mocks him, asking if that's all he can do. He escalates the fight by casting an apex-tier forbidden spell called Fallen Skies. The arena shakes from the sheer weight of the incoming rock storm. Yun Feng activates his high-tier speed talent to evade the strike. The opponent is stunned he dodged, but Yun Feng hits back with a pale blade. A massive column of energy blasts through the battlefield, clearing the dust. The opponent gets blasted back, completely defeated and dropping his weapon. Yun Feng points out that the valuable mineral vein is right in that cave. The wounded opponent crawls on the ground, desperate to protect his prize. He screams that he searched this secret realm for 10 years and won't let anyone touch it. Yun Feng looks at the cave, but his spatial sensing detects a restriction instead. He scoffs and asks the guy if he's even capable of defending it. The opponent pulls out a rare piece of spiritual grass with a crazy look. Lightning crackles violently around his hand from the intense energy. Yun Feng watches in disbelief as the man prepares to eat it directly. The opponent explains this spiritual grass can massively increase a person's talent. Yun Feng thinks he's completely insane, since consuming it raw can make you explode. Without hesitation, the man swallows the glowing plant in a desperate gamble. The raw power immediately floods his system, causing overwhelming pressure. He screams in agony as his veins bulge from the massive energy. A dark purple shockwave blasts outward from his body, tearing up the ground. Yun Feng shields his eyes as the man's talent begins to forcibly level up. The transformation completes, unleashing a terrifying aura across the cavern. The system window confirms his cultivation talent has officially leveled up to Transcendent tier. With an apex wind blade and high-tier speed, he's now a massive threat. After upgrading her talent to Transcendent tier, the arrogant Yun family warrior demands her enemy beg for mercy. Her opponent tries to fight back, but she quickly shuts him down with a lightning-fast strike. The defeated warrior coughs up blood, completely overwhelmed by her massive new power upgrade. He crashes heavily into the cavern floor, totally broken and unable to stand. She mocks his failing battle sense, calling the family's supposed genius absolute trash. The injured man desperately gasps for air, clinging to what little strength he has left. She coldly turns away, telling him he is just a stepping stone for greater heights. He looks back in utter disbelief as she walks away without a single shred of remorse. She reminds him that the Yun family rules this entire base and boasts a monarch rank. With absolute confidence in her victory, she claims that nobody here can stand against her. He is left bleeding out alone in the dark cavern, left entirely behind to die. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he wonders if his cultivation life ends right here. Suddenly, Yun Feng approaches the dying cultivator and calmly checks on his condition. Yun Feng offers a healing potion, but the senior refuses because his organs are already shattered. The severe internal damage is fatal, leaving the fallen fighter with absolutely no hope. The dying senior coughs weakly, asking if Yun Feng is here for the secret mine too. Yun Feng admits he is looking for answers about what lies deeper inside the cave. The senior warns him that an apex-tier calamity monster stands guard over the stone mine. The beast dug a confusing maze of tunnels, making it impossible to navigate normally. He explains that only a legendary, incredibly rare treasure-hunting creature can locate the actual vein. Yun Feng smiles confidently and asks if he means the little creature right here. He reveals Little Purple, completely shocking the old cultivator who searched 10 years for one. The dying man stares in absolute disbelief, unable to process what he is seeing. He coughs violently, realizing the young man actually formed a soul contract with the rare beast. Little Purple hops onto his knee, looking surprisingly cute despite the grim surrounding situation. The senior realizes his entire decade spent searching this secret realm was completely in vain. His trembling hand drops weakly to the floor as his life force finally slips away. His hand falls completely limp against the stone ground, signaling his final moments. With his final breath, the defeated senior laments how fate made a total fool of him. Yun Feng stands silently over the fallen warrior, preparing to venture deeper into the dangerous mine. The Yun family warrior is already covered in scratches, sweating under the pressure of this endless maze. Instead of overthinking the endless cave split, she decides to just pick a path at random. Meanwhile, Yun Feng pays his respects to the fallen senior who warned him about the mine's hidden danger. The rain keeps pouring down outside, matching the grim mood as he prepares to move forward. Deep inside the tunnels, the website watermark reminds us we are following a classic scanlation path. The Yun warrior finds another fork in the road and starts realizing she is completely lost. Suddenly, the ground shatters beneath her as a massive force breaks through the cave floor. A giant fanged beast leaps out, completely catching her off guard in the narrow passage. She barely manages to scramble back, leaping away from the surprise ambush. Her eyes widen with fear because this apex predator was definitely not in the mission brief. The monster charges a bright energy blast right in its maw, ready to finish her. Further back, Yun Feng hears the commotion and smirks, realizing the battle has already started. He plans to let the Yun family wear the beast down for him while he looks around. He looks down at his shoulder and tells Little Purple that the rest is up to them. The sheer number of intersecting tunnels is messing with the little mouse's tracking senses too. But Little Purple gets right to work, sniffing the stone floor for any hidden paths. It takes almost no time at all for the treasure-hunting mouse to squeak out a success. Yun Feng follows the lead and stumbles upon an unexpected underground river blocking their way. The path opens up to a large, completely calm pool of dark subterranean water. He realizes the extra caves were just a clever ruse to trick any unwanted intruders. Without Little Purple, anyone would have been fooled, but now it is time to dive in. Yun Feng takes a deep breath and plunges right into the clear underwater cavern. He opens his eyes underwater, filtering through the bubbles to spot the true entrance. Right at the bottom of the pool, a dark submerged tunnel comes into view. He smiles to himself, confident that this hidden passage will finally lead to the real prize. The battle hits a breaking point as the ancient pillar crumbles into heavy dust. The silver-haired warrior is completely beaten down and gasping for air. She can barely look up, utterly shocked that she couldn't even stand her ground. Her armor is shattered, and she is covered in deep bruises after the clash. The beast towers over her with a massive fanged maw ready to strike. With no choices left, she pulls out a mysterious purple orb to turn the tide. The orb crackles with raw energy as she activates its hidden power. She smirks, claiming this monarch-rank strength will wipe out everything. The monster lunges straight forward, completely ignoring her sudden surge of power. She crushes the purple core in her hand to unleash the final spell. A massive wind pierces through the darkness, striking the cave walls directly. The explosion rocks the entire cavern, tearing the stone structure apart. Meanwhile, Yi Tian is diving deep through the underwater tunnels to escape the collapse. He feels a powerful energy wave from above and senses something went wrong. He activates his speed talent to burst through the rushing water. Behind him, the monster's tail violently thrashes as the mine caves in. The beast gets buried in the debris while the whole path blocks up. The silver-haired warrior barely survives by using her family's movement tool. She stands limping in the shadows, bloodied but glad to be alive. Yi Tian breaks through the dark water, still searching for the main or vein. He spots a faint light shimmering ahead through the subaquatic path. He leaps out of the water and lands safely on dry stone. He gathers his bearings and looks around the hidden underground vault. Little Purple chirps on his shoulder, pointing out the incredible view ahead. The entire chamber is filled with massive, glowing blue vitality stones. Yi Tian smiles, ready to take all these treasures from the Yun family. He rests his chin, planning exactly how to farm this massive score. He walks over to the closest crystal formation to test its density. He charges up his strength talent and strikes the crystal with full power. Lightning energy crackles as he shatters the stones into collectible pieces. Little Purple jumps down to help, easily rolling the heavy ores together. Suddenly, the little mouse stops and sniffs a unique scent in the air. Little Purple leads him deeper into the vault toward an ancient altar. The mouse squeaks excitedly, knowing they found the real prize of the realm. Yi Tian stares in absolute disbelief at the glowing relic before him. Floating above the pedestal is the legendary Vitality Core, capable of raising his rank to Monarch. Yi Tian stares at the legendary core, sweating as the pressure hits him. He realizes this artifact can raise someone to become one of the strongest experts. He approaches the altar slowly, looking down at the core from above. Little Purple immediately panics and warns him not to get close to it. But the radiant energy from the core is already making his entire body feel hot. He grits his teeth as the immense heat begins to burn his face. Thankfully, he has the defensive talents he copied back at the base. He immediately activates his endurance skills, forming a protective barrier. Little Purple watches in total shock, amazed by how many talents his master has. Even with defenses up, his hand begins to crack under the extreme pressure. The radiating energy forces his eyes wide open in sheer determination. The intense energy bursts out, creating a massive wave of purple flames. Yi Tian screams in agony as the energy tears through his shield. Little Purple watches helplessly as his master gets blasted back by the heat. Regular defensive talents simply cannot shield against this core's crazy power. The little mouse realizes Yi Tian will be burnt to death if this continues. The scorching aura completely engulfs him, burning right through his armor. He pushes forward anyway, knowing he just needs to touch it for a second. He activates his recovery talent to keep his body from dissolving. Yi Tian smirks through the pain and finally triggers his spatial inventory. The system locks onto the target, storing the entire core instantly. A massive shockwave violently blasts him away into the wall. He falls to the floor, panting heavily but smiling from the success. The residual lightning energy continues to crackle across his hands. Little Purple is absolutely thrilled that his master actually pulled it off. He checks the newly acquired item resting safely inside his spatial storage. Without the core's stabilizing energy, the entire chamber begins to collapse. Outside, the Yun family warrior feels the sudden earthquake shake the mine. She realizes the structural damage means the vitality core was just taken. She looks around in panic, wondering who else could possibly be inside. Meanwhile, Yi Tian spots a massive cluster of vitality stones and grabs them all. The Yun family warrior rushes back into the mine, absolutely shocked by what she's sensing. She looks down in disbelief at the freshly broken rocks littering the floor. If the vitality stone core is gone, her entire mission is a total failure. Panic sets in as she charges deeper into the collapsing cave tunnels. Suddenly, she hits a dead end and stares up at a solid stone wall. Frustrated, she hits the barrier with lightning energy, hoping to blast it open. The wall crumbles, revealing an entirely new hidden chamber right behind it. She steps inside, wondering why a place like this is even hidden here. She bends down and spots a single leftover vitality stone on the ground. As she inspects the small glowing crystal, her worst fears are confirmed. She looks around the massive empty vault and realizes this was the actual mine. She brings the stone close, detecting a faint human scent left behind. Her expression turns to pure rage as she realizes a thief took everything. The last crystal in her hand instantly cracks under her furious grip. She collapses to her knees, realizing someone stole the core while she was fighting. She trembles in fear, knowing the head of the house will kill her for this. She digs her claws into the stone floor, swearing vengeance against the thief. She screams out in absolute rage, vowing to hunt down the culprit. Meanwhile, Yi Tian escapes the secret realm with Little Purple, thrilled with their massive haul. The story shifts to the traditional Yue family estate, where a maid arrives with food. Another servant stops her, warning that Elder Ben strictly forbade anyone from disturbing the young miss. The guard yawns, telling her to just follow orders and leave the lady alone. Night falls over the estate as the quiet hours take over. Inside her dark quarters, the Yue family young miss sits completely isolated. She meditates quietly, gathering her inner spiritual energy to recover from the ancestors' attack. Even with low vital energy, her breakthrough barrier is finally starting to loosen. Glowing purple aura swirls around her as she pushes past her physical limits. Using the treasures she consumed, she prepares to finally reach the Grandmaster realm. Yue Ling finally breaks through, her energy gathering like a vortex in the room. The moment is huge, signaling she has officially reached a whole new level. Even a butterfly outside reacts to the sudden shift in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, an old man nearby stops his writing brush as he senses the massive disturbance. Yao Yi smiles, noting that the Yue family has produced yet another legendary master. He can already tell this child possesses incredible potential. Back in her room, electricity crackles through the air around her. Yue Ling stands up, feeling the immense power of a true grandmaster. She naturally absorbs the energy around her, and a tiny bug catches her attention. Her senses are so sharp now, she can track its path perfectly across the room. But the real prize of this awakening is something way cooler. She looks down, ready to test out her newly unlocked abilities. With a quick flick, she summons a unique psychic power that only grandmasters have. She casually sips her tea, completely in control of her new power. Since the secret realm closes tomorrow, she decides it's time to go meet up with him. Cut to a bright sky, where portals are opening up over a busy market city. People on the ground notice that cultivators are finally starting to return. Two warriors leap down from the portal, fresh out of the secret realm. They expect to cash in big, since the last ones back usually find the best treasures. A shady trader approaches, offering to buy whatever rare items they brought back. The warrior pulls out some rare spirit grass to get a price estimate. The merchant gives a smug grin, getting ready to rip them off. He offers a low price, claiming the grass is young and damaged. The warrior gets furious, yelling that this is high-tier, 100-year-old healing grass. His brother holds him back, reminding him they can't start fights in this city. Another portal flashes in the sky, revealing someone using top-tier teleportation talent. A cloaked figure arrives smoothly, leaving the noisy merchant behind. Little Purple peeks out from the cloak, fascinated by how many people are around. We start off right at the entrance of the secret realm, where things are already getting loud. Yitian spots a Monarch rank expert watching the gate, so he decides to head for the Yue family instead. Before anyone can even look his way, Yitian instantly activates his spatial talent to teleport. The guy looking for a fight is completely thrown off when his target suddenly vanishes into thin air. He literally rubs his eyes thinking he must be losing it, completely confused by what just happened. Meanwhile, these two brag about getting rich off treasures, entirely clueless about the danger ahead. Right as they're celebrating, a strange blue light flashes right beneath their feet. And just like that, the spatial array activates, pulling them straight out of the busy street. They get dropped directly into a dark dungeon cell, completely cut off from the city. They crash hard onto the stone floor, realizing way too late that they just got completely played. One of them points into the shadows, his face pale as he realizes they aren't alone. He panics at the sight of piles of bodies scattered all over the floor. A terrifying voice cuts through the dark, telling them to shut up before demanding their treasures. The guys completely freeze up with fear as they look into the dark corner. Sitting right there is King Yunhee, a Monarch rank expert who treats everyone else like annoying flies. He doesn't waste any time and takes them out instantly, leaving a massive blood splatter. Then he casually chugs his drink, not caring at all about the mess he just made. He lets out a dark laugh, excited to see what kind of loot his new victims brought him. Back on the streets, Yitian is walking around trying to find where the Yue family lives. The Demon Sea base is huge, and he's starting to regret not asking for a specific address. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning crashes down from above without any warning. The blast hits the roof right next to him, throwing everything into absolute chaos. Yitian tries to dodge, but the speed of the attack catches him completely off guard. He takes a direct hit and goes flying, unable to block the impact. He hits the ground hard, completely annoyed that he keeps getting ambushed out of nowhere. As he's lying there groaning in pain, a familiar voice calls out his name. Yitian looks up and tries to play it cool with a smile, seeing who attacked him. It turns out it was just a friendly test, though the attacker didn't think he'd drop his guard. Yitian's jaw completely drops when he hears that his friend already advanced to Grandmaster. Yue Ling just smiles elegantly, casually brushing it off as nothing more than good luck. Yue Ling can't believe Yitian broke through to Grandmaster so quickly. He plays it cool, claiming it was mostly luck and family treasures. But secretly, Yitian knows he needs to get even stronger to survive here. Suddenly, Little Purple pokes his head out because he's starving for barbecue. Yue Ling instantly recognizes him as a priceless, legendary treasure-hunting mouse. The little guy starts crying, begging Yitian not to sell him away. Yitian politely turns her down, saying the mouse is already his pet. Yue Ling sighs, admitting nobody would be foolish enough to sell something that valuable. They walk to an apartment building and part ways until tomorrow's meeting. Yitian smiles, happy to finally be back home to see his sister. He bangs on the door, but Yiyu looks completely furious to see him. She glares at him with pure rage, clearly not in a welcoming mood. Before he can even say hello, she slams the door right in his face. Yitian keeps knocking, yelling that her favorite older brother is finally back. Yiyu yells back, complaining about being left all alone in a strange place. He tries to apologize through the door, but she tells him to get lost. Since the door is locked, Yitian decides to use his new teleportation talent. He pops right inside with a casual hello, sending her into total shock. She's amazed that his new secret realm ability lets him walk through walls. Yitian smirks, pretty pleased with how useful this spatial talent turned out to be. To cheer her up, he presents Little Purple as a peace offering. Yiyu loves it, proving she's incredibly easy to bribe with cute animals. Then something heavy touches his leg, interrupting their little bonding moment. Yi looks down and spots a very round, chunky cat staring back up. Yi proudly introduces the overfed cub as Little Gold. Yi barks out laughing, asking when she started raising a literal pig. Little Gold looks offended, whining that he's just plump, not fat. Yi just tells the new mouse that she's the boss around here now. It is a quiet night at the base, and Yi is finally taking a second to breathe. He jumps right into a hot shower to wash off the dirt from the secret realm. After drying off, he decides it's time to check out his latest system upgrades. He wraps a towel around his neck, getting ready to activate his copying skill. He sets Yi up to look after Little Purple, leaving him completely free. Now he can finally copy that insane treasure hunting talent he found earlier. He triggers the copy command, and the system instantly locks onto the target. His status window pops open, revealing a high-tier treasure hunting talent on his profile. Meanwhile, Yao Yi is absolutely furious, screaming at his subordinate for failing the core mission. The Yun family warrior tries to explain that the thief was just way too fast. She admits she couldn't even tell if the culprit was a guy or a girl. She trembles in pure terror as Yao Yi's anger continues to flare up. Yao Yi loses his patience completely and grabs her by the hair, completely fed up. She begs her ancestor for another chance, promising she will track down the vitality stones. He looks down at her with cold eyes, considering whether to keep her alive. He assumes only a major noble family could pull off a heist like that. He orders her to investigate every single noble member sent into the secret realm. He warns her that failing again will lead to some pretty permanent consequences. She grips her outfit tightly, her hands shaking from the intense pressure. Her expression hardens into full vengeance mode as she swears to find him. Cut to the next day, where the massive Martial Pavilion headquarters stands tall. Yue Ling walks Yi Tian up, telling him there is no need to be surprised. Yi Tian smirks, secretly plotting to test out Little Purple's copied talent inside. The massive wooden doors creak open, welcoming them into the giant repository. His jaw drops when he sees the ridiculous amount of loot stored inside. The shelves are completely packed with glowing artifacts, potions, and weird magical gear. Every single item is surrounded by a strange, sparkling blue spiritual aura. Yue Ling crosses her arms and tells him he can test them out himself. But to his new tracking skill, these basic blue items look pretty mid-tier. He picks up a sword to test it, and it instantly shatters in his hand. He sweats in total panic, wondering how a legendary weapon cracked that easily. Just as he tries to hide the broken pieces, Elder Ben walks right in. Elder Ben offers him a solid discount, but suddenly Yi Tian catches a weird scent. His eyes lock onto an egg glowing with a transcendent gold aura. The system window confirms it's a hidden, legendary beast egg worth a fortune. Yi Yu snaps at her brother for spacing out, reminding him they're on a clock. Yi Tian acts confident, asking Elder Ben for high-quality items since money is no object. Elder Ben laughs out loud, loving the kid's absolute confidence. Yi Yu immediately facepalms, fully convinced her brother is just completely bluffing. Suddenly, a surge of blue lightning sparks across the room. Yi Tian casually reveals an enormous, glowing blue vitality stone as an exchange offer. Elder Ben and Yi Yu completely lose their minds seeing such a rare stone. Yi Tian lies smoothly, claiming he just found it sitting in a secret realm. Elder Ben goes wild with excitement and dashes off to fetch the best items. He literally skips down the hallway, celebrating the huge profit he's about to make. Meanwhile, Yi Tian smirks, knowing he kept the even more valuable core for himself. The moment they're alone, a suspicious Yi Yu chases after him, demanding the truth. She confronts him directly, but he warns her that the truth is too dangerous. He lets out a sigh and prepares to drop the bomb. He confesses that he actually stole that priceless stone directly from the powerful Yun family. Terrified, she grabs his collar and screams at him to return it immediately. He hits her with a silence gesture and reveals he stole an entire mine's worth. Yu slaps her hip in sheer panic, realizing they are totally dead. She warns him that King Yun's brutal methods will destroy them both. Completely exhausted by his antics, she just gives up and stops trying to guide him. Elder Ben returns in a flash, proudly revealing a gold transcendent treasure. He presents the legendary purple cloud refining technique, along with the sharp amethyst knife. Yi Tian handles the new blade as a massive surge of red energy erupts. The pristine steel edge gleams, confirming its absolute top-tier quality. Satisfied, Yi Tian accepts the deal while his sister tries to process the overpayment. Elder Ben even hands over a precious VIP card, granting a massive discount. But Yi Tian isn't done, suddenly pointing out a random decorative item on a high shelf. Elder Ben happily reaches up and grabs the dusty, dark oval object. The manager eagerly throws it in for free to build a strong friendship. Yi Yu watches in silence as her brother handles the mysterious artifact. Elder Ben calls it a useless, fossilized dragon's egg that they could never hatch. Yi Yu crosses her arms skeptically, wondering why he wants a piece of junk. But Yi Tian's talent detects it's an apex treasure, and golden rings start sparking. With his eyes glowing crimson, he resolves to hatch this legendary dragon himself. Yi Tian thanks Yue Ling for helping him gather a massive haul of resources. He immediately invites her over for dinner, bragging that his sister is a great cook. Yue Ling turns him down, saying she needs to handle some family business first. But she reminds him they're permanent friends now, and he can call for help anytime. Just as they part ways, a giant bully named Yue Ko blocks the entrance. Yue Ko mocks Yi Tian, assuming he just gathered trash items from the secret realm. Yue Ling snaps at him to watch his mouth, but the bully won't back down. Yue Ko unleashes a heavy strike, completely slamming his fist into the ground. Instead of getting crushed, Yi Tian stands unbothered as a purple crackling defense shield activates. The bully is completely stunned to see the kid possess a defense talent. Yi Tian's expression darkens as he asks the guy if he really wants to die. A crimson aura of pure bloodthirst explodes right out of Yi Tian. The massive red energy forms a giant terrifying skull looming right behind him. Terrified by the sudden spike in power, Yue Ling rushes over to stop the fight. She reminds them this is the main entrance of the Martial Pavilion headquarters. Yi Tian takes a deep breath and lets his terrifying aura completely dissipate. He walks away casually, while Yue Ling stands there apologizing for the trouble. Yue Ko is left shaking in pure horror at the sheer bloodthirst. He stands frozen, wondering exactly how many calamity beasts Yi Tian had to slaughter. Meanwhile, Yi Tian completely leaves the tense situation behind and heads straight home. He arrives at his apartment complex, finally relaxing as he steps inside. He calls out to his sister Yi Yu, who is already busy cooking dinner. She playfully scolds him to stop talking smoothly and just wait for the food. Yi Tian kicks back on the couch, realizing home truly is the best place. Even their pet cat and the treasure mouse are completely relaxed and napping. But the peace doesn't last long when the dragon's egg suddenly begins to pulse. Back in his apartment, that dead dragon egg suddenly starts thumping with a heavy heartbeat. Yi Tian holds it in total shock, wondering how a defective rock suddenly came alive. The sudden surge of power instantly sets off little Jin, who flares up with wild lightning. Yi Tian scrambles back as the little cub throws a massive, terrified tantrum across the room. Little Jin crouches down and growls, completely spooked by whatever is inside that shell. Yi Tian checks on his pets, completely baffled since the pavilion sold it as useless trash. Little purple dives for cover on top of a cabinet, shaking with pure survival instinct. It turns out dragons naturally dominate calamity beasts, standing at a legendary existence. Hearing that dragons are ranked way above the Monarch rank leaves Yi Tian completely speechless. But just as fast as it started, the egg goes completely still again. Yi Tian studies it closely, trying to figure out what triggered the heartbeat. With no clear answers, he uses his energy to stash it back in his inventory pocket. That is when Little Purple pieces it together and runs over to explain the mystery. Since he stored the egg with the Vitality Crystal Core, its raw energy awakened the dragon. Yi Tian smiles, thrilled to find out his free display item is actually a gold mine. Little Jin just lets out a huge yawn, annoyed that his nap got ruined. Yi Tian sits down to map out a hatching strategy with his trusty mouse. They need to let the core recharge its energy before taking the next step. Thinking about owning a pet that surpasses the Monarch rank brings a sharp smirk to his face. His plotting is cut short when Yi calls him over to a massive spread of dinner. Later that night, Yi Tian finally cracks open the purple cloud body refining scroll. He unrolls the massive document on his floor, but the requirements are insanely strict. It demands a transcendent tier cultivation talent, which makes him clutch his neck in pure frustration. The technique is split into 5 distinct stages, targeting everything from blood to chi. It forces every part of the mortal body to break past its absolute human potential. Yi Tian sighs, realizing nobody else bought this manual because the resource costs are ridiculous. But as he keeps scanning the text, his fingers brush past a glowing runic mark. He lifts the page to his eyes, instantly identifying a hidden spatial coordinate. Without wasting a second, he activates his spatial perception to crack the lock. His purple eye flare forces the hidden pink geometric rune to spark right off the page. A violent white flash completely swallows the room, teleporting him straight into the unknown. When the light fades, he lands on a dark, undulating water surface inside an inner realm. He looks down the endless dark horizon and notices a mysterious figure waiting for him. A purple-haired young man with a golden fan smirks, welcoming Yi Tian as his true successor. Yi Tian's eyes widen as he finds himself staring at a completely insane status window. Standing right there is a mysterious man, claiming to be the divine immortal of the striking thunder. The ancient powerhouse locks his eyes on Yi Tian, hiding a smirk behind his fan. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a panicked scout rides furiously through the bamboo forest. He ditches his horse and moves on foot, desperate to deliver his urgent report. He confirms that an outsider connected to the rival Yue family entered the secret realm. Sweating with anxiety, the subordinate finally drops the target's name, Yi Tian. Hearing that name, a silver-haired genius narrows her eyes in deep irritation. She repeats his name, instantly labeling this newcomer as her next target. But when the scout mentions Yue Ling became a grandmaster and is now called the top genius, she snaps. Her expression grows dangerous, absolutely refusing to let anyone outshine her position. The poor subordinate trembles in terror, realizing he just walked right into her wrath. She kicks him straight into the dirt, declaring that she is the only true genius around. The beaten scout quickly nods along, desperate to avoid getting blasted again. She orders him to stop investigating, deciding she will handle Yi Tian herself. She warns that if Yi Tian really stole the Vitality Stone Core, the Yue family can't protect him. Back in the hidden dimension, the Immortal notes that Yi Tian has decent capability for reaching this space. He reveals this entire water realm is just a mirage left behind by his engraving talent. Yi Tian breaks a sweat, realizing this guy's mere residual projection completely eclipses a monarch rank. The ancient master decides to stop nagging and smoothly gets straight to business. He looks down calmly, preparing to initiate the real test of inheritance. Suddenly, a chilling pressure drops, catching Yi Tian completely off guard. The spiritual aura is so heavy, it makes the space itself feel tight. Yi Tian struggles under the weight, finding this aura even more terrifying than King Yunus. The Immortal presses him down, demanding to see if he's truly worthy of receiving his legacy. But as he reads Yi Tian's attributes, the Immortal's eyes snap wide with pure shock. He completely loses his composure, unable to comprehend how one kid has so many diverse talents. Seeing that his ultimate secret is out, Yi Tian just flashes a confident smirk. Yi Tian is completely thrown off after finding out this master can spot his copied abilities. The striking thunder immortal casually brushes it off, saying multiple talents are just unique luck. He whips out his patterned fan and tells Yi Tian he has zero interest in his secrets. Yi Tian is left trying to figure out if this guy is actually a monarch-level expert. The immortal explains that finding his hidden engraving required rare spatial talents anyway. He snaps his fan shut and offers to help Yi Tian become a grand master. Yi Tian can barely believe his luck, but there is always a catch with these things. The master warns him that hoarding low-tier abilities is actively ruining his combat potential. He explains that the only path forward is leveling every talent up to the highest rank. Yi Tian is stunned and asks if a talent upgrade is even possible. The solution is simple enough. He just needs massive real combat experience using them. The immortal decides to give him a one-time boost and snaps his fingers. With a quick snap, a massive distortion forces open a hidden dimension. They are suddenly brought inside a towering, glowing hall hidden away within the book. Yi Tian looks around, shocked to see another secret spatial room hidden right here. The master explains the rule: 1 hour outside equals a whole month of training inside. But if Yi Tian walks out now, he can never return to this room. Yi Tian locks in his focus. He desperately needs to reach Grand Master rank right now. If the Yun family tracks down his stolen crystal core, he needs power to protect his sister. He clenches his fist and officially decides to stay for the long haul. The immortal's projection fades away, leaving behind one final message about their next meeting. Before he can even settle in, a heavy shockwave rattles the entire hall. The master left him a welcome gift, and it is a massive beast ready to fight. A massive Grand Master-ranked monster materializes and lets out a deafening howl. Yi Tian realizes he is looking straight at a genuine Grand Master apex beast. Purple lightning crackles around the beast's feet as it charges forward instantly. The monster strikes with massive force, completely shattering the stone tiles. Yi Tian is barely dodging, completely thrown off by how fast the beast moves. The impact blows everything apart and fills the area with heavy rubble. Yi Tian slides back, admitting this thing is on a completely different level. He wipes some blood away, panting heavily under the immense pressure. He remembers it was midnight outside, leaving him exactly 6 hours until sunrise. If he isn't back by morning, Yi Yu will find him unconscious on the floor. With 6 hours left, he has exactly half a year in here to survive this meat grinder. Morning hits, and the local marketplace is already buzzing with people trading goods. Suddenly, a hunter slams down a massive wolf beast right in the middle of the street. Turns out, this guy survived the entire night just to bring down a rare silver moon wolf. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Yi Yu is sound asleep and completely unaware of the chaos. Right next to her bed, little Jin is also curled up, snoring away peacefully. But inside the hidden spatial realm, a massive explosion completely shatters the quiet atmosphere. Yi Tian snaps awake, instantly feeling the heavy combat pressure of his environment. The trial monster has officially gone completely berserk, throwing the whole plan into overdrive. This beast possesses an apex tier strength talent, making it a walking meat grinder. The monster lunges forward with a heavy strike, but Yi Tian narrow misses the blow. The creature misses and smashes straight through the cathedral walls, sending stone debris everywhere. It completely obliterates the floor tiles, leaving absolutely nowhere safe to stand. Yi Tian slides back across the rubble, realizing he needs to finish this fight fast. He locks eyes with his target, fully prepared to unleash his final trump card. A system notification pops up confirming his battle-type talent is finally fully upgraded. His status window reveals a ridiculous lineup of apex tier talents across the board. The massive beast rips a giant boulder from the ground, preparing a final strike. Instead of backing down, Yi Tian draws his single-edged dagger, which crackles with aura. He commands his blade forward, activating his high-level sword control technique instantly. The weapon slices cleanly through the flying rocks, completely disarming the monster's defense. Yi Tian appears right above the beast, declaring that the fight is officially over. He maneuvers past its guard, completely outspeeding the creature's counterattack. He executes his signature shadow assassination skill, delivering a decisive, lightning-fast slash. With the beast dead, Yi Tian stands victorious, covered in a vibrant aura of bloodthirst. After that exhausting 6-month training grind, Yi Tian opens his eyes back in the real world. He looks around, still trying to process the sudden jump from that intense void dimension. Catching his breath, he leans forward, relieved to confirm he is finally back in reality. Outside his window, the quiet sunlit apartment building reminds him that barely any real time has passed. Just then, his little sister Yi Yu cracks the door open to see if he is awake. Rubbing her eyes sleepily, she asks if he wants to check out a breakfast shop nearby. Seeing his sister safe and normal after his brutal training months completely overwhelms him. Before she can even finish talking, Yi Tian wraps her in a massive, emotional hug. Yi Yu asks if he had a nightmare, but he just tells her it feels like forever since they last met. He closes his eyes tightly, savoring the familiar peace of being home. The sudden emotional display completely flusters Yi Yu, making her blush instantly. She shoves him away, complaining that he is being way too cheesy for a sibling. She huffs and heads out to change, leaving him alone to fix his posture. Left alone in his room, Yi Tian takes a second to center his breathing. He flares his energy, thrilled that his battle talent hitting apex tier increased his strength this much. With this level of power, he is now just a tiny step away from becoming a grand master. He tells himself he just needs to push a little bit more to reach the top. Shortly after, the siblings head down to the incredibly busy Demon Sea base marketplace. Yi Yu mentions inviting their friends Yue Ling and Xia Oyu over to thank them for their help. Yi Tian smiles and agrees, promising to cook a massive feast whenever they get a chance. Even his spiritual beasts poke their heads out, enjoying the lively city air. They stop by a fruit stand, where Yi Yu tries to haggle for some fresh apples. The vendor stands firm, but Yi Tian can only smirk, happy to pay standard prices anyway. They walk past a beautiful central fountain that catches Yi Yu's attention. Eventually, they grab a table at a local tavern to unwind and grab some food. Yi Tian downs a quick drink, enjoying the rare chance to just sit back and relax. He slams his glass down, teasing his sister that she is still too young to join him. Yi Yu rests her chin on her hand, softly smiling back at him across the table. Looking at her happy face, Yi Tian smiles, feeling completely blissful about the day. The sun begins to set over the horizon, painting the base in warm colors. Later that evening, someone arrives at a dark, quiet apartment room looking for someone. The visitor notices the room is completely empty and grinds their teeth in frustration. The silver-haired genius turns her head sharply, furiously calling out for Yi Tian. Night falls over the area, setting an eerie tone for what's about to go down. Yi Yu is walking home alone, feeling annoyed that her brother left her behind with little Jin. We flash back to earlier, where Yi Tian told her to head back first because his errand was far away. Yi Yu reluctantly agreed back then, but right now she's just cold and complaining. Meanwhile, Yi Tian gave her a reassuring smile, completely unaware of the creeping danger. Back in the present, Yi Yu decides to speed up, wishing she could scold him already. Suddenly, a creepy masked figure spots her from the shadows, locking onto his target. The stalkers realize someone else is approaching, immediately putting them on high alert. Yi Yu keeps jogging through the dark alleyways, completely oblivious to the trap. She pauses for a split second, sensing something is off in the quiet night. The hidden ambushers examine her closely, trying to confirm if she's actually Yue Ling. Their leader points out she's just a regular human warrior who happens to look identical. They can't believe the resemblance, but their discussion is cut short by a sudden distraction. Little Purple suddenly pokes its head out of her bag, throwing Yi Yu into a total panic. She desperately tries to shove the pet back inside before anyone notices it. But it's already too late. The tiny mouse squeaks, exposing itself completely. The silver-haired woman instantly recognizes it and loses her mind with excitement. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the grand, lit halls of the majestic Martial Pavilion. The manager hands over a rare bone cleansing pill, offering it to him for free. Yi Tian is shocked by the gesture, but she explains that VIPs deserve special treatment. He happily accepts, thrilled that his sister's cultivation can now skyrocket. Yue Ling smiles warmly, even promising to throw in an Apex Tier skill book for her. Yi Tian can't help but laugh, deeply grateful for her incredible generosity. She orders her attendant to fetch the absolute best martial warrior manual available. Suddenly, a voice rings out with a terrifying warning that the Yun family has arrived. Yi Tian's expression instantly warps into pure, unadulterated wrath. He drops the box, smashing it on the floor as absolute panic takes over. He screams that his sister is in danger and sprints out, leaving everything behind. A massive flash of purple lightning erupts as he triggers his rare spatial teleportation talent. Yue Ling is left completely stunned, ordering her guard to send reinforcements immediately. In the skies above the city, Yi Tian is flying at breakneck speed, enveloped in lightning. His eyes glow with absolute bloodlust as he vows to slaughter the entire Yun family. Back in the alley, little Jin suddenly transforms into a massive leopard, crackling with purple energy. Yi Yu stands her ground, terrified but demanding to know who these intruders are. The masked brute tells her she'll have to ask her brother once they're done with her. The silver-haired genius smirks, claiming she's just looking for the little mouse that stole from her. Yi Tian races through a sudden rainstorm, following the signal of his soul contract. He leaps from the rooftops and lands heavily in a dark alley. Following the bond, he discovers his companion Little Jin lying injured. The sight of his wounded friend immediately fills him with dread. He rushes to the small cat's side to check the damage. He holds Little Jin close, desperately asking where his sister is. The poor kitten opens its eyes, trembling with deep guilt. Little Jin reveals that a powerful masked thug kidnapped Yi Yu. A cold fury takes over his face as he processes the news. Just then, Little Purple crawls out to apologize for failing too. Yi Tian blames himself entirely for leaving his family unprotected. He activates his pocket inventory cube to let them rest safely inside. Standing alone in the rain, his sorrow turns into pure rage. He smiles like a madman, vowing to slaughter the Yun family. Meanwhile, Yue Ling appears to be tracking the exact same culprits. Her eyes narrow with focus as she monitors the area. She quickly identifies the stronghold belonging to the Yun family. Deep inside the base, a dark dungeon room awaits its captive. Yi Yu is thrown roughly onto the floor of a prison cell. She bravely demands that the mysterious kidnappers let her go immediately. She beats against the cell door, refusing to give up hope. She yells that her brother will never let them get away with this. The masked guard just gives a creepy, silent smile at her words. He explains that leaving her pets alive was part of their plan. The abductor laughs and reveals that everything is an elaborate trap. They are using her as bait to lure her brother to his death. Realizing the danger, Yi Yu looks out into the rain, filled with fear. Yi Yu is in serious trouble, crying out as her captors tighten the net around her. Meanwhile, Yi Tian finally wakes up, completely disoriented and wondering where on earth he is. His head is absolutely pounding as he tries to piece together what happened before he blacked out. He calls out for Yue Ling, his eyes wide as memories of the ambush start rushing back. He realizes the Yun family stole the Vitality Mine, and now they have kidnapped his sister as bait. Someone grabs his arm, screaming at him to stop before he rushes into an obvious trap. If he charges into the Yun family mansion right now, he is dead meat. But Yi Tian completely loses it, yelling that she is his only family left. Yue Ling stares back coldly, entirely unimpressed by his emotional outburst. Before he can take another step, a sharp crackle of energy cuts him off. He suddenly realizes his body is entirely frozen in place. Lightning energy pins him down, rendering him completely unable to move. He glares up in disbelief, realizing Yue Ling is the one behind this stunt. Her dark silhouette stands calmly in the pouring rain while his anger boils over. He finally wakes up for real this time, demanding to know what she did to him. Yue Ling stands comfortably, explaining she just used a harmless paralysis needle to save his life. He stumbles out of bed, demanding to know where they are keeping him locked up. She explains this is a secure Yue family mansion, and he is too weak to save anyone. She bluntly tells him that fighting Yun Feng right now would be a complete disaster. He struggles to stand up, demanding if she just expects him to sit around doing nothing. He offers to give the mine back as long as his sister stays safe. Her spies confirm the Yun family is just waiting for him to take the bait. If he goes, both he and his sister are going to end up dead. Yue Ling explains the Yun family is recruiting experts to squash her family next. They never expected Yi Tian to intercept the mine using the Yue family's secret realm connections. Because of that misunderstanding, the Yun family thinks he is part of her clan. This kidnapping is not just a personal grudge anymore. It is an official declaration of war. Yi Tian looks down, devastated that his little sister got dragged into a high-level war. Yue Ling looks away, noting they hardly have any choices left in this world. Outside in the rain, normal people are just struggling to survive day by day. A hungry little girl clings to her father, begging for food as they head home. The father comforts her, reminding us that reality keeps forcing everyone to move forward. Yi Tian finally backs down, agreeing to calm down and follow her instructions perfectly. A maid interrupts the tense silence, announcing that another guest has just arrived. Yue Ling ignores it, telling Yi Tian he must follow her somewhere tomorrow afternoon. She promises to take him to a place that will force his breakthrough straight to Grandmaster. Yue Ling brings Yi Tian to a grand, isolated compound to begin his secret training. He demands answers, but she tells him to just shut up and follow her. She opens the way underground, silently making plans to keep him safe from his enemies. They descend deep below the estate, arriving at a dark, subterranean chamber. Yi Tian immediately catches a terrible, foul stench filling the entire room. An alchemist tells them the body-tempering potion is finally ready. The complex mixture is fully prepared after a massive success in production. Yi Tian is completely blindsided when she suddenly orders him to strip down. She forces him straight into the bubbling vat without giving him a choice. He doubts a simple bath can actually turn him into a grandmaster. Yue Ling guarantees he will reach grandmaster rank if he stays in for 2 days. The intense medicinal heat hits his body immediately as the liquid starts reacting. She asks how he feels, and he confesses it hurts like crazy. It feels like thousands of needles are painfully piercing his blood vessels. The elixir is forcing his meridian pathways to expand, so he has to endure it. Yi Tian grits his teeth, determined to withstand the extreme pain. Yue Ling leaves to handle other business, ordering the alchemist to watch him closely. She knows his future success depends entirely on surviving this brutal process. Meanwhile, a high-ranking guest arrives outside, slicing through the sky. The clan elders wait anxiously at the gate, noting the guest's late arrival. The powerful Grandmaster Nai Chi finally shows up, looking incredibly imposing. A massive floating ship drops down from the clouds right above the courtyard. Elder Zhang steps forward to welcome the legendary master on behalf of the family. The master gets straight to the point and demands they start talking business. The guards whisper in shock, realizing a legendary formation array master is visiting. Deep in the dungeons, a heavy iron cage hangs ominously over the abyss. Inside, a captive girl curls up in total despair and isolation. She softly cries out for her brother, hoping he will save her. Back in the lab, the old alchemist completely dozes off during his watch. Yi Tian continues to brew silently in the glowing, painful medicinal vat. Suddenly, a mysterious dragon egg nearby begins to loudly crack open. Elder Yue Zhang welcomes Grandmaster Nai Qi to the mansion, hoping he will help them. They serve tea as Elder Yue Zhang explains how desperate their situation has become. Nai Qi acts cold, saying he doesn't care about standard family squabbles. The attitude immediately insults the guards, but the family leader has a plan. He claps his hands and orders his people to bring out their payment. Yue Ling intercepts the maid outside the room to carry the item in herself. She takes the wooden tray, completely aware of what is inside the box. Yue Ling walks directly into the main hall to present the gift. As soon as the box opens, a bright blue light fills the entire room. Nai Qi loses his cool immediately, recognizing the glowing prize. It is a rare vitality-gathering pill, a treasure used to unlock incredible power. Yue Ling hands it over, knowing no expert could refuse this bribe. Nai Qi gloats over the pill, amazed by the massive resources of the family. Yue Ling smiles, knowing they successfully hooked their target. Elder Yue Zhang asks the Grandmaster if he is finally satisfied with the offer. Nai Qi quickly pockets the pill, completely changing his tune. Now that he has been paid, he asks what they want him to do. Elder Yue Zhang stands up and claims their rivals, the Yun family, are too arrogant. He details how their businesses were stolen and their disciples were injured. He states their ultimate goal clearly: they want Nai Qi to help destroy them. Meanwhile, down in the lab, a sudden earthquake completely disrupts the quiet mansion. Inside his bath, Yi Tian is draining the medicinal brew at extreme speed. Instead of backing away, he demands more power to feed the change. He intentionally triggers the absorption of the entire body tempering potion setup. The head alchemist panics, watching all 4 cauldrons drain simultaneously into one spot. The old man flees, terrified the boy will explode from the energy surge. But Yi Tian is busy noticing that the hatching dragon egg is absorbing energy too. The combined energy forces a massive breakthrough, shaking the foundation of the facility. Upstairs, the heavy tremors interrupt the meeting, leaving everyone confused. Yue Ling looks over in shock, realizing something went wrong below. Out of the smoke, Yi Tian steps forward, finally reaching Grandmaster rank. Best of all, his system confirms a successful blood contract with a new dragon. So the dragon egg finally hatches, and Yi Tian gets a tiny red dragon. The little guy immediately wakes up and says he's hungry, leaving Yi Tian wondering what to feed him. Since it hatched using vitality stone energy, Yi Tian tosses it a solid chunk of ore. The little dragon chomps it down instantly, shattering the hard stone like it's nothing. It flies around completely happy, leaving Yi Tian stunned by how tough its teeth are. But it immediately demands more, and Yi Tian realizes his whole mine won't last long. He wonders how powerful this little creature would be compared to human martial rankings. Just then, Yue Ling walks in on him, calling his name. Yi Tian quickly stores the unique little dragon away in his inventory to keep it a secret. He is covered in energy after completely absorbing the massive cauldrons of medicine she left. Yue Ling warned him not to take too much at once, fearing he might explode. Instead, she looks closely and is completely frozen in absolute disbelief. She can't believe what she is seeing right in front of her eyes. He downed 4 whole jars of deadly medicine and effortlessly advanced to Grandmaster rank. She demands to know his method, but he just laughs it off as pure talent. The old doctor runs in panicking, but Yue Ling reassures him the kid is fine. She decides to let it go since every genius has their own hidden cards. Yi Tian pushes her about when they're finally going to rescue his sister, Yi Yu. She tells him to rest up while she heads back to the family meeting. She still can't wrap her head around how he survived that insane cultivation process. Yue Ling looks back one last time, completely fascinated by his terrifying growth speed. Later at the dining hall, Yi Tian enjoys a massive meal to recover his strength. Suddenly, a box floats right into the room, propelled by pure psychic energy. Yue Ling notes he's already getting used to the psychic powers of a grandmaster. Yi Tian catches the mysterious box and opens it up to see what's inside. Inside is a glowing purple teleportation talisman, prepared for their upcoming stealth mission. He asks where it leads, and she explains the route is ready to trap their enemies. The trap is set for the Yun family as the critical night finally arrives. Night falls over the Yun family estate under a full moon, setting a tense stage. Guards swap shifts while gossiping about a rumor that someone is targeting the family. They laugh it off, confident no one dares challenge a monarch rank like King Yunhee. Unluckily for them, Yi Tian makes his entrance, crashing down with intense purple aura energy. The impact leaves a crater as he prepares to search the complex. With a cold stare, he immediately activates his spatial sensing talent. His enhanced Grandmaster perception expands outwards, scanning every corner of the courtyard. The technique maps the entire stronghold in his mind, down to the millimeter. The wave sweeps across the entire perimeter, revealing hidden structures. He locks onto a solitary pavilion tucked away in the back. Yi Tian smirks, realizing his newly boosted Grandmaster realm allows him to sense tenfold further. Meanwhile inside, King Yunhee sits meditating, fully expecting an intruder. He opens a single calculating eye as he senses the disturbance. He mutters to himself that the mouse has finally walked right into his trap. Bypassing guards entirely, Yi Tian triggers his spatial teleportation to blink straight inside. He materializes instantly inside the dimly lit dungeon cell chamber. But someone was waiting, hiding from his initial spatial radar using a concealment technique. The massive guardian Uako ambushes him, but Yi Tian counters instantly with lightning speed. Yi Tian coldly mutters a single word to bind his attacker in place. With a heavy crack, Uako's mask shatters under the overwhelming counterforce. The giant collapses, terrified to find an advanced martial warrior wielding Grandmaster-level psychic energy. Yi Tian checks his surroundings, scoffing that they only left an advanced warrior to watch her. Yi Yu calls out in tears as she recognizes her big brother coming to save her. She throws herself into a hug, crying that she feared she would never see him again. He holds her gently, blaming himself for putting her through this nightmare. Knowing time is short, he tells her they need to clear out immediately. They blast out through the structure wall, escaping into the open compound. Yi Yu holds on tight, marveling at the immense strength her brother secretly achieved. Suddenly, a lightning-charged polearm flies through the air with a loud swish. It slams into the stone tiles right in front of them with a loud clang. A powerful figure steps forward, welcoming them to their first official meeting. He demands Yi Tian hand over the Vitality Stone Core if he wants to leave alive. Yi Tian tells his sister to hide while facing down her kidnapper. He quickly realizes this girl is tougher than he originally thought. She moves instantly, kicking off a high-speed exchange. The opponent is incredibly fast, matching his moves blow for blow. Their weapons clash as he realizes she reached the Grand Master realm too. She mocks him, claiming the Yue family gave him too many benefits. Yi Tian tells her to shut up and drives his blade forward. The battle rages on while the courtyard gets torn apart. Yi Yu watches anxiously, cheering for her brother to win. She prays he stays safe against such a dangerous enemy. Suddenly, she gets a terrible feeling and breaks out in a cold sweat. A giant figure with glowing red eyes appears right behind her. Before she can even turn around, she gets brutally blasted away. Yi Tian screams out in panic as he sees his sister fall. He instantly recognizes the massive attacker as King Yunhee. But worrying about his sister leaves him completely wide open. The silver-haired girl takes full advantage of his distraction to strike. Yi Tian immediately activates his strength talent to force her back. His muscles swell with power as he gears up for a heavy counter. He unleashes a massive blow to create some space. The girl is completely stunned by his sudden growth in raw power. Without wasting a second, Yi Tian activates his spatial talent next. He rushes to his sister's side, but she is already coughing up blood. She weakly calls out to him, barely staying conscious. In absolute desperation, he pulls out a rare beast blood potion. He uses teleportation to flash away and buy them some time. King Yunhee just stands there, completely unbothered by their retreat. Yi Tian tries to pour the medicine down her throat to save her. It fails completely, and she vomits another splash of blood. Her internal organs are crushed, and his regeneration talent cannot save others. He screams at King Yunhee for using Monarch power on a regular human. King Yunhee ignores the rage, completely fascinated by Yi Tian's multiple talents. Yi Tian grits his teeth, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Yi Tian uses a high-grade teleportation talisman to escape the deadly battlefield. The spatial item activates immediately, creating a purple energy portal around them. With a sudden burst of power, they disappear from the enemy's sight. The attackers shout in anger, ordering him not to run away. They swear vengeance, promising that he will eventually die by their hands. The enemy commander stands in shock at the incredible speed of the talisman. The gray-haired female warrior collapses, exhausted from the intense confrontation. She warns her lord that leaving him alive will bring disaster to the family. Her master cracks the air with raw force, furious about losing their target. He directly shatters the void, preparing to track the warp signatures. A massive rift opens as he forces his way through space itself. The powerful master steps into the portal alongside his subordinate to give chase. Meanwhile, a bright pink portal opens inside a vast hall. Yi Tian crashes heavily onto the hard floor from the rough warp. Xiao Yu rushes forward, horrified to see that Yi Yu is heavily injured. Yi Tian quickly activates another spatial device to send his sister to safety. He summons Little Jin and commands the beast to safeguard the group. The spatial spell triggers with a flash of crackling violet energy. Little Jin carries the girls away, swearing to protect them this time. Yi Yu remains unconscious, bleeding from her mouth as they vanish. Moments later, heavy footsteps echo through the empty hall behind him. The pursuing masters step out of the void, cornering him once again. The muscular leader laughs, mocking him for running out of escape tricks. Yi Tian just wipes his face, completely unfazed by their arrival. The leader grins wickedly and prepares to activate a massive formation. Suddenly, cold snow begins falling indoors, catching the enemies off guard. A massive blizzard erupts as Yi Tian triggers his own trap array. The female warrior panics, realizing they walked straight into an ambush. Vicious ice storms freeze the entire room, trapping the invaders instantly. The heavy frost binds their limbs, completely sealing their rapid movements. The female fighter can barely open her eyes against the blinding cold. She gets frozen solid inside a block of solid magical ice. Yi Tian watches his pre-planted formation work perfectly against the threat. Massive jagged ice spires lock down the area, ending the chase. Quiet footsteps approach from the shadows as the fog begins clearing. Yue Ling arrives with reinforcements, thanking Yi Tian for luring them here. The frozen enemy leader stands completely helpless, stripped of his fighting power. The Yue family introduces Yi Tian to Grandmaster Nai Chi, a top-tier formation master they invited. The ancestor praises Yi Tian's solo talent, promising the Yue family will reward him well. Yi Tian checks Yue Qing's mediocre stats, realizing he bought his rank with rare treasures. The ancestor thanks Yue Ling for securing a connection with a young hero like Yi Tian. Yi Tian scans Grandmaster Nai Chi, pulling up his high-tier formation array talent stats. The system asks if he wants to copy the formation talent, and Yi Tian immediately hits yes. With the talent successfully copied, Yi Tian casually takes his leave, fulfilling his promise. He reminds them that a Monarch expert's corpse is basically a massive treasure house. Grandmaster Nai Chi gets paid and vanishes on the spot, completely shocking the Yue family. Suddenly, King Yun he breaks free from the ice array, forcing everyone to step back. With a massive explosion, the powerful King Yun he completely shatters the frozen trap. They clearly underestimated King Yun he, as he immediately targets the family head, Yue Ling. King Yun he instantly activates his spatial talent, trapping them inside a solid spatial cage. He boasts that they can just stay locked inside while he unleashes his strength talent. A heavy punch lands with a loud bang, but the spatial cage holds completely firm. Despite the relentless attacks, King Yun he realizes the formation array has already injured him. The ancestor smiles grimly, bleeding but ready since he prepared for this exact battle. He channels all his power, his muscles expanding as he prepares to fight to the end. The scene fades out during the clash, leaving the family desperate for salvation. A massive sonic boom echoes across the battlefield as the perspective suddenly shifts away. Meanwhile, far away at the demonic Sea Academy, arrogant students are yelling at someone. They scream at a poor, starving girl on the street, telling her to get lost. They mock her for ruining their clothes and tell the beggar to go somewhere else. The snooty students leave quickly, completely ignoring the shivering girl left in the snow. She curls up by the garbage bags, freezing and alone outside the academy gate. Her stomach growls in the cold until a biscuit suddenly tumbles right in front of her. A mysterious man stands over her, casually telling the starving little girl to eat up. She quickly snatches the food, completely starving after being cast aside by everyone else. He asks if she's willing to come home, and she wonders if she gets biscuits every day. He agrees, but warns her that her life belongs to him now as a dark aura flares. She happily nods yes, completely unaware of the dangerous path she just accepted. Yaoi is furious that King Yun he used his own clan disciples as meat shields. But King Yun he laughs it off, saying her life wasn't wasted since she died for him. He smiles, wondering if they can even break free from a forbidden restraint set by a monarch. Yue Ling fights back instantly, unleashing her sword talent against the spatial field. But the attack does absolutely nothing, leaving Yue Ling exhausted and realizing his power is insane. Yi Tian locks eyes with his opponent, knowing things are getting dangerous fast. King Yun he activates his spatial talent collapsing domain, shifting the entire battlefield's gravity. He cranks up the gravity to more than 10 times its normal state to crush them. The heavy pressure slams downward, shattering the stone floor instantly. Suddenly, King Yun he strikes with ridiculous speed, catching Yao Yi completely off guard. His movement is so fast it looks exactly like teleportation within his domain. He reaches out with a massive grip to shut down any counterattack. Yao Yi looks completely shocked as a massive hand grabs his face. With incredible force, King Yun he slams him directly into the ground. The impact creates a massive shockwave, pinning the old master down. A massive explosion of dust and debris completely engulfs the entire hall. But Yao Yi isn't done yet, catching King Yun he's leg midair. He uses his brute strength to hurl the massive attacker away. Yao Yi follows up immediately, landing a heavy punch right to the jaw. The counterattack detonates with a massive impact, tearing up the room. King Yun he slides back, genuinely impressed by the old man's power. He cracks his neck, recognizing Yao Yi truly lives up to the ancestor title. Suddenly, fire elemental talent bursts into the air, launching a barrage of fireballs. King Yun he easily dodges, mocking him for stealing talent grass from the secret realm. But before he can celebrate, another heavy projectile streaks right toward him. Yaoyi watches closely as his hidden trap springs into motion. The fiery strike pierces the core of the domain, causing the barrier to crack. Yue Ling looks up as the purple restraint array begins to fracture above her. She quickly calls out to Yi Tian to combine their strongest attacks and break free. Yi Tian gives a sharp nod, ready to unleash everything he has left. She activates her sword talent secret technique mirrored flowers to shatter the remaining pressure. Yi Tian pushes his apex rank strength talent to its absolute maximum limit. The combined force completely shatters the barrier into glowing fragments. Yaoyi glances back, clearly proud of how the two kids handled themselves. Yi Tian breaks through the dust, staring down King Yunhee with a glare. Instead of panicking, King Yunhee just smirks, finding their struggle incredibly interesting. The real battle is just starting, and nobody is backing down. The battle explodes as King Yunhee decides to stop holding back his flame talent. He vows to burn everything down, unleashing his full power against Yi Tian. King Yunhee screams for Yi Tian to die under his raging flames. But Yi Tian just laughs it off, completely unimpressed by his opponent's borrowed abilities. He mocks King Yunhee for using shortcuts instead of earning his talent. He promises to show him what a true master rank fighter can really do. The Yun family warrior watches from the sidelines, completely doubting Yi Tian's claims. King Yunhee throws a heavy flaming fist straight at his target. Instead of dodging, Yi Tian immediately counters with his devastating spatial void talent. The void opens up instantly, swallowing the incoming fire strike whole. King Yunhee stands completely frozen in shock as his fire disappears into nothingness. Yi Tian smirks, ready to send the exact same attack right back at him. He triggers his void reversal, turning King Yunhee's own power against him. The blast hits King Yunhee directly, slamming him hard into the ground. The companion rushes over in absolute horror, wondering how a spatial talent could be this strong. King Yunhee struggles to look up, coughing from the heavy impact. The fallen master realizes his opponent has somehow achieved an advanced understanding of their realm. They all wonder how it is even possible for a human to break these limits. Desperate for answers, they demand to know the secret behind his ridiculous power. King Yunhee reveals it was a legendary vitality crystal core fragment that boosted him. Yi Tian listens quietly, tracking the energy source while his opponent brags about his treasure. Knowing he cannot win normally, King Yunhee makes a desperate final move. He decides to stall for time, telling his ally to take Yi Tian and run. The Yun family warrior screams out in panic as the situation falls apart. She tries to step in, but the pressure is simply too much to handle. King Yunhee prepares to self-destruct, expanding his energy to take everyone down with him. But Yi Tian stays calm, treating the desperate threat like a minor inconvenience. The expanding energy cracks the remaining ground as the countdown begins. A massive blast waves outward, threatening to swallow the entire room. Yi Tian counters instantly, drawing his blade for a specialized sword technique. His clean slash cuts straight through the expanding shockwave, disrupting the self-destruction. The companion falls backward, realizing they are completely out of options. She stares up in utter disbelief as their ultimate gamble fails completely. Yi Tian dashes through the clearing smoke, closing the distance instantly. King Yunhee raises a hand in panic, completely defenseless against the next strike. With the battle decided, Yi Tian stands over him, ready to claim his prize. Yi Tian shocks everyone by pulling off a sudden spatial teleportation right under their noses. He materializes instantly behind King Yunhee, completely throwing off his balance. Yunhee grits his teeth in utter disbelief that a mere kid possesses such spatial mastery. Meanwhile, Yue Ling quickly pours the precious regeneration potion down the injured ancestor's mouth. She warns that even with the medicine, fighting Yunhee any further is completely impossible. Yue Ling turns to Yi Tian, apologizing for dragging him into this hopeless mess. But Yi Tian tells her to take the ancestor and get out of here first. He assures her not to worry about him, because he has his own plan. Yunhee just smirks, revealing that he knows how to teleport too. He vanishes and lands a brutal surprise blow on Yi-Tian instantly. Yi-Tian spits out blood, completely overwhelmed by the absurd power gap. The impact smashes him directly into the ground, causing a massive collapse. Yunhee coldly orders his men to chase down Yue Ling and the ancestor. Yue Ling stands her ground, watching the incoming pursuers with intense dread. Yunhee looks down, thinking the battle is already completely decided. Suddenly, purple lightning crackles as Yi-Tian forces himself back up. He charges forward with a massive surge of aura, shocking his opponent. Yi-Tian intercepts the pursuers, blocking their path with brute force. Yunhee unleashes a barrage of massive rocks to crush him permanently. But Yi-Tian shatters the boulders with his bare fists, refusing to back down. He pushes through the debris, locking his gaze on the enemy leader. His eyes glow with absolute determination, despite the massive damage he has taken. Yue Ling flees into the distance, praying for his safe return. Yunhee admits he has absolutely no reason to let such a terrifying genius live. Yi-Tian realizes the power gap above the Monarch rank is simply too massive. With only one use of his regeneration talent left, his stamina is completely depleted. He has no choice but to resort to his absolute final gamble. He reaches into his reserves, preparing to reveal a hidden trump card. Yi-Tian reveals that Yunhee's true ultimate goal is actually this item. Lightning crackles around his hand as he pulls out the Vitality Stone core. Yunhee gapes in shock, seeing how massive the core has grown. He realizes this treasure will easily let him break through his current rank bottleneck. Yi-Tian offers it directly, saying he can have it since he wants it so much. He tosses the glowing core straight toward the greedy monarch. Yunhee laughs like a maniac, completely blinded by obtaining his prize. He reaches out to grab it, thinking he has won everything. But Yi-Tian's dangerous smirk suggests this trap is about to spring.